The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Happy 4th of July to all of you listeners out there. This is Matt from the past welcoming you to another edition of Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. And here is what happened on this day in history. In 1776, U.S. Congress proclaims the Declaration of Independence and independence from Great Britain. In 1785, James Hutton, geologist, publicly reads an abstract of his theory of uniformitarianism for the first time at a meeting of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. In 1803, Louisiana Purchases announced the American people by President Thomas Jefferson. In 1838, Huxcar colliery mining disaster in Silkstone, England. Mining pit floods, drowns 26 children, leads to 1842 Mines and Collieries Act bans women and children working underground. In 1934, Hungarian physicist Leo Szilard patents the chain reaction design for the atomic bomb. In 2017, North Korea tests first successful intercontinental ballistic missile into the Sea of Japan. In 1970, Casey Kasem's American Top 40 debuts on LA radio. In 1831, America, My Country 'Tis of Thee, with lyrics by Samuel Francis Smith, has first public performance at Park Street Church in Boston, Massachusetts. In 1939, Lou Gehrig is first MLB player to have his number 4 retired on his appreciation day at Yankee Stadium. Makes iconic luckiest man speech. And that was this day in history. Now we'll get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Like that. Come here. Come over here. You're late again. Where have you been?
Hey, Abbott, I just come from the contractor that's building my new house. It's going to be a house with 7 Gables.
You mean 7 Gables?
Nope, 7 Gables. When I build a house, I want it well built.
You dummy, wasting your time with a contractor when you've only got 48 hours to get rid of that money that you won last week before income tax time was due.
I'm trying to get rid of the money, Abbott.
Well.
Yesterday I bought a 1923 Maxwell for $75. But with it, I had to take $400 worth of accessories.
$400 worth of accessories?
Yes, I had to buy 2 horses to pull it.
You idiot. $400. You've got $38,000 to get rid of. And you've got to get rid of it and make sure that you don't get it back.
Okay. I'll get rid of it so it'll never come back.
How?
I'll lend it to Europe.
Costello, this is ridiculous. Why don't you just take the $38,000 down to the income tax office and pay the tax on it?
You can't do that, Abbott. I figured it out last night. And $38,000 will not pay the tax on $38,000.
Please, talk sense. Look, did you send in your estimated income for 1947? You know, that's the one where they ask you to guess how much you're going to make this year?
Oh, sure, I sent it in, but I didn't sign it.
Why didn't you sign it?
If they want me to guess how much I'm going to make, let them guess who sent it in.
Well, how about deductions?
My what?
Deductions. Like when I file my tax, the man wanted to allow me $500 for my wife.
For your wife? That's way over ceiling.
Look, I'm talking about dependents. You see, everybody comes under a different tax table. Now, if you're single, you come under one table. If you're married, you come under another table.
That did it, Abbott. I ain't paying no taxes.
Why?
I refuse to do business under the table.
Oh. Costello, you're impossible. You'll never figure that tax out. So you've got to get rid of that money. Now, hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. The best place to lose money is at the racetrack.
Racetrack? That's wonderful, Abbott. I love horses. My favorite story is about a horse named Black Beauty.
Black Beauty?
Yes. Once upon a time, there was a little horse named Black Beauty. His mother was a bronco, and one night she died of a cold.
Oh, she had pneumonia.
She what?
She had pneumonia.
Yeah, it was bronco pneumonia.
Bronco?
Oh, Rabbit, will you keep out of this?
All right.
Why don't you go over to the livery stable and show them what a real jackass looks like?
Now, listen, just a minute. I'll have you understand I'm no jackass.
You're no jackass.
No.
Your ears are too long.
All right. Go on with the story.
Okay, now the farmer who owned Black Beauty, he loved him. And he used to brush and comb the horse.
No, you mean he curried the horse.
Why should he carry him? Black Beauty was big enough to walk.
All right, wait.
Now, every morning the farmer would feed Black Beauty.
Yes, Black Beauty ate his fodder.
Yes, and after he would eat, he ate his fodder.
Certainly, every horse eats his fodder.
You mean he eats his fodder?
Yes. And his father eats his fodder, and his father eats his fodder.
Pretty soon there won't be no fathers left for Father's Day.
To feed a horse, you take a bag and put its fodder in it and hang it on his nose.
Now, ain't that a pretty picture? Black Beauty walking around with his fodder hanging on his nose.
No. Never mind that. What's the rest of the story about Black Beauty?
Well, Black Beauty liked the rain. Every time it would rain, he would run and he would run in the water.
In other words, Black Beauty was a mutter.
Yes. Now, one day, Could I have that again?
He was a mutter.
Black Beauty was a mutter. Mm-hmm. How could a he be a mutter? Ain't a she a mutter?
Certainly not. Sometimes a he makes a better mutter than a she.
Well, we learn something new every day. Listen, Abbott, suppose a mama horse has little horses. Don't that make her a mutter?
Well, now that depends on her feet.
Yeah, and then... Well, if you ask a silly question, you get a silly answer.
No, Costello. I own racehorses and have one of the finest mutters in the world.
What has your mutter got to do with horses?
My mutter is a horse.
Now that you mention it, I see the resemblance.
Here. Come on.
Now, one day, everybody on the farm was very, very sad. The farmer was sad. All the little horses were sad, too. They were so
sad
sad
just a second, Lou. Wait a minute. Don't break me
sad.
down. Why was everybody so sad?
Black Beauty was limping around.
Oh, it's too bad.
There was something wrong with his front legs.
Mm-hmm.
The farmer took Black Beauty to find
he had
out...
something wrong with his forelegs.
Yes. And then after... Would you mind running that past me again, please?
I said he was having trouble with his forelegs.
I just told you he limped on his 2 front legs.
Well, Costello, a horse's forelegs are in front.
His 4 legs are in front?
Yes.
What are those things in the back? Crutches?
You don't understand. A horse has 4 legs in front and hind legs in back.
4 legs in front and hind legs in back?
Right.
What are we talking about, a horse or a centipede?
Listen, please. I'm trying to tell you that a horse has 4 legs in front.
Oh, Abbott, you're sure his 4 legs are in front?
Certainly.
Okay, then tell me this. What keeps his tail up?
His hind legs. Look, when I say that the horse has 4 legs in front, I don't mean that his 4 legs are in front. I mean his 4 legs are in front. A horse has 4 legs. But all 4 of them are not 4 legs.
Oh, when you say that a horse has 4 legs in front, you don't mean that his 4 legs are in front. You mean that his 4 legs are in front. A horse has 4 legs, but all of them are not 4 4 legs.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Experience is the best teacher.
A young man and his girl at a dance.
Let's sit out this dance. I'd like to smoke. Cigarette for you?
Yes, please. Goodness, it's nice to be able to get the cigarettes you want again, isn't it?
Uh-huh. But you know, I learned something during that cigarette shortage. By smoking whatever brand I could get, I learned that there really are differences in cigarettes. I found I liked Camels so much.
Yes, the experience of smoking whatever brands of cigarettes they could get during that wartime shortage taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Smokers' T-Zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tested brand after brand. It was then that Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness registered so enjoyably with smokers that
today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
yes, during that wartime shortage, people smoked whatever cigarette they could get. But when they could get, and again choose, millions chose Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Now, while you enjoy a Camel, Skinny Anna sings Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems, in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the loving I've missed. We pass on the street, the heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. Skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Here's the racetrack. Now, Saturday night is the deadline for income tax, and you've got to lose that money. Now, I'll tell you how to bet because you don't know a horse from the side of a barn. That I know.
I do, too. Test me.
All right. Look over there. What is that? A horse or the side of a barn?
Abbott, this time you're right.
See, you know absolutely nothing about horses. You don't study form. You don't know track conditions. And with no information whatever, do you know what can happen to you, Lou?
Yes, I can win.
You can Costello, to lose, you've got to play long shots. Now, I've got a horse that goes off at 20 to 1.
Well, let's hurry, Abbott. It's 12:30 now.
Oh, there's no hurry, no hurry. No hurry. He doesn't go off till 3 o'clock.
I thought you said he was going off at 20 to 1.
He is. He goes off at 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock.
How can he go off at 20 to 1 if he goes off at 3 o'clock?
Listen, no matter what time he goes off, it'll still be 20 to 1.
It'll still be 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock?
That's right.
Abbott, let me smell your hair.
What do you mean? Go ahead.
Uh-huh. No smell, just as I thought. You've been drinking the hair tonic again.
You cut that out, Costello. You've got to lose that money. Now, the smart thing to do is buy a dope sheet.
You can get smart from buying a dope sheet?
Certainly, if you have the dope, you're smart. Is that clear?
Oh, sure. The horse goes off at 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock.
Never mind that. Hey, I think that fellow over there is selling tip sheets. Let's ask him.
Say, mister.
Yes?
Do you sell tips on horses?
As Dr. Livingston said to Stanley, you came to the right place. I've got Joe's tip sheet, Henry's tips, Eddie's tips, and asparagus tips.
Asparagus tips?
That's for green horse players.
Well, we'll take Joe's tip sheet. Is it any good?
As the Queen of Sheba said to Solomon, it's wonderful.
Look, mister, forget that. We want a tip sheet that picks losers.
Losers? Well, if you want to lose, I've got a horse that goes off at 20 to 1.
At 3 o'clock?
No, 4:30.
Look, mister. Cut it out! Look, mister, as Dr. Jekyll said to Mr. Hyde, take a powder.
All right. Quiet, Costello. Mister, give us a copy of Joe's tip sheet.
Fine, there you are. And as young Dr. Malone said to Ma Perkins, that will be $5.
Okay. Now I'll be able to pick the horses.
Oh, you mean you want to use Joe's tip sheet to pick the horses? Well, in that case, you'll need a copy of Henry's tip sheet. You see, that explains what Joe's tip sheet is all about.
How much is that?
$10.
Okay, I'll take it. Let's go, Abbott.
Just a minute, Fatty. Can you read the code in Henry's tip sheet?
Oh, sure. I can read... What code?
Well, then you'll need Don's tip sheet, which explains the code on Henry's tip sheet, which picks the horses in Joe's tip sheet. That'll be $25.
Oh. Come on, Costello. We've got to make some bets and lose that money.
Nothing doing, Abbott. I can lose all my money right here. Here's $25.
Thank you. And as Mrs. Chips said to Mr. Chips, goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, Abbott.
Right.
I don't need this guy's tip sheets. I got something right special from the feed box.
What is it?
Oats. And they're delicious.
Now, look, Costello. Hey, they're skinning in it. Maybe you can give us a loser.
Hiya, fellas. Hey, what time is it?
3 o'clock.
Good. I got a horse that goes off at 20 to 1.
How can a horse go off at 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock?
Now, just a minute. I'm the straight man. Skinny, Costello's got a lot of money to lose. Do you know any slow horses?
Why, sure. Play Ashcan in the third.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure Ashcan is a slow horse?
Is he a slow horse? Boys, if Paul Revere had ridden Ashcan, you'd be doing your baseball routine about cricket.
About cricket? I wonder how it would sound. Whom is on first?
Come on, Costello. Let's call for the first race. Let's get a bet down.
I'm going to play Whirlpool. Here, mister, 500 on Whirlpool to win.
Hey, you got the bet down just in time, Costello. They're off. I hope Whirlpool doesn't win.
Abbott, the only way that horse could win is if he had an outboard motor attached to him. Well, he couldn't have won without it.
You idiot. Now you've got more money than ever to get rid of. Hey, look. Look at that lady's program and see what she's marking. Maybe she'll pick a loser.
Pardon me, madam. Could you sort of let me...
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello.
Oh, hello.
You fought, little mon, you. What are you doing here at the Roost Trough?
Roost Rock?
Oh, Abbott, you know what a roost rock is. That's where they ruin the hooses and the rooses.
I love to come to the trough and place my wagers with the bookmookers.
What a co-inky-dinky. I come here to drink Coca-Cola and eat Frankfurter and try to pick a wiener.
Well, it's been grand seeing you. I must be toddling along. As we say in French, je suis de la Pigalle in la qu'est-ce que c'est to you.
And a juicy dill pickle in the kisser to you, too.
Costello. Hey, Costello, we should come to the track more often. All the big movie producers come here, and we might make some good contacts.
Yes, while they're looking over the horses, they might think of a part for me. They might think of... What am I saying?
Well, hello, Mr. Abbott. Where are you going with that big bale of hay? Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. Oh, my, I just love the racetrack. You know, my late husband said I had the makings of a great horsewoman.
You're saying that wrong. Your husband said you had the makings of a great horse, woman.
Costello, you've just got time to play the third race. Now, look, let's try the old-fashioned method. Stick a pin in Mrs. Wetwash's program and play whatever you pick.
Okay, Mrs. Wetwash, may I borrow your hat pin?
Yes.
Thank you. Now hold up the program. I'll close my eyes and stab it with the hat pin.
There they go.
Costello, you stuck Mrs. Wetwash with a hat pin. Look, she's jumping the fence. She's out on the track.
At the corner, Mission Bell is going to the front. Busy Bee is second. Hey, just a minute, folks. There's an added starter out there. That's a strange-looking nag, but, brother, can she run?
Now you did it, Costello. Mrs. Wetwash is running in the race.
She'll probably win and pay a lot of money.
And the winner is the added starter, which has just been identified as Mrs. Wetwash. Isn't that a silly name for a horse?
It's a silly name for a woman. I wonder what she paid.
Mrs. Wetwash went off at 20 to 1 and came in at 3 o'clock.
How do you like that? Now the racetrack announcers are doing our routines, Abbott.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Beginning or the End. And for Camel fans everywhere, Marilyn sings...
When he don't sweet talk anymore, his kiss ain't like it was before. It's time you added up the score, my friend. That's the beginning of the end. He keeps you waiting for days, makes no excuse for being late. Wake up and recognize your fate, my friend. That's the beginning of the end. What he's doing to you, he did to me. But I was in love, so how could I see? Better be wise, better beware, or one of these days you'll turn around and he won't be there. Don't say that you never told. I know that character of old. When he starts straying from the fold, my friend, that's the beginning of the end. One of these days he'll turn around and he won't be there. Take it from me, I know that character of old. When he starts straying from the fold, my friend, that's the beginning of the end.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
This survey included doctors throughout America. 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors this question. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. If you're seeking rich, full-bodied tobacco flavor for your taste, if you're on the lookout for cool mildness for your throat, why don't you try a Camel now on your T-zone? See if you don't say, like millions of other smokers, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
Costello, we came to the racetrack today to lose money, and all you've done is win. Now, if you're stuck with that bankroll March 15th, you'll really be in trouble with your income tax.
I can't help it, Abbott. Gambling runs in my family. My Uncle Artie Stebbins was a big gambler, too. He once crossed a racehorse with a chicken.
You crossed a racehorse with a chicken?
Yeah.
What for?
So it could lay odds.
Like...
Pardon me, gentlemen.
What's this?
Would you like to buy a sweepstake ticket? They're 50 cents apiece.
Oh, sure. Here's $50. Give me 100 of them. Hey, wait a minute. The price marked on these tickets is $2. How can you afford to sell them so cheap?
The race was last year. Now, would you like to take a chance on this punch board? It pays 500 to 1.
Now, wait a minute. The punch board is all punched out.
I know, but where else could you get such beautiful odds?
Say, mister, who are you?
Now, let me think. Oh, I've got some business cards in my pocket. Would you mind reaching in and pulling one out? See, my hands are all covered with fingers.
Costello, there's something peculiar about this man. Look, he's wearing an iron watch chain, and it's 6 feet long.
Well, that's all right, Abbott. He's got a police dog in his pocket.
Pardon me, sir, but what are you doing here at the racetrack?
Oh, I own the Grace horse, Numbskull. My wife gave him to me for my birthday.
Your wife gave you a horse?
Yeah, she didn't want me to have anything sharp.
Your wife must write your jokes, too. You haven't had anything sharp in the last 2 minutes.
Well, gentlemen, I've got to go now. I've got to hang up my horse.
Hang up your horse?
Yes, he's a Mustang, and he must hang someplace.
Abbott, they ought to send that guy to the United Nations conference.
As a delegate?
No, it's a problem.
Oh. Come on, Costello. Let's take a look at his horse, Numbskull. He may be just the horse to lose your money on.
Oh, Louis Costello.
Costello, here's Marilyn Maxwell.
My, but you look pretty, Marilyn. That's a lovely dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's just something I threw on.
You must have flown a curve. You smell good, too.
Oh, that's my new racetrack perfume. Chanel, number 8 to 5. Gee, Louis, didn't we have fun in the movies last night?
Yeah. I thought Ray Milland was wonderful in that picture, California.
Mm-hmm. But I think you have a much better-looking map.
Than Ray Milland?
No, than California.
Hey, look, Costello. There's that daffy guy's horse, Numbskull.
What a cute little horse.
Come on, I'll introduce you to him. Numbskull, this is Marilyn.
Hey, look, Costello. Here comes Mrs. Wetwash.
Well, Costello, what horse is that?
This is Numbskull. Numbskull, meet Mrs. Wetwash.
Oh, what a clever horse. You know I love horses.
Oh, can't get any men to go out with, huh?
Now, listen, little fat boy. You embarrassed me this afternoon. But I'll forgive you for making me run in that claiming race. I hope you noticed that I won.
Yes, and I also noticed that nobody claimed you.
Well, come on, Mrs. Wetwash. Let's go make a bet on Numbskull. See you later, Louis.
Hey, look, Costello. There's a pretty little filly. She cost $3,000. Her name is Mignon.
$3,000 for a filly minion? That must include mushrooms and French fried potatoes.
And look at the next stall, Costello. There's a mare with a colt.
The mare has a colt?
Yes.
Well, if he's got a colt, why don't somebody give him a handkerchief? Get him some 4-way cold tablets or something.
No, he doesn't need tablets or a handkerchief. I'm talking about a colt. That mare has a colt. The trainer will take that colt and teach it to run.
They got to teach a colt to run?
Naturally.
Brother, when I get a colt, it runs all by itself.
Look, Lou. Here comes the groom with the horse's bridle. He's getting ready to lead her away by the halter.
Abbott, stop the wedding.
Stop the wedding?
Sure, by the time the horse's groom leads the bridle to the halter, that colt will start running and she'll sneeze right in that groom's kisser.
Come on, Costello. That's the post call for the last race. And you've got to bet on a loser to get rid of that money. Remember your income tax.
Abbott, I'm going to bet it all on Numbskull. I've been looking up his form. He's got to lose.
What does the form say?
Well, it says he was beater at Santa Anita. He was an also ran at Tanforan. He came home in the dark at Hollywood Park and showed a weakness in the Preakness.
Okay. Numbskull it is. Let's get the bet down.
Numbskull by 2 lengths. Banjo is second, and Bazooka is third.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
They're cutting into the stretch. Numbskull is in front by 3 lengths.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And the winner is Gertie's Corset.
Did you hear that, Costello? The winner was Gertie's Corset.
That was a tight squeeze. Well, we did it, Abbott. The money's all gone. I don't have to worry about no income tax.
Attention, everybody. Hold all tickets. There's been a disqualification. Gertie's Corset got rough in the stretch and broke in front of Numbskull.
How do you like that? They busted Gertie's Corset.
And here is the judge's decision. The officials are putting up Numbskull's number and taking down Gertie's Corset.
You hear that, Costello? Numbskull's number is up.
So is mine. Alcatraz, here I come. Come on, Abbott.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Louisville, Kentucky, USAAF Station Hospital, Bowling Field, Washington, D.C., U.S. Naval Hospital, Santa Margarita Ranch, Oceanside, California, U.S. Marine Hospital, Mobile, Alabama, and Veterans Hospital, Northport, Long Island, New York. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you didn't succeed in getting rid of that money, did you?
No.
So now you've got to pay income tax on it.
Oh, I don't care, Abbott. I'm a happy guy. I'm always happy in the springtime.
Say, that's right, Costello. Next week is the first day of spring. I have an idea. Let's get together next Thursday and plant a nice garden. I'll help you sow the seed.
Sow the seed?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Is it torn?
Now, wait a minute. Don't start that. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night,
Listen to Abbott and Costello next Thursday when Costello plants a spring garden. Don't miss it, because Bud and Lou are going to do their famous sow the seed routine.
Smokers, if you want to give your pipe real pipe appeal, pack your pipe with Prince Albert. Yes, just see if Prince Albert doesn't make your pipe extra appealing because it combines rich, full-bodied tobacco flavor with cool, tongue-easy mildness. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite and crimp cut to burn slow and even. So pack your pipe with good PA for pipe appeal. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco. Saturday night, hear Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, the rollicking, foot-tapping fun show that stars Red Foley, singer of American folk songs, and his guitar. Don't forget that Saturday night on NBC for Grand Ole Opry with Red Foley, the Duca-Paducah, and Minnie Pearl.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Abbott and Costello will soon be seen in the new Universal International picture, Buck Privates Come Home. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hello, I'm Mr. Delicious, the new spokesman for Rack's Restaurants. My job? To encourage you to enjoy tasty, affordable meals in a more mature dining environment. I know what you're thinking. He's a cartoon. And cartoons are mostly for people who wet their pants. But not Mr. D. He's a special cartoon for adults. And Mr. Delicious always carries this briefcase. Contents? Watch for me and visit Rack's. Tickety-dee.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thanks, David. Rosie, I think the network is, I think we got it.
What are we going to do about it?
You got me. Will you sing?
Okay. You got what I want. You're the answer to a dream. You got the charms that I adore. You're everything and much more. So So excuse my eyes if they start to gleam, for I like what I see, and what I see is quite a lot. When you're around, my feet don't touch the ground. Oh, what I want is what you got. You got what I crave. You're the firstest with the most. You got the lips I love to kiss. I never had so much bliss. I would like to state you're the perfect hostess. Paradise just can't be bought. How I desire the love in you inspire. Oh, what I want is what you got. You got. You got. Did you know that President Kennedy's lady doctor also prescribes for the nation's housewives?
Well, this is wonderful. The president's doctor's available to you girls now, huh?
Yes,
Great.
yes. Dr. Janet Travell, the White House physician, has released a set of rules for housewives so that they can keep in shape.
Well, I'd say that's right neighborly of her.
Yeah.
I'd say that.
Would you?
Yeah.
You ain't going to say the other part then, are you? Okay. We got to keep in shape, you know.
Oh, you girls are in pretty good shape already, wouldn't you say so, Ken?
Yes, for the shape they're in. Now,
Hey.
wait, Rosie. Now, wait
Jane
just a minute. Now, I'm sorry. You tell the ladies how they can stay fit. Go ahead.
Okay, here are the rules. According to Dr. Janet Travell, first of all, housewives should scramble their work.
They should scramble their work?
Yeah, mix it up. Don't spend all day cleaning, another day doing laundry, and a third ironing.
That's wrong, huh?
Well, by doing one particular job all day long, you use some muscles too much and others not enough. Dig?
Dig.
So scramble your work, girls.
Make sure you unscramble it, too, after you scramble it, wouldn't you? Don't leave it laying around.
Oh, yes, that's very important. But the big idea is to mix your tasks so that you don't neglect some muscles and overwork others. Shall we digress for a moment?
For what?
For a song.
You want a scrambled song or sunny side up?
I prefer a sunny one.
One up.
Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. No one could be sweeter than my sweetie when I meet her in the morning. Where the morning glories twine around the door, whispering pretty stories I long to hear once more. Strolling with my girlie where the dew is pearly early in the morning. Butterflies all flutter up and kiss each little buttercup at dawn. If I had Aladdin's lamp for only a day, I'd make a wish, and here's what I'd say. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. girly, where the dew's pearly early in the morning. Butterflies all flutter up and kiss each little buttercup at dawning. If I had Aladdin's lamp for a day, I'd rub that jug front and back and I'd say, nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina. Nothing could be finer to be in Carolina. North or South Carolina, dining, baby, with you.
Now, if your husband weighs quite a bit more than when you married him, be tactful. You don't tell him a fat man is far more likely to develop heart trouble. You don't mention that men have more heart attacks than women.
And don't serve him those rich desserts made with fats and sugar. Serve luscious, low-calorie desserts made with deserta gelatin, because deserta is made without sugar. A serving has only 12 calories, almost no calories compared with any other dessert, even fresh fruit.
Deserta lets you give a man the sweet desserts he loves anytime. Luscious, double helpings of deserta at dinner, a big dish of dessert at bedtime. Here's one sweet dessert you can have all you want.
Look for Deserta, D-Zerta gelatin desserts in the low-calorie section of your grocery store. Try Deserta puddings, too, all made without sugar.
Help your husband get his weight down. He'll like himself better, and so will you.
Time for Buddy Cole to dust off the keyboard to limber up at the piano.
These are musical interludes I look forward to, and I'm sure you folks do, too. Buddy's more than adroit at the harpsichord. He's nimble, this kid. Here's a question for you, Rosemary. What do you do when you get a cold?
I sneeze mostly.
Now, no ad-libbing. You're supposed to say...
I look for fast relief for my cold distress.
And to find out how to get that, listen.
Movie stars can't let cold and sinus congestion spoil their performance. So what do? Listen to Rod Cameron's answer.
When my head gets stopped up from cold and sinus trouble, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Then you feel better fast.
Tests show 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing, too. Right, Rod Cameron?
It sure is. With 4-way, I start to feel better right away.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package. Only 39 cents.
That smile so debonair, that sly come hither stare, that strips my conscience bare, it's witchcraft. And I've got no defense for it, the heat is too intense for it. What good would common sense for it do? 'Cause it's witchcraft, wicked witchcraft. And although I know it's strictly taboo, when you arouse the need in me, my heart says yes indeed in me. Proceed with what you're leading me to. It's such an ancient pitch, but one I wouldn't switch, 'cause no one can bewitch like you. It's such an ancient pitch, but one I wouldn't switch, 'cause no one can bewitch like you.
Oh, it's spooky in here, Bing. What happened to the lights?
Well, the fuse must have blown. I guess you better hold my hand. Oh, ouch, doggone. Who left that closet door open?
I don't know. Oh, thank goodness. There, the lights are back on.
Oh, yeah. Boy, did that ever hurt.
No wonder you bumped into the door. There's no room to squeeze by. Tell you what to do about it, Bing.
About this barking shin of mine?
No, about that open closet door. Replace it with an Easterner folding door. It's ideal where a regular door cramps your space.
You know, I might just take that advice. Tell me more.
Well, the Easterner, offered in fashionable colors, is made of flexible, full-length steel panels, laminated between two layers of washable vinyl. It's a snap to install and costs only $9.95 at department and drapery stores everywhere. And Bing,
Yes, Rosie?
you won't get any of this with an Easterner folding door. Its heavy-duty track and nylon slides operate smoothly, luxuriously, quietly for years. Made by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, who also make the famous Eastern Weave Lifetime Woven Aluminum Folding Door. It's excellent as a room divider, a backdrop, or other smart home decorating effects. If you want the name of your nearest dealer, just call his station.
Once in a while, will you try to give one little thought to me? Though someone else may be nearer your heart, once in a while, moments I shared with you, those moments before we two drifted apart. In love's smoldering ember, one spark may remain. If love still can remember, that spark may burn again. I know that I'll be contented with yesterday's memory, knowing you think of me once in a while. Contented with yesterday's memory, knowing you think of me once in a while.
So long, folks. Until next time.
Thanks for listening, friends.
A man, they say, is judged by the company he keeps. So, for that matter, is a woman. That should give a mighty high rating to our Bing and Rosie, because they keep pretty swell company here on the CBS radio network each weekday morning. The list includes Arthur Godfrey, Gary Moore, and Art Linkletter. How about you, keeping company with all of us often?
I'm Mr. Delicious. Did you know the value menu at Rack's features lots of adult-sized delectables for only 99 cents? That's right, and that's fortunate. You see, Mr. Delicious is, well, a little overextended. Perhaps the Rack's executives aren't paying him enough to compromise his integrity. On the other hand, you can't eat integrity, but you certainly can eat a hearty roast beef sandwich for 99 cents. Tickety-dee.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from the Veterans Administration Hospital at Long Beach, California, with Les Brown and his band of world-renowned. Our special guest, Bing Crosby. And here he is, Bob Hope.
On Christmas Day for these boys in the Veterans Hospital. As I look out amongst you, I can see the Christmas spirit everywhere. Red robes and green faces. And I said to Dr. Edwards, I'm looking forward to a great show today. Last time I was here, I found out how to make these guys laugh. He said, I know, Hope, but now we keep that stuff locked up. I thought this was a hospital, but I never saw such a healthy bunch of guys. In this place, you're not considered ambulatory till you pass the nurse you're chasing. And I noticed the modern trend in Veterans Hospitals. Now, new hospital beds have gadgets to do everything. One fellow pushed all the buttons at once to see what would happen. He's now drawing flight pay. He'll be in for a landing any day now. And you should see the way these guys speed around the corridors in their wheelchairs. I asked one patient how much longer he expected to be confined. He said, I've been cured for a month. Now all I got to do is serve out the last 90 days of my traffic sentence. And one patient even had a Christmas spirit while he was being bandaged. He turned to the doctor and said, before you wrap it, I'd like to put a card in it. And I watched one of the nurses decorating their Christmas tree in one of the wards. What a beautiful sight. And the limbs on the tree weren't bad either. One soldier took a look at the star on the top of the tree and he said, egad, is the brigadier general running this show, too? I think it was General Estabrook, I'm not sure. You can't blame Santa Claus for not wanting to show up at this hospital. Last year, when he stepped out of the fireplace in his red suit, 3 nurses and a doctor grabbed him, gave him a shot, threw him in bed and screamed, we don't care if you do have a beard, you'll be discharged when we're good and ready. I played Santa Claus for my kids. It was great. I had a real Santa Claus suit and came down a real chimney. It was exciting. They had a real fire. They had to beat me out with my own beard. But it's been a great day here at the Long Beach Veterans Hospital. I had dinner here, and can these patients eat? The chaplain said, say grace, and between saying grace, they were ready for dessert. They served 6 courses with 10-minute intermissions to carry out the wounded. Boy, they really went after the food. I said, how's the stuffing? And the guy stuck his head out of the turkey's mouth and said, fine. One guy at the table looked really beat. I said, you look like something the cat dragged in. He said, yeah, but he won't drag me out again. I ate him.
Oh, Bob, can I introduce our guest now?
Not yet, High. Grandpa Crosby can't come dashing out on the stage like he used to, you know. It takes a little preparation. They've got him backstage hanging upside down by his heels.
Well, it's silly, Bob. Why should Bing be hanging by his heels?
Well, he has to stay in that position till his chest slides back where it used to be. Then they rivet him into a pair of tight leather shorts so when they turn him right side up, there won't be an avalanche. But I got a right to be sore. Wait till I tell you what happened. It was yesterday afternoon. I was in a department store to buy a gift for Bing. Well, there's Santa Claus standing in the middle of the aisle. I'll go over and say hello to him. Well, jolly old Santa. Well, tonight's Christmas Eve, Santa. Are you going to get into your sleigh and sail over the housetops?
No, boy, I'm going to the rendezvous and fly around the chandelier. Merry Christmas, everybody. Put something in the pot, boy.
Oh, it's you, huh? Still working this racket, eh?
Oh, don't call this a racket, boy. Every cent I take in is for a noble organization. You've heard of the SPCA?
Oh, yes, the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals?
Yeah, well, this is for the HEPLS. The homeless coonie birds of Lower Frangipani. Frangipani? Where's that? I've never been able to find out. I hope I locate it. I'd hate to be stuck with all this money. Merry Christmas, everybody. Now, wait a minute. Anyway, boy, I'm not a crook. I'm really one of the store detectives. I watch the customers to see they don't steal anything.
Oh, you're a store detective?
That's right.
That's like making King Farouk house mother at Vassar.
Now, boy, I only dipped in for a few dollars to give to my poor old mother. The little old lady's sight's failing, and she needs a pair of eyeglasses desperately for her work.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is her work?
She forges unemployment checks.
Oh, pardon me. Here comes a guy I don't want to meet. What'll I do?
Just crouch down behind the counter then he goes by. That's it there. Now he won't see you. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hello, mister. Say, aren't you Bing Crosby?
Well, that's close enough. I see you're accepting contributions, Santa. I'd like to add mine to the pot. Here. Some contribution a can of Minute Maid. Perhaps you can help me, Santa. I don't know the store very well around here, and I'm looking for a present for a friend of mine, Bob Hope.
Well, you know him better than I do. Why don't you buy him whenever he needs the most?
Well, now that's an idea. Yeah. Where can I get a large package of talent? Look who's talking. If he's in my next road picture, he'd be pushing a broom in a cart. I've got to get something for Yogurt's boy. I was going to buy him I really thought I'd buy him some shorts, but they don't have a size big enough for him. The only size they had were large, very large, and across the wide Missouri. You've noticed this lad is requiring quite a bit of real estate toward the rear. No. He's the low, rambling ranch type himself. I hate to try to back him into a two-car garage on a foggy night. He had the knife out and couldn't open the blade. I'd like to open one on you, but where'd you get that little ad lib on, man? I can feel it right between my...
It shouldn't be hard to think of a present for your friend. Think of it the other way around. What's the one thing you'd like to receive from Bob Hope?
A postcard from a concentration camp in Siberia. Now listen, I heard everything you said. I was hiding right behind the counter. Well, look who's here. Paramount's bad guest. I just found out your true character, you lopsided lon. Oh, no, here. Ease off your clever hips. I punch you right. I don't see that. Just a minute. I punch you right on that nose of yours, but I never start anything that's already finished. Look, avocado top. Yeah, if that head was any smaller, you could use a plumber's friend for an umbrella. Plumber's friend here. Put your hat on. That's all you need. Plumber. Oh, that's champion. Hey, Junior, I don't understand. I think that's the critic from the Long Beach Press Telegram. I don't understand all this indignation, Junior. What do you expect me to give you for Christmas? Miss America wrapped in cellophane or something? Stop bragging. You couldn't get within a mile of Miss America with Errol Flynn on a leash. I'm going to settle this question once and for all, Murgatroyd. Thank you. Montrose. Claude. I shall demonstrate to all concerned just who is the biker and who has the generous heart in this team. Now, for your Christmas gift from me, I want you to pick out anything in the place. Very generous ad-libbing. No, I mean it. I mean it. Young lady.
Yeah.
I'll take that. No. You worked on anything. Well, I mean that $300 set of silver over there. Just wrap it up as my present to Mr. Holt. To me? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I'll top that. Oh. As my present to him, lady, wrap up a $500 set of silverware. I'll raise my gift to you to $750. Well, I'll raise mine to you to $1,000. And here's my check to pay for it. 1,000 even.
Thank you, sir.
Now, get up your loot things.
Oh, Mr. Crosby doesn't have to pay.
Of course not. Wait. Wait. What goes on here? I'm the shill of the silverware department, lad. You're the shill? Yes. Gary owns the store. There are many wonderful Christmas stories, such as those written by Dickens and Hans Christian Andersen. But tonight we're going to present a story of Christmas that has never before been told. It's the tale of Bingsy and Bobsy, who, whether you can imagine it or not, were once young. Let us go back through the years. At the home of the Hopes in Cleveland, there is a tiny new arrival.
Look at him, Dad, laying on his little blanket. Isn't he just what you wanted for Christmas?
No.
To tell the truth, Ma, what I really wanted was a pinball game.
Oh, now that's silly. A pinball game doesn't grow up and stay with you through the years.
Maybe not, but at least it has all its marbles.
Remember, Pa, before the baby came, you went out and bet $50 it would be a boy, and I bet $50 it would be a girl.
Yeah. That's $100 we'll never see again.
Look, just... What's that mean? Wait. Look at his little face smiling up at us. Goo. Sonny. Goo. Again, Sonny. Goo. Isn't it cute? Sonny, tell me, what would you like for Christmas?
The new lines I'm laying an egg with is goo. Yes, sir, we hoped for a wonderful family. Mama was a fine woman till her desire for riches got the best of her, and she turned used car dealer. She had an idea that would have made a fortune if they hadn't caught her at it. She was soldering pennies on the front of Fords and selling them for Lincolns. Automobiles, that was all my folks ever thought of. As a baby, I never had any talcum powder. They jacked me up twice a week and Simonized me. The first Christmas I really remember was when I was 7 years old. A new family moved in next door, and I went over to make friends with a little boy. Hi there. Hi. What's your name? Harold Lillis Crosby. Well, brush your hair back out of your eyes so I can see it. You can tell this is a fantasy. Oh, fantasy. Santa's coming tonight. What do you want for Christmas? I can't have anything. We're very poor. Are you really poor? Yeah, we don't have anything except what my brother Larry brings in on Saturday night. What's that? My brother Everett. What do you want to be when you grow up? Well, most kids want to be an engineer in a big train and go lickety-split. An engineer in a big train and go lickety-split? Yeah, but that's stupid. I want to be a singer. Listen. That old black magic's got minutes, well. That old black magic that I know so well. Ba-ba-ba-boo, ba-boo, ba-ba-ba-boo, ba-boo. What do you want to be when you grow up? Engineer and go lickety-split and run over you? Come on. Oh, poor little fella. I couldn't forget the pitiful figure he made, standing there, his face pinched with cold, his cheeks blue, and big holes in his money belt. All little Bing wanted for Christmas was a pair of skis. I knew he wouldn't get them, so I started to whittle him a pair. But the Crosbys moved away. I didn't see Bing for years. Then one day he walked into my backyard and said, "Hi. Where you been?" "Well, we moved to Spokane, where I finished grammar school, high school, then I enrolled in Gonzaga University, from which I graduated with high honors. From there, I went to the Sorbonne in Paris, where I studied for her, and I acquired my master's degree in music. What have you been doing?" "I finished your skis." This is double dandy. I don't ski, but they'll keep me from falling down open manholes. Say, who's this cute bit of fluff coming through the gate? Hey.
Yoo-hoo, Bobby.
Oh, she's my fiance. She's so crazy about me, she thinks I'm the only guy in the world.
Hello, Bobby. I just thought I'd come over. Well, who's this? Over the river, darling.
Skip the gutter. Fluffy up your feathers, will you? I'm a chicken inspector. We really go back.
Oh, 20 feet to do.
I'm Kid Pepper. You can't shake me. Squeeze me, kid. Squeeze me, kid. I'm a lemon. The ushers will now pass among you with tums. You're quite a dish, honey. I'm in a generous mood today. You may kiss me if you like.
Oh, thank you. Oh, come on, honey. Let's go where we can be alone.
I decided I couldn't let him get away with that, so I yelled, "Hey, come back here, you." "Yeah, what do you want?" "You forgot your skis." I didn't see Bing for several years, but he told me he never made any money till the Carnation Company hired him. Crosby's voice made the cows contented. When he sang, they turned to each other and say, "Thank goodness, Matilda, that didn't come out of me." You're speaking of the tonsils I love. I'll take over from here, Robin. To make a name for myself, I went to New York, where I did rather well. I got quite a jolt one day on Broadway when a shabby derelict shuffled up to me and said, "Hey, mister, you got $1 for a cup of coffee?" If I'm a bum in this thing, I may as well be a high-class one. Get away from me, you panhandler. You ought to be ashamed. Haven't you any higher ambition than this? Yeah. What is it? I want to be an engineer in a big train and go lickety-split. Yes, me. I'm in awful shape. Can you help me? I'm sorry, but I've worked hard here in New York for what I've attained. Had you applied yourself as I did, you might have achieved a place for yourself on Broadway as I have. Now, on your way. Go along. I'm busy. Okay. Here you are. Get your morning paper and order head of the Times Express Bureau. I took pity on Bob, and I added him to my vaudeville act when my seal died. The skin fitted him perfectly, and I soon taught him to sit up, clap his flippers. Oh, what an act it was. By the light, by the ever-loving light of the silvery moon. It rhymes with June and croon and spoon and goon, unless my band is out of tune. Say, Joe. Yeah, Mo? Did you hear what the fella said when he buried the light bulb under the ice house? No, what did the fella say when he buried the light bulb under the ice house? Mazda's in the cold, cold ground. That night was Christmas Eve in the little theater we were playing in Kansas. Christmas Eve, a time of warmth and good fellowship, especially among homeless actors. As we sat in our dressing room after the performance, the door opened. The manager of the theater stuck his head in with a genial gleam in his eye. He smiled and said, "You no-talent jerks are fired." Fired? For what? That ain't enough of your act this fast, but ever since you've been here, we've been missing popcorn from the machine in the lobby. And all we understand your agent is living here in the dressing room with you. A pack of lies. We never stole anything out of the lobby. And our agent's never been in this room. Just pack up and get out. Well, open the trunk. Gee, thanks, fellas. It's hard to breathe through all that popcorn. We all know what followed. The two boys made picture after picture for Paramount. And now, to crown their achievements, they are summoned to the office of Y. Frank Freeman, the president of Paramount Studios, who is about to appoint an executive director. May the best man win. Hey. Well, hello, boys. Well, hello, Mr. Freeman. How are you, boys? I won't keep you waiting because I know you're anxious to know my position. Naturally, executive director is an important job. So we chose the man with the most talent. Swell, where's my desk? And the man who was most charming and handsome. A very clear description of me. Say it, Junior. Go ahead, beat it. So I want you both to meet the man we selected. Well, don't stand there. Hand me the waste paper. Oh, no! Frankie, what are you doing at Long Beach? Well, the shrimp boat's landed, and I fought my way out of the net. Season's best. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Mr. D again. Our subject, Value Express combos at the Rax drive-thru. These tasty delights are priced in low, even dollar amounts, so there's no change. That's just grand, because Mr. Delicious just had some rather delicate surgery. If there's no change, he doesn't have to squirm so much to put it back in his pocket, now does he? He just grabs his combo and drives ever so slowly over the speed bump. Tickety-dee.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, the first and only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to forgery detail. 2 men have been passing bad checks in your city. You have descriptions of both of them. You know the names on the checks. Your job, get them. First, we read you the 6 months report, then the 8 months report. Now, here is 10 full months of scientific evidence on smoking Chesterfields.
A medical specialist is making regular bi-monthly examinations of a group of people from various walks of life. 45% of this group have smoked Chesterfields for an average of over 10 years. After 10 full months, almost a year now, the specialist reports he observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield.
That's the report. And Chesterfield is the first and only premium quality cigarette throughout, in both regular and king size. Fine tobaccos, the world's best, kept tasty and fresh, wrapped in the finest cigarette paper money can buy. Yes, everything that goes into your Chesterfield makes it the premium quality cigarette. And it's the only cigarette that gives you scientific evidence of real smoking pleasure. Try much milder Chesterfield today. They're best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, April 8th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of forgery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Welsh. My name's Friday. We were on the way back from the main jail, and it was 9:46 a.m. when we got to room 29. Forgery.
Well, that wraps that one up.
Yeah. When are we going to arraign him?
Oh, figure day after tomorrow.
Okay. Well, let's get started on these other crime reports, huh?
Yeah.
Friday, Smith?
Yeah, Skipper.
See you a minute?
Sure.
Sit down.
What's up, Skipper?
How's the Clemens thing going?
Well, we just talked to him. Says he'll plead guilty.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want you to take a look at this.
Okay. Oh, border checks, huh?
Yeah. I want you two to go to work on it.
Are we going to work with Saunders and Bomey on it?
I want you to take it over.
Well, is there a case in it?
Yeah, but we got a call from San Francisco last night. They got Richards up there.
Oh?
At least they know he's operating in the Bay Area. Saunders and Bomey left last night. They've been on that one for the last year. Looks like they can clean it up. They get back before you bust this, they'll give you a hand.
Well, what's the pitch on it, Skipper?
It's all there.
Let's take a look, huh, Joe?
Mm-hmm. Sure a bunch of paper.
Near as we can figure, they've been working a little over a year.
Yeah. All the checks are drawn on big companies here. You any idea where they're getting them?
No, not yet.
How far we got on it?
Saunders and Bomey have been working on it. They got about halfway through the list of print shops in the city. Then this thing up north came up.
Mm-hmm. Let me see some of the checks,
Oh,
will you, Joe?
Sure, here.
You got rubber companies, oil companies, department stores, aircraft.
How about the ID when they pass them?
The works, driver's licenses, social security cards, lodge cards. Looks legit enough. Been a lot of people taken.
Descriptions always match, do they?
Close enough, yeah. Now and then there's a little difference, but they all match up close enough. Still using the same bad border.
Uh-huh.
You notice that even though they changed the name of the company on the check, changed the heading all around, they use the same border on all of them.
Yeah, I see.
Look, there in the lower left-hand corner. See?
Yeah. Plate's broken. Little break in the border.
Mm-hmm.
All the checks they pass have the same thing.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't notice it unless you're really looking for it, would you?
Well, that's it. All the reports are there. Everything that's been done. It's in your lap now. Need anything, let me know.
Right. Okay, Skipper, we'll get right on it. Well, from the package here, sure looks like they're scoring good, doesn't it?
How much they gotten?
Well, let's see. Figures about $70,000.
Huh. All the bulletins we put out. Know the people you cash checks for.
Yeah.
70,000. It's a lot of money, isn't it?
Sure is.
If people would just read those bulletins. They never learn, huh?
10:02 a.m. We started through the package. The check forgers had been working for over a year. They'd passed phony checks all over the southern part of the state. The amounts on the checks varied from $50 to $275. They carried 10 different endorsements. The names and signatures had been run through our files, but we'd gotten no identification. The writing had been checked by Don Meyer, but there were no examples in the files that matched. During the next 2 days, we finished canvassing the print shops in the area in an attempt to find where the bad checks were being printed. We came up with no new information. Additional circulars were gotten out to all stores and check cashing agencies in the area, giving the description of the two men and lists of the companies the checks had been drawn upon. Photographs of the checks pointing out the border defect were also distributed. 2 weeks went by. No results. Informants had been checked and rechecked. Known forgers had been questioned. The victims of the forgers had been shown the mug books. They failed to make any identification. From what they'd told us, we had the artist in the crime lab draw up a composite picture of the two men. Copies of these were distributed to the people and organizations most likely to cash the phony checks. Lieutenant Saunders and Sergeant Bomey finished their investigation up in San Francisco and joined us in the search for the forgers. Tuesday, April 27th, 10:14 a.m. Frank and I checked back into the office. Lousy thing.
Yeah. Clutch was out. You know, I thought it was a pin. Sure felt like it. Funny feeling when you press down, there's nothing there.
Did he say when it would be ready?
I thought he could have it for us in the morning. I'll check the business office and get another car.
Yeah, we'll try to get a good one, huh? Last one we drew was about to fall apart.
Yeah.
I'll get it. Forgery Friday. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, that's right. What? Uh-huh. What was that address again? Yes, ma'am, I have it. Yeah. Yeah, well, do everything you can. Yes, ma'am. Right away. And get your coat.
What is it?
Check cashing agency out on Pico. The guy's there now. Frank and I left the office and checked out another car. We drove out to the check cashing agency on Pico. It was located near a large tool and die plant, and they advertised that they cashed payroll checks. 10:33 a.m. We parked the car and went into the store.
You the police?
Yes, ma'am. Are you the one that placed the call?
I sure am. I stalled him like you said. That's him back there.
Uh-huh.
I told him that he'd have to wait for the manager to get back and open the safe. He got pretty huffy about it at first. Then he said he'd wait. I think he's been drinking.
Yes, ma'am. All right, we'll talk to him.
He's the one. You'll see. I spotted him right away. Took one look at him, and I knew he was the one you'd been looking for.
All right, ma'am. Let's go.
Sure fits the description.
He's the one.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You wanted to cash a check, did you?
Yeah, that's right.
Wonder if we could see your identification.
Young lady has it.
Here it is. His driver's license and his Social Security card.
All right, thank you. Leslie P. Bergen, is that right?
That's what it says.
Yeah, we've seen it before.
Wonder if we could see that check,
You
please.
bet. I'll get it for you.
Well, look, there's no reason to make a federal case out of this. Give me the check and I'll go someplace else. I tell you, though, you act like this to everybody who comes in here, you ain't going to stay in business long.
Yeah.
Here you are, officer. Here's the check.
What's she talking about?
What?
Officer. She called him officer. What are you, cops?
You called it. How about it, Joe?
Yeah, broken border. Where'd you get this check, mister?
Well, what do you mean, where did I get it? They gave it to me at the plant.
Gave you this check, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Say, what's this all about anyway? How come you guys are so interested?
I wonder if we could see what you got in your pockets.
No, I don't have to show you. It's none of your business.
You been drinking, mister?
None of your business. You got no call to act like
All right,
this.
come on. Let's see what's in your pockets.
Well, what's that going to prove?
Now, look, Bergen, if you haven't done anything wrong, then you got no reason not to show us, have you?
Yeah? Oh, all right.
Put the things here on the counter.
All right. You guys going to regret this, you know.
Is that right?
You just bet. I got a lot of friends in pretty high places, and they're going to hear about this. You guys be sorry you ever started this.
All right, come on. You can go a little faster than that, can't you?
All right, here. Here's some keys, change, money clip.
All right, pick up the money and keep that with you. Now, just the money. Now the back pockets.
Back pockets?
That's right. We want to see what's in them, too.
Well, all righty. I'm glad to cooperate with the law. Nice to know you guys are this alert. I'm glad to know you're doing your duty.
Yeah, come on. Let's get to those back pockets, shall we?
Say, what's your name?
Friday.
Cop, huh?
That's right.
Friday, huh? Yeah, what's your first name?
Joe.
Joe Friday.
That's right. Now, come on. Get the stuff out of your back pockets, will you? Stall long
I bet
enough.
you think I'm trying to hide something in there, huh? Well, you're wrong. I got nothing to hide. There's my wallet, comb, that's all.
This key here?
Yeah?
Keys to your car?
No, I don't have her.
Oh, that's not true, officer. I saw him drive up. That's his car out in front, the red Ford.
Is that right, Bergen?
Well, now, maybe it is, and then maybe again it isn't.
You want to check on it, Frank?
Yeah.
Here's the keys.
All right.
I hate to think of it. I really do.
What's that?
Trouble you guys are going to get into when my friends in high places hear about this.
Yeah, sure. Let's look at your wallet, huh?
Why, you bet. Always glad to cooperate with the law.
No, you hold it. Just open it up. Any money in it?
I told you the money's in the money clip. Right here. You told me to keep it. You don't remember very well, do
Well,
you?
these your cards here? Business cards?
Let me see.
Here.
Yeah, certainly. They're mine.
Leslie Paul Bergen, business advisor. I thought you said you worked at the plant.
Part-time job. What's your name?
Friday.
What's your first name?
Joe, I told you.
Joe Friday, huh? Gotta remember that and tell my friends in high places.
How about your coat pockets? Anything in them?
Well, cigarettes, maybe handkerchiefs, some matches. That's about all.
All right, let's see them.
All righty. Sure nice to know that we got officers like you, always doing your duty. Yeah, see? Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you say you got this check?
What check?
This one here, the one you tried to cash.
Oh, yeah, that check.
Yeah, that check. That's the one.
Well, I got it from a friend. He asked me to cash it for him. Just so happened I had the money, so I did. Anything wrong with cashing a check for a friend?
How come the check's made out to you?
They always make checks out to me. Always do down at the plant.
Now, look, mister, you got your stories all mixed up here. Let's go downtown and get this thing straightened out, shall we?
Joe.
Yeah.
We hit it. 23 checks all made out to him. Found them in the glove compartment of the car. The car's registered to a Leslie R. Doyle.
What's his name?
Smith.
First name?
Frank Smith.
What is this?
No, he's a happy drunk.
Oh.
These checks yours, Doyle?
Well, let me see. Never saw those in my life.
Well, we found them in your car.
Oh, I certainly don't understand that. In my car?
Yes,
huh?
that's right. Now, come on, let's go downtown.
Where are we going?
Downtown.
What's your name?
Smith, Frank Smith.
Phony name. You wait till my friends hear about this, policeman using your alias. My friend's going to hear about this, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, in high places.
10:57 a.m. The suspect admitted that his true name was Leslie Doyle and that the car belonged to him. We took him to the city hall. Frank ran the name through R&I, but we got no make on him. His prints were rolled, but there was no record on him. A communication was gotten off to George Brereton, CII Sacramento, and one was sent to Washington. 11:30 a.m. We took him to the interrogation room to question him.
I told you, I don't know where the checks came from.
They were found in your car.
So they were found in my car. That mean they're mine?
Looks like you had something to do with it. They all were made out to you, the phony ID you got there.
Well, maybe it's a joke. Maybe it's somebody's idea of a gag.
Well,
huh?
it's not very funny, is it, Doyle?
Well, you don't have to tell me. Say, you got another aspirin. My head's coming apart.
Frank, you got
Yeah. Here.
Yeah, thanks. Got some water?
I'll get some for you.
No, never mind. I'll take it without. Thought you might have a tap here.
What?
Sure. You turn it on and let it drip, and then you don't give people none until they answer your questions.
Yeah, sure.
You take pills like I do, you get to the point where the only important thing is to get them in your stomach.
All right. Now, how about the checks, huh?
I told you 100 times I don't know anything about
Then
them.
maybe we better fill you in, huh?
Yeah, go ahead. I like to hear.
We got you for trying to pass a check this morning, didn't we? You want to cop out to that?
So maybe one check. Like I said, that's no crime. I cashed it for a guy. Maybe it was the same guy who planted the other ones.
Oh, why don't you come off it, Doyle? Let's stop playing games here. We made you for the forgeries, and you know it. Your description matches the one we got. You turn up with 23 checks made out to you, all drawn on different companies. The border on the checks matches the ones we're looking for. We got witnesses who identify you. Now, why not save a lot of time and admit it? Come on, Doyle. Doyle?
Don't look like there's any other way, does it?
Not from here.
Well, if I cop out, will it help any?
What do you mean?
Like you said, now let's stop playing games. Will it help me out any?
You're liable for 1 to 14 on each count.
If I help?
All we can do is see that it's marked down that way.
That's all?
That's all.
Well, then I got nothing to lose by not talking.
That's the wrong way to look at it.
You guys haven't come up with any other way.
We don't make deals, Doyle. You know that.
Well, all right. I'll play it that way, too.
Now, let's get this 510, huh? Your true name, Leslie Richard Doyle?
Yeah.
Charge suspicion 470 PC, forgery, April 27. Where do you live, Doyle?
I told you once.
Well, tell us again, would you?
19,540 North Edge Hill Avenue.
Is that a private home?
No, it's an apartment.
What's the number?
Say, you got another aspirin. This headache's the worst one I ever had.
Don't worry, they're going to get worse. We continued to talk to Doyle. He told us that he'd come from back east about a year and a half ago. He said that he'd never been arrested and he had no record. He refused to tell us who his confederate was in the forgery operation, and he told us that we'd get no help from him in proving that he was mixed up in it. We booked him at the main jail, and then we got in touch with Lieutenant Saunders and Sergeant Bomey. Together with them, we arranged a special show-up. The victims of the forgers were asked to be present, and 12 of them gave us a positive identification of Doyle as the man who'd victimized them. The others said that he was not the man. When confronted with this information, Doyle confessed to being one of the men involved, but he still refused to name his accomplice. A week went by. Each day we questioned Doyle. Gradually, we pieced together a picture of their operation. Doyle still refused to tell us where we could find his partner. The kickback from Washington and Sacramento arrived, but gave us no new information. All known friends and associates of Doyle were checked out. From them, we found out that Doyle did work with another man, but that none of the witnesses could identify him. The rumble was that the two men had split up because of Doyle's drinking. We were able to get little other information on the missing partner. Wednesday, May 5th, 11:40 a.m. Frank and I checked into Captain Welsh's office.
How about it?
No, nothing, Skipper. He says that he knew Doyle, but he doesn't know the other man.
Any of the other leads pan out?
No, none of them.
Where do you go from here?
Well, talking to Doyle's friend, we found out they used to hang out down there on Wilshire and Olympic. You know that area down there?
Yeah.
Well, Frank and I have been talking it over. Looks like about the only way to bring him out is to go looking for him.
Yeah, so you guys go down there, eh?
Well, we checked on that. The bunch down there aren't too chummy. They don't talk to strangers much, so we figured that maybe the best idea would be for one of us to go undercover. Maybe pose as a thief, buy our stolen goods, something like that. We might get a line on them that way.
Yeah, might work.
Well, not much choice now. We've tried about everything else.
Well, which one of you is going to do it?
Well, I thought maybe I'd be the one.
No, I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Why not, Skipper? Joe took the last one.
Yeah, but didn't you work that area when you were in Vice?
Yeah, but that was a couple of years ago.
Still might be some people down there who remember you. You better take this one on Friday.
All right.
When do you figure to start?
I thought in the morning.
Okay, work out the way you're going to keep in contact. All the details will give you the help you need to swing it.
Right, Skipper.
I don't know, Joe. Seems like you're always the one to draw this duty. Ought to be my turn sometime.
I'll trade with you.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action. Smokers all over America are changing to Chesterfield because Chesterfields are premium quality throughout in both regular and king size.
King size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king size cigarette. That's certainly important to every king size smoker. Of course, it's the same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. There's absolutely no difference, except that king-size Chesterfield gives you more than a fifth longer smoke.
So remember, the modern way to sell cigarettes is the Chesterfield way. first and only cigarette with premium quality in both regular and king size.
Chesterfield is much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Thursday, May 6th, 9:30 a.m. I left my apartment and went down to the vicinity of Wilshire and Olympic. I spent an hour wandering around the bars in the area, and then I checked into a small hotel down on South Hill. I registered as Joe Kelvin from Phoenix, Arizona. I told the clerk that I was in town on business and that I'd be there as long as it took me to conclude the deal I was working on. I spent the afternoon in a bar on 4th Street, and I got friendly with a bartender. I asked him if he knew Leslie Doyle, and he told me that he'd seen him around, but that he didn't know him very well. I asked if he'd ever seen Doyle with another man. He said that he had, but he didn't know who he was. The bartender went on to say that the two men had frequent arguments and that they usually ended up with the other man walking out and Doyle going on a drunk. He told me that I might be able to get some additional information on the man in a cafe over on 5th Street. I spent the next 3 days wandering around that area, eating my meals in the restaurant. At the end of that time, I had no new leads. Frank, Saunders, and Bomey were still working on the case, and Frank told me that the bad border check passing was still going on. Further conversations with Doyle netted them nothing. At the end of a week, I'd gotten to know one of the waitresses at the restaurant, and she indicated that she knew Doyle's partner, that she knew him merely as Mac. She was unable to tell me where I could find him. I got in touch with Frank Smith, and he ran the name through the moniker file in R&I, but he got no make. Friday, May 14th, 10:56 a.m. I stopped for breakfast.
Morning, Joe.
Hi, Agnes.
What'll it be this morning?
Well, let's see. Orange juice, couple of eggs, toast, and coffee. Huh?
Eggs sunny side up?
Yeah. How's the bacon?
Great, just like always.
All right, couple of pieces.
Yeah.
Want to bring the coffee right away?
Yeah.
Is that the morning paper?
Yeah.
Thank you. What happened to the sports page?
Here. You don't look good this morning, Dad and I.
Yeah. I had trouble getting to sleep last night.
Mm-hmm. How's the deal coming?
Oh, all right. I should line it up in a couple of days.
What business you in, anyway?
Oh, you could call me kind of a broker, I guess.
That right?
Yeah. Coffee's good and hot.
Yeah. Just what does that mean,
What, the coffee?
being a broker?
Oh, I buy things for a price and I resell them for more.
Things you buy. They hot?
Well, why do you ask that?
Just wondered. Rumbles around that you're in town buying stolen stuff.
Is that right?
That's what they say. Is it true?
I don't know. I haven't been talking to the same people as you.
That the reason you want to get in touch with Mac?
Well, look, if I answer that, I've answered the first question, haven't I?
Yeah. Is that the reason, Joe?
Oh, it might be. Where's the sports page? Is it around? Why, do you know where I can get in touch with him?
I like you, Joe.
Yeah, well, I think you're nice, too. I'd like to have the sports page if you could find it for me.
No, I mean it. I think you're all right.
Well, thanks, Agnes. That's nice of you to say that.
You've never tried to get fresh. Different from most of the guys that come in here.
Is that right?
Sure. Guys all the time getting fresh, asking me out. Not you, Joe. You got a girl in Phoenix?
Oh, I might have, yeah. I haven't been back for a while, you know.
Mm-hmm. Lucky girl. What's she like, Joe?
Who's that?
Girl in Phoenix.
Oh, I guess she's a little like you. She's a nice girl.
You want to get married?
Well, I don't know. It kind of depends on this deal here I'm working on.
It'd be nice if you got married. I'm going to get married someday.
That'll be nice.
It'd be real nice if you got married. Depends on this deal, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I'll tell you how to get in touch with Mac.
11:14 a.m. I continued to talk to Agnes. She told me that she didn't know where Mac lived, but that she could put me in touch with a man who might. She gave me the address, and I drove over to the place. It was a rooming house on South Vermont. I talked to the man. He told me that he'd seen Mac during the past week and that as far as he knew, the suspect was still living in an apartment house on 7th Street. 1:15 p.m. I called the office, and Frank Smith came out to meet me. We arrived at the apartment house and talked to the manager, Mrs. Nancy Holmes. She told us that she had a tenant named McLean who answered the description we gave her. She told us that McLean had lived in the apartment for the past 8 months. She went on to say that she didn't know what business he was in, but that up until a few weeks ago, he was in the company of a man called Doyle. Her description of the man matched that of the suspect. 2:46 p.m. In the company of the manager, we went through McLean's apartment. We found 14 checks made out to him, and all of them drawn on large companies. All of them had the same broken printed border. Frank and I waited for him to return. 5:32 p.m.
What are you doing here?
Your name Gene McLean?
Yeah, who are you?
Police officers.
These checks here.
Where'd you get those?
On the desk over there.
You got no right to go through my things.
We'll talk about that downtown. Come on, let's go.
Now, look, maybe you guys made a mistake, huh? Maybe you got the wrong fella. Can't we work something out? It's a pretty good thing. There's enough for everybody. I'm sure we can make a deal, huh? No reason to act like this.
Where's the press, mister?
Huh?
The press you print these up on. Where is it?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about a press. I don't even know what you're talking about.
It won't work, McLean. We got Doyle.
What's he told you?
All we need.
Well, then he's told you where the press is, too.
We're asking you about that, mister.
Well, like I said, I don't know what you're talking about.
You drive a car, McLean?
Yeah.
Where'd you park it?
On the street. No garages in this crummy place.
No, that's not true, Mr. McLean.
Oh, keep your nose out of this. You've been spouting off too much already.
That's not true, Mr. McLean. I heard everything from the hall. These officers asked me some questions, and I answered them. Police have never given me any trouble. 10 years I've been managing this place. Never had no trouble before. Now you come in here and louse things up.
Turn it off. Come on, let's get out of here.
Now, you just wait a minute. Come in here and call this a crummy place. You didn't know I heard you, did you? Well, I did. Listen, officer, he's lying when he says he doesn't have a garage. He may keep his car out on the street. Maybe that part's true, but he's got a garage. You just bet he has.
Come on, let's get out of here. Stick around here and listen to this loony old bag. She's cracking up.
Where is the garage, ma'am?
I'll show you. It's just down the street. It's an old place. They rent it from the Pearsons just down the street. I'll show you.
Crummy old bat. Real harpy. Sticking her nose in where it don't belong.
Don't you talk to me like that. I don't know what it is that these officers are looking for.
Yeah?
But I'll just bet they'll find it there.
6:27 p.m. Mrs. Holmes showed us down the street to a garage set behind a large house. The door was locked, but McLean produced the key. We went over the place, but we found nothing. 6:55 p.m.
Satisfied now? Told you there wasn't anything wrong. I told you you wouldn't find anything here.
It's got to be here someplace, Joe.
Yeah. How long you had this place, McLean?
A couple of months.
Well, we can check the owner on that.
Aren't you guys ever going to give up? You maybe got me in custody, but that don't mean you're ever going to be able to prove anything.
I think maybe we'll be able to.
Joe.
Yeah.
Take a look here. On the floor.
Look
here, see the old wooden floor, and most of the nails are all rusted over. And right here, they look pretty new. Looks like the wood's been moved.
How about this, McLean?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Grab that hammer, will you, Frank, over there?
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
All right. Now maybe we can take a look.
You guys are wasting your time. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, well, it's our time. Don't you worry about it. You want to give me a hand here, Frank?
Yeah.
All right. You got it?
I got it.
All right.
It's all dug out down there.
Yeah. Let's take a look. There's something down there. How about this, McLean?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The press, huh?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Package over here. Let's see what's in it.
Look, you got no right to come in here and tear up the place. I'm going to see a lawyer about this.
How about it, Joe?
Yeah. Printing press. Take a look.
Huh. Engraver's plates. Look, here's the broken border.
Yep. All right, McLean, let's go.
You just wait. My lawyer's going to hear about this.
Is that right?
Yeah, you bet it's right. Come in here, tear up the floor. You got no warrant, you got no right. Sick of being shoved around by you guys.
You haven't got any beef, McLean.
I'll decide that.
No, you're wrong.
Huh?
Man. Somebody else is going to do that.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 25th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, here are two important things to remember. Everything that goes into your Chesterfield makes it the premium quality cigarette, and it's the only cigarette that gives scientific evidence of real smoking pleasure. Try much milder Chesterfields today. They're best for you.
Leslie Paul Doyle and Jean Rowell McLean were tried and convicted of 10 counts of forgery. They received their sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their term in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. Forgery is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 1 nor more than 14 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, With long-range aircraft and atomic bombs, the enemy is only hours away from where you live. Our Air Defense Command relies on radar to detect enemy aircraft. But it is possible for low-flying planes to remain undetected. You can help defend America by volunteering for the Ground Observer Corps, a group of civilian men, women, and teenagers who report the presence and activity of aircraft. For information, write or phone your nearest Civil Defense Center.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Art Gilmore, Whit Connor. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
For a million laughs, tune in Chesterfield's Martin and Lewis show Tuesday night on this same NBC station. And sound off for Chesterfield, regular or king size. You'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
Yeah, this is Peter Lorre speaking.
I couldn't resist the temptation to call you. I just read of your new picture that you're to make.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thanks for your interest.
Oh, I thought you were magnificent in M.
And just the other night I saw your new picture, The Man Who Knew Too Much.
What character are you going to play in?
Oh, it's the most unusual story. You know, it's a great love drama. I am to be a half-mad scientist. I, a poor peasant, have conquered science. Why can't I conquer love? He shall be shut up when it's I who am mad. But nobody knows that. Yes. Each man kills the thing he loves.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Lauritz Melchior. Yeah, great big guy, Duffy. Yeah, it looks like he could sing the quartet from Rigoletto all by himself. Yeah, if he hadn't gotten himself loused up with the opera, he might have been a pretty good bouncer. Yeah. Huh? Opera. Opera. Look, Duffy, you stood in front of the Met, right? You seen them limousines with the society dames with ermine coats and the guys with the top hats? Well, the opera's where they stay while they wait for the limousines to come back for them. Yeah. Well, Metropolitan's having a special campaign for funds, so I invited Melchior down here. Huh? When we need money, does the Metropolitan invite us? Well, I'll talk to him anyway. By the way, Duffy, guess who's out of Sing Sing? No? 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 No, this is one of my friends. Yeah. Crackpot O'Toole, the forger. How'd he get out? I don't know. I guess he wrote himself a pardon. Yeah, okay, I'll call you back, Duffy. So long. Love light ain't made to be hid. No, 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 perish forbid. Leave us face it. We're in love. Ah, that's beautiful. Eddie?
Yeah, Mr.
You know that song of mine that's published in regular sheet music now.
Yeah, I got a copy.
Oh, you bought one?
Nope, today's flounders came wrapped in it.
The fish man wrapped the flounder in my song?
Don't worry, it didn't spoil the flounder.
Oh, yeah? Well, look, Eddie, what would you say if Lawrence Melchior was to sing my song?
Lawrence Melchior sing your song?
Yeah.
At the Metropolitan?
Yeah.
You better make arrangements with the insurance company. Your song at the opera.
Certainly, Eddie. You see, they need dough, so listen to the letter I wrote to them. Messrs. Metropolitan Opera House. Dear Metro, it has come to my notice that you gentlemen is flat on your lorgnettes. If you would care to communicate with the above signed, I feel that I can partly alleviate your situation. Yours respectfully, Arturo. That Arturo, you know, Eddie, is to let them know that I'm a Kimbo spirit.
So the rich Melchior's coming down here for dough.
Certainly. You know, when you want coal, you go to Newcastle's.
When you want water, you don't go to the Sahara.
How much dough do they need, Eddie? What does it cost for an opera? They don't pay no royalties.
They don't?
No. Operas is always written by guys after they're dead. You know, a few costumes, few dozen spears, a couple of second-handed buxom Valkyries. That's all you need. You got an opera.
Well, brother, with you as a backer, I can see what's going to happen to Tannhauser.
What?
They'll reduce it to Ninehauser.
Oh, yeah?
Hello,
Finnegan.
I understand Lawrence Melchior will be present here this evening.
Finnegan, I'm surprised. You know who Melchior is?
Oh, of course. Arch, why is it you always think of me as a dope?
Well, I don't know why it is, Finnegan, but, you know, not everybody wears a yo-yo for a watch fob. But imagine you knowing Melchior.
Oh, of course I know who Melchior is. Archie, is she pretty?
Finnegan, this dame is a guy.
Oh, that's so. What does she do for a living?
He works in the opera.
Oh, the opera. Arch, I got a confession to make. I know you'll despise me for this.
What is it?
I very rarely attend the opera. What is it?
What is it?
Yeah.
The opera? Well, you know what the Ziegfeld Follies is.
Yeah.
Well, you throw out the dancing dames, throw out the laughs, and throw out the entertainment.
Yeah.
What's left is the opera.
Arch.
Yeah?
Where are they showing the part they throw out?
I did there, Finnegan.
Yeah.
Hello, Archie. How are you? Well, Crackpot O'Toole. Glad to see you. Finnegan, you know Crackpot O'Toole, the famous check forger?
Gee, I certainly heard a lot about you, Mr. O'Toole. The cops in our block is always talking about you.
That's just hero worship.
Crackpot O'Toole, a forger. Mr. O'Toole, could I have an autograph?
Certainly. Whose would you like?
Oh, let me see. Betty Grable.
Certainly. Betty Grable. Here you are.
Gee, thanks. Boy, imagine meeting Betty Grable in person.
Think nothing of it, Finnegan.
Crackpot, I understand you got a pardon from the governor, huh?
Yeah, and boy, was that pardon hard to get. I worked at it and worked at it, night and day.
But, Crackpot, a convict forging the governor's signature. Ain't that slightly illegal?
Well, not at all, Arch. I was a trustee.
Yep. Crackpot, tell me, when did you first start as a forger?
When I was 7. I started out by forging my father's signature on my report card. That was a tough job, too. I had to teach the old man how to write first. Then I forged me way to the top.
Yeah, real artist, huh, Crackpot?
Oh, hey, Archie.
Danny, I want you to meet a friend of mine, Mr. C.P. O'Toole, a handwriting expert.
You mean he can read my signature?
Nope, but he can write it.
What do you do, Bud?
Me? I just sort of give friendly advice.
Friendly advice? Hey, Arch, take him away from me. One of these friendly advice guys nearly got me to go straight once.
Crackpot, this is a different kind of advice. Yeah, Miss Duffy.
Maybe Laritz Melchior can get me a job singing at the Metropolitan. He's a very important man.
Miss Duffy, that important he ain't. You singing at the Met. I can see it now. Tonight only. Well, Duffy, starring in Ida.
Ida. Archie, the opera you are thinking of happens to be spelled A-I-D-A. Iada. What you don't know about opera would fill a hole in the ground.
Oh, yeah? I suppose I never went out with no opera prima donna, huh?
What prima donna?
Consuela Murphy. Only the premier cacciatore of the Canarsie Canaries.
The Canarsie Canaries. That's a lady basketball team.
They sing between halves. Consuela sang soprano and jumped center.
Name me one opera she sung in.
One of La Boheme.
What part did she sing?
The lead, of course. Labo. Now, let's forget it. Just lay off Melchior.
Say, Mr. Archer, that man over there just ordered a triple order of pig's feet.
So what's unusual about that?
Well, he ordered 2 double steaks on the side.
Where is this guy? Hey, no wonder the Met's in a hole. That's Lawrence Melchior. Well, Mr. Melchior Duffy is indeed honored by your pizzicato presence. I'm sorry that I didn't see you come in.
I hope nobody else did either.
Well, that's all right. By the way, that word can either be pronounced either or either. You know, Mr. Melchior, it's indeed a pleasure for me to meet a fellow clack. I'm an old opera lover myself, you know. But for years, I hardly ever missed an opera.
Did you have a box?
No, I usually ate something before I went. The opera. How I love it. Many's the time I used to stay and see it through twice.
That's more than I could do.
Yeah, well, more than you could do? Well, maybe you don't like music like I do, you know? I was brought up on it, though. In fact, the kids in the block used to call me Pagliacci. The opera.
What's your favorite opera?
Oh, I love all of them. Il Trocadero, La Traviata, Cafeteria Rusticana. And wonderful operas. They're all beautiful. What about singing one of them for us here right now, huh, Mr. Melchior?
All right. What about Vestila Dupra from Leo Convallo's Pagliacci?
Go ahead. Yeah, that sounds good. Jubilant vest, Jess. No wonder they're starving at the Met, huh? Hello, Duffy. What'd you think of it? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What'd you expect, Sinatra?
Sinatra. $30,000 a week. And all he does is Sunday, Monday,
Look, Duffy, call me back in a couple of minutes. There's something I want to talk to you about. Okay. Look, Lawrence, I understand that the Met needs money, huh?
Well, we do have a sort of deficit.
Yeah, but you can't count on it. Now, you happen to be talking to the guy that can raise some dough for you, but only on one condition.
What is that?
Well, you see, what I think is the opera needs some new H2O.
What is that?
Blood. You know, that Latiska, Lataska, that's all right for intellectuals like you and me, Larry. But what the opera needs is some modern stuff, you know? Now, I happen to have a song written by a sensational young unborn genius. Brand new song I just wrote. Here, take a look at it.
Let's see. Leave us face it. Leave us face it. Here, you read it.
Leave us face it.
I was afraid I was losing my eyesight. How could a song like this fit in at the Metropolitan?
Well, it could be part of an opera, which I would be very happy to write around it.
This man is a screwball.
Look, Melchior, don't forget you need dough, you know. Yous opera singers could very easily catch pneumonia singing them arias without no roof over your head. Now, I'm willing to be fair. Why don't you just try the song out once?
Well, maybe if I had a couple of weeks to look it over.
Couple of weeks? Melchior, by that time, the Met could very easily become a parking lot. Excuse me. A possible patron. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Duffy, what about you and me back in the opera? Well, it wouldn't take much dough. Well, I'll ask him. Hold on wire. Lawrence. How much do you guys need to get back on your feet?
Oh, well,
Come on, tell me the whole amount.
Oh, say $300,000.
I'll call you back, Duffy. 300 grand, huh?
Well, it's a lot of money, Archie, but we don't expect any one person to give us a check for the whole amount.
A check? Mr. Melchior, have a seat. Look over the song for a second, huh? Oh, crackpot! Crackpot, come here. We got a little work to do. Okay, come on now, crackpot. Let's go.
But, Arch, forging a check on Duffy for 300 grand. That's very crooked.
Crackpot, this ain't crooked. Forging checks for $50 or $100. That's crooked. But 300 grand, that's high finance.
I don't know, Arch.
Look, is this the O'Toole who used to forge checks just for the sheer love of his art? Is this the crackpot that used to receive a $50 paycheck every week from Rockefeller? Which Rockefeller never knew about? Now, here's a pen and a blank check. Do you know Duffy's signature?
Sure, an X.
No, he writes Duffy now. Mrs. Duffy guides his hand, you know. She learned it from the neon sign.
Well, let's see. What's the amount?
The amount? 300,000.
3 naught 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 naught.
Mm-hmm. Is that 300 grand?
I don't know. I never went this high before.
Well, better chuck in another naught. Can't hurt none.
Now, leave me alone with the signature. After all, I'm an artist. I gotta get in the mood.
Oh, I know you're an artist, crackpot. Go ahead. Take your time. Oh, Mr. Melchior.
Yes?
A check will arrive in a moment by special messenger from Duffy for 300,000.
My goodness. How can I thank him?
Don't try. 300 grand means nothing to Duffy. He probably wouldn't even remember writing the check. Now, how about running through me song then, huh?
Well, maybe for 300,000 it is worth it.
Okay, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lawrence Melchior, accompanied by Maestro Van Steeden and the Duffy mixed-up chorus, Miss Duffy, Finnegan, and Eddie, will render the area version of Leave Us Face It. And Pete, Verdi it up.
I stand here at good old Duffy's, where they let me teach. Me red suckles rising. I await for you, my sweet. In me hand is a diamond unfurled. We should holler it out to the world. We must no longer pretend that you are merely a friend. For it is wrote in the stars above. To act cold, suddenly low and get old. Leave us face it, we're in love. Leave us not blush with no shame. If people spell at your name, shoot and those cries are worth dreaming of. Like in all two eyes, could win the put still uprise. Leave us faces, we're in love. In some other life we was once man and wife. In an old French chapeau we was mated. Now my love for thine, just as thy love for mine, has been reincarcerated. So I plight my cross at your feet. Don't leave me life incomplete. I'm like a turtle without a down. Laden men to be hid. No, 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 perish forbid. Leave us faded. We're in
what do you think? That song okay for the Met?
Well, Archie, the Metropolitan needs money, but not that bad.
Look, before you make no snap decisions, take a gander at this. 300,000.
Archie, this check is for $3 million.
3 million, huh? Well, you won't have to bother me next year. What do you say?
Let me see it again. $3 million signed. Are you sure this is a good check?
Let me see. Signed, Duffy. Original forgery by CPO2. The artist. What a ham, that crackpot. Lousing up the Met like that. Look, Lawrence, I'll make it right with you. Here. Here's all I got. I got $1, 10, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. $1.24. It's all I got, but I hope it helps, huh?
Oh, thanks, Archie. Every little bit helps. Well, good night, patron.
Good night, Lawrence.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plant is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music. This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
He'll kill me.
Now, you help me to prove that he was responsible for this, and I'll put him where he won't kill anybody.
You don't know what he's like. He stops at nothing. People just disappear and never heard of again. I don't want that to happen to me.
From now on, you're working for me, understand? Most of you have been around long enough to know how I operate. We know the kind of action they want, and we are going to give it. From tiddlywinks to roulette. And you work the way I tell you. or you don't work at all.
Daddy, I want you to tell me the truth. I want to know why you're not going back to school. I'd be too ashamed. Ashamed of what? Of you!
All I know is that kid sister of mine came back here again last night, and that nobody has seen her since. If I find out that you or anybody else has laid a finger on her,
You'll what?
I'll get you.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
Dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing You Were Only Fooling.
You were only fooling, but I was falling in love. It's a story as old as Adam and Eve. I was making love, but you were making believe. You lied to me with kisses. I tried to stop dreaming of, but you were only fooling me while I was falling in love. You lied to me with kisses. I tried to stop dreaming of, but you were only fooling me while I was falling in love.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
Ford sedan,
Westinghouse laundromat,
From Silver Scarves,
Toastmaster toasters.
and it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address, and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive soap to Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry, your last chance. Contest closes next Saturday.
Get Palmolive soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
this great land of ours, there are 3 glorious American traditions shared by nearly every family, which have truly transformed America into the land of hope. They are freedom of speech, the right to vote, and the rich relative. Now, to our friend Mrs. Anderson, the last of these has always seemed the most important, since in the Anderson household, the right to vote is exercised but once a year, and freedom of speech is limited strictly to Mrs. Anderson. So we can understand her excitement this morning as she bursts in on her spouse, clutching a letter in her hand.
Herbert! What's up, passion flower?
Look, this letter. Remember my dear, rich, sweet, darling, loaded Aunt Prunella with the $2 million? Guess what?
She passed away?
No, she's feeling fine.
Oh, my deepest sympathies.
Herbert, is that anything to say? You know I'm glad Aunt Prunella's well. I hope she lives to be 90.
How old is she now? 89?
No. Now listen. She writes she's going to be out this way. I haven't seen her in 25 years, and she's never met you. You're going to wire her to come and live with us for as long as she likes.
Live with us? But, Poopsie, you don't even like the woman. I've heard you say yourself that she's an old drip.
Yes, but let's not forget what she's dripping with. And this is our big chance to get into that will, but good.
But, Poopsie, there isn't even any place for her to sleep, unless you move Denis out of his room and give her that.
Are you crazy? I wouldn't give Denis's room to a dog. She's going to sleep in your room, and you're going to sleep in Denis's room.
Our young hero, of course, is at this point blissfully unaware of his impending dispossession. We find him in his room looking at a newspaper as Mildred enters.
Oh, hi, Mildred.
Hi, Denis. Going through the help wanted ads again?
Oh, no. This is just a copy of my old high school paper. I saved it because my picture was on the front page.
Oh, really? Let's see. Gosh, you look very handsome.
Oh, sure. Cameras don't lie.
But all it says under the picture is, this is Denis Day of the freshman class.
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee, the fact that you were in the freshman class doesn't sound like front page news.
It is when you've been in it for 5 years.
Oh. And is your picture in all these other papers, too?
Oh, no. I saved them because my sports articles are in them. I used to be a sports reporter for the... Listen to this. At 2 this afternoon, Hooperstown High and Jackson High clashed in the most vicious contest these old eyes have ever seen. It was man against man, heart versus heart, in a grim, bitter struggle which saw each player push himself beyond the limits of human endurance, regardless of consequences. I wrote that.
Why, Denis, that's wonderful.
Well, it was a pretty exciting game.
Oh. Well, my goodness, Denis, if you can write like that, why don't you try and get a job on the Weaverville Bugle?
You mean with a real newspaper?
Well, why not? Someday you might even have a column of your own. Give me one good reason why you couldn't be a Fulton Lewis Jr.
Because his mother saw Fulton Lewis Sr. first. Oh, it's silly, Mildred. Do you think a newspaper would really hire me?
All you need is confidence in yourself. Go into that editor's office and tell him you're the greatest newspaper man in the world. The star reporter of all time.
By golly, maybe you're right. I've seen enough newspaper men in the movies. I'll act just like one. I'll take a couple of sips of cleaning fluid, stagger in, and hiccup right in his face.
And you say you'd like a job with my paper, young man.
That's right, pal. Scoop Day is the name. Greatest reporter who ever lived. If it's stories you want, I'll dig them up for you.
I see. So you're a leg man, eh?
Pardon?
I said, so you're a leg man.
Oh, no, sir. Even if I was, it wouldn't do me much good with the new look.
You did say that, didn't you?
Say what?
Let it go. I couldn't possibly have heard right. Well, tell me about your experience, Mr. Day. Have you ever been on a daily sheet?
Oh, no. We change ours only once a week.
You know something, Mr. Day? You're beginning to fascinate me.
Really?
Yes. Now, a good reporter should be well up on the world situation today. What have you to say on the subject of, say, Russia?
Russia?
Yes. Tell me about Russia.
It gets very cold there.
Just the stuff our readers want. Anything else on Russia?
Well, just that it's good there is a Russia because there are so many Russians that if there weren't a Russia, where would they all go?
They don't call you Scoops for nothing, do they? Now, what do you know about Japan?
Well, Japan is different from Russia.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah, it's much warmer and has fewer Russians.
How few people have ever noticed that. You're a sharp one, Scoop.
Oh, I just keep my eyes and ears open.
Yes, but I still get the feeling there must be a leak somewhere. Oh, forget it. This is fun. I was going to ask you a question about the Berlin situation, but I know just what you'd say. That he's written better songs than anyone else in the business.
Well, he has, hasn't he?
He has indeed. And now suppose we turn to politics for a while, huh?
Well, I really don't know much about politics as I do about the foreign stuff.
Oh, come now. No modesty, Scoop.
No, really. Why don't you try me on sports?
Oh, please, Mr. Day. I'm conducting this interview, and I feel you'd be much funnier on politics. Now, tell me, what do you think President Truman's chances are of being reelected this November?
Oh, go on. You know very well he's been reelected already.
Why, Scoop, you shocked me. You knew that, huh?
Certainly. And I know who lost, too. Dewey.
This is very disappointing.
And I know why. It's just as well he did lose.
Huh? Maybe this is something. Why?
Because now he can go back and finish capturing Manila.
I knew it. You've rallied.
When do I start? Huh? When?
And Mr. Day, I'm afraid I have a shock for you. You've given me the most enjoyable afternoon of my life, but I just can't see my way clear to putting you on the staff.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry. Goodbye, Mr. Day. It's been awfully frightening to have met you.
Wait, please. There must be something I can do on the paper, some assignment I can...
Oh, excuse me just a second. I'll be right back. Yes, sir?
You the editor here? I got a complaint. My name is Homer Applegate, and I sent in a letter to the Lovelorn column 2 weeks ago, and I ain't had no answer.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, our advice to the Lovelorn editor left us a few weeks ago to go to Reno for a divorce. And, we haven't been able to replace her yet.
But I got a problem. I wrote in saying my initials are H.A., and I want to know what to do about my wife. How much longer do I have to go on living like a dog?
Oh, now, I'm sure you're exaggerating, Mr. Applegate.
Oh, I am, huh? Well, take a look at this sandwich she made for my lunch.
My goodness, a spoonful of strong heart between two puppy biscuits.
Yeah, I want an answer to that letter. You understand?
Well, we'll do our best, Mr. Applegate, but you see, we haven't been able to find anyone with the weird type of mind necessary to... Wait a minute. It's warmer and has fewer Russians. And, Mr. Applegate, your answer will be in the paper tomorrow.
You mean I won't have to live this kind of a life no more?
It's a promise, and here's my paw on it. And now excuse me, please.
Yeah, oh, okay, pal.
Oh, you're still here.
Yes, sir.
Good. And my boy, I've interviewed you on foreign affairs and politics. Now I want to speak to you of love.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm already engaged.
No, but I think I have a job for you. How would you like to be head of your own department on my editorial staff?
Boy, oh boy, with my own office?
You bet. And on the door, it'll say in gilt letters, private, Miss Abigail Allen.
Gee, you think I'm built right for a sign like that?
Of course. You're going to be our advice to the Lovelorn editor.
Oh, my gosh. Stay right here. I'll be back in a minute with a copy of what every young boy should know.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in a moment or two. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of I'd Love to Live in Loveland.
I'd love to live in Loveland with a girl like you, and every day a holiday with skies
Well, our young hero is now Miss Abigail Allen, in charge of the Lovelorn column on Weaverville's leading daily. But let's leave him for a moment and return to the Anderson house, from which a Western Union boy is now running madly away after delivering a telegram to Mrs. Anderson.
You hear, Herbert? Aunt Prunella coming to see us. You hear, Herbert? Yippee! Woohoo!
Popsy, please calm yourself. Don't get so head up.
Who's head up?
Well, after all, kissing the Western Union boy that way.
I can't help it. She's my favorite aunt and just loaded with my favorite stuff. The wire didn't say when she'd arrive, though, did it?
No, just soon. That could...
Well, come on, we've got to get busy moving you into Dennis's room and Dennis into the cellar.
All right, Cockleshell.
Incidentally, where's he been keeping himself? I've seen very little of him lately.
Oh, I don't know. He has some mysterious job he won't tell anyone about. Just hints that he's making money by using his head.
Really? Wonder if he made a deal for it with some medical school.
Gee, it was nice of you to ask me over to your office, Dennis. I think it's just beautiful.
Oh, thanks, Mildred.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. How do you like being Abigail Allen?
Well, it's kind of confusing sometimes. I never know which room to use when I want to wash my hands.
Oh, silly.
But I may not have that problem much longer. The boss said he didn't like my first column yesterday and it would have to improve. That's really why I asked you to come over here.
Oh? Well, maybe I can help. Read me what you wrote yesterday that the boss didn't like.
Okay, here's the first letter I got. Dear Miss Abigail, a few years ago I met a man who told me he was all alone in the world, and I said so was I, so we got married. Then when he moved in, he presented me with 7 kids by a previous marriage. It's not that I mind him lying, but we have very little room on account of the 6 kids I had. Now, my problem is, his 7 kids and my 6 kids are always beating up our 4 kids. What'll I do? Signed Lonely.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, what did you tell her?
Oh, I'll read it to you. Dear Lonely, I suggest you have 5 more children immediately. According to my adding machine, you now have 17 kids. 5 more will give you 22, or enough for 2 football teams, which will keep the kids occupied. This will leave you and your husband free to raise another team to play the winner.
That's what you wrote?
Seems like pretty solid advice, doesn't it?
Read another one.
Okay, listen. Dear Miss Abigail, my initials are H.A., and my wife is leading me a dog's life. For 24 years, she has browbeat me something terrible. I want to be a man and have some respect around the house. Please advise me. Signed, Bewildered.
Oh, I hope... Dennis, wait a minute. What were those initials again?
H.A.
And he says he's been married 24 years?
Yeah.
Dennis, you don't think that... I mean, could that letter possibly be from Daddy?
Your father?
Well, his initials are H.A., and he's been married 24 years.
Yeah, but this letter says his wife browbeats him, and his... Well, he says he wants to be a man, and your father's a... Gee, now I know how they can hang a man on circumstantial evidence.
Dennis, it's got to be Daddy. How did you answer it?
Oh, I'll read it. Dear Bewildered, your wife's love has obviously cooled, and you must rekindle the flame by making her jealous. Hire some other woman to come into your home, on a strictly business basis, of course. And when your wife sees a strange woman sitting across the breakfast table from her every morning, she might get the idea that you have an outside interest.
Oh. Well, thank heavens you advised something so ridiculous. He'll never do anything like that.
You don't think so? I'm worried.
Well, don't be. He knows if he ever did such a thing, it wouldn't only make Mother jealous. She'd break up their home.
Yeah, all over him.
That's funny. Nobody home. I wonder where the folks went, Dennis.
Gee, I don't know. Notice how clean the place looks, though? You don't suppose your father's expecting company, do you?
I told you not to worry about that silly advice you gave. Come on, let's go out in the kitchen and fix some hot chocolate.
Okay, I'll have some rye crisp with mine.
Oh, you answer it, Dennis. I'll be in the kitchen.
Okay. Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm Prunella Wilkins. Of course, you couldn't possibly be Herbert Anderson at your age.
Oh, no, man. I won't even be him at his age. I'm Dennis Day. I live here.
Oh, well, I'm sure we'll get along fine when I move in.
When you're moving in?
Why, certainly. Herbert Anderson wired and asked me to live here.
Holy smoke, so he is a dope.
I beg your pardon.
Excuse me a minute. I'll be right back. Have a seat. Mildred, my advice. She's out there. The woman. Your father sent for her. Oh, I tell you, there's no fool like an old fool when he listens to a young fool.
Dennis, are you serious?
She's here, Mildred, ready to take up residence with 2 suitcases. Probably full of seductive black lace red flannels to wear to breakfast.
Dennis, we've got to get rid of her before Mother gets back. It's our only chance. Tell her something, anything to get her out of here.
Okay, I'll try. Sorry to have kept you waiting, ma'am.
Oh, that's all right. Well, I'm rather tired. Do you happen to know where I'll be staying here?
No, it's kind of hard to tell. The last one he invited is under the rose bush. There's 2 under the garage floor, and a couple of them he just ran through the mixmaster.
What? What did you say?
Oh, didn't you know about Mr. Anderson's hobby?
Why, no. What hobby?
Oh, he's sort of an amateur butcher. Not the kind that cuts up steers or chickens. He kind of specializes.
Specializes?
Yeah, only people. May I take your coat, please?
Oh, young man, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying?
Don't believe me, huh? Didn't you notice the front lawn as you came in?
What about it?
You don't think grass ever got that green from Bigelow, do you? May I take your coat?
No, you must be mad. Why, Clara wouldn't... She couldn't marry a man who...
Who do you think helps him with his work?
Clara Anderson?
Better known in undertaking circles as Crocum Good Clara, the Cleaver Kid.
No.
Yep, she cuts them and he grades them.
Now I know you're crazy. And if you think I'd stay in this house another instant with a madman...
Well, sorry to see you go, lady, but if that's the way you...
Dennis, why have you got all the lights burnt? Aunt Prudy!
Huh?
Darling, you're here.
Don't you come near me, Clara Anderson. Now that I see you in a strong light, this boy could be telling the truth.
What? Why, Aunt Prunella, you...
You keep away from me, too, you croaker, you.
Me? I'm in the furniture business.
I won't stay in this house one single second. I might have known you'd turn out this way, Clara Anderson.
Aunt Prunella,
As a child, you used to pour ink into the goldfish bowl so the poor things couldn't see where they were swimming.
But I was a little...
I'm getting out of here before I wind up a pot roast. Goodbye.
You know, Mrs. Anderson, it's possible I made some sort of a slight mistake.
You. I might have known. What did you do? Come on, tell me. What did you do?
Gosh, I didn't know she was your aunt, Mrs. Anderson. I just wanted to save your marriage because I'm Abigail Allen, and I saw the letter Mr. Anderson wrote, and I thought
Wait a second. Did you say the letter I wrote?
Sure. Aren't you bewildered?
That's putting it mildly. I don't know whether I'm...
Well, I know what this one is doing. He's going.
Now, wait, Mrs. Anderson. We can call her back and straighten the whole thing out. I told her there were bodies under the front lawn. Tomorrow she can dig up the lawn for herself, and naturally she won't find any bodies there.
Oh, she won't,
All right, so one puny little body.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste cleans teeth better than Colgate Dental Cream. Colgate's safe polishing agent cleans teeth gently and thoroughly, brings out natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
See if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Extra, extra big, extra value, extra economy. Now you can buy Colgate Dental Cream in the new big economy size. Saves you money over any other leading toothpaste. Get the new economy size Colgate Dental Cream at your dealers, only 59 cents. With George Dooning in the orchestra, here's Denis to sing the lovely ballad, Until.
such thing as time. I love but you. Until there are no songs to sing, there's no such thing as spring. I love but you. You were sent from heaven, joy for me. And you are, oh, so heavenly. Until there is no moon above, there's no such thing as love. I love but you. You were sent from heaven, joy for me. And you are, oh, so heavenly. Until there is no moon above, there's no such thing as love. I love but you.
Night, everybody.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Yes, in Paris, everybody does it. The butcher, the baker, even the friendly undertaker.
Everything about you is perfect.
I'm too thin, and my ears stick out, and my teeth are crooked, and my neck's much too long.
Maybe so, but I love the way it all hangs together. 9 o'clock.
Oh, no, that's much too late.
5 o'clock. 4 o'clock.
In the afternoon? When do you work?
Whenever I'm not busy.
Gary Cooper, fabulous as the world's greatest connoisseur of women, who has hunted the species from Stockholm to Siam. No wonder he was named Man of the Year. His matchless technique always begins with gypsy music, keyed to fascinate any woman. Audrey Hepburn, delightfully, completely innocent. How can anyone blame her for being dazzled? Maurice Chevalier, the most famous love detective in Paris, who kept a box score on every game that was ever played.
He's certainly the most handsome man in your files.
He's certainly the most utterly no good.
He's got such an American face. Like a cowboy or Abraham Lincoln.
You know what happened to Lincoln? And right in the middle of a performance.
Love in the afternoon, when a girl with no experience turns the tables on the most experienced man in the world.
How many other men were there?
You mean before I met you, or since I met you, or all together?
Quit stalling.
I told you I have a date.
The man you live with?
No, this is another man, a younger man, the man I play with.
Wait a minute. You mean there's one man you live with and another man you...
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Car New, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The air is full of rumors these days, but common sense tells us not to accept them as truth nor help spread them, especially when they concern the war. But there are other kinds of rumors about individual companies that often need to be corrected. You may have been told, for instance, that you can't get Johnson's Wax or Johnson's Glow Coat because the company isn't making these products anymore. Well, it is a fact that the makers of Johnson's Wax have been turning out millions of packages of protective finishes for war uses, and they're proud to be doing so. But without interfering with that important job, they're also able to make good quantities of the products you know so well, such as Glow Coat, Cream Wax, Car New, and Johnson's Paste and Liquid Wax. Every dealer gets his share of these products, though not always all that he asks for. He tries to keep you and his other customers supplied with Johnson's Wax polishes of all kinds, because it's so important these days to keep your floors, furniture, woodwork, and leather goods wax protected. You can make your wax supply last longer by using it sparingly. Remember, a little goes a long way. There's a little stranger coming to 79 Wistful Vista. But don't send any silver rattles, because he's probably 6 feet tall with his welding mittens on. Yes, the Magees are about to take in a war worker. And here, cleaning out the spare bedroom and talking on the phone, respectively, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
No, we haven't met him yet, Mrs. Toops. But Dr. Gamble vouches for him, and the two best judges of human nature are doctors and bird dogs. What, Mrs. Toops? Oh, no, thank you. I know your dog is very intelligent, but we'll just take Dr. Gamble's word for it. Yes. Well, I've got to go help McGee straighten out the spare room, Mrs. Toops. He's,
Hey, Molly! Hey, Molly!
See you later, Mrs. Toops. Goodbye.
Hey, Molly!
What's the matter, McGee?
Ain't it marvelous? Ain't
it wonderful? Oh, boy. Hold down the blackout curtains. Go buy a steak. Tear up the ration books. Woohoo!
What's the matter with you, Magee? Stop leaping
Hey,
around.
Miss Molly, look. It's happened. It's happened.
What's happened?
Look at the paper. Look at the paper. Germany surrendered.
Oh, throw that 1918 paper away and stop clowning.
Oh, 1918.
Why, sure.
Oh, yeah. I thought this Stutz Bearcat advertisement looked kind of funny.
Did you get all the junk cleared out of the bedroom?
Yeah, but a lot of it wasn't junk. A lot of it was valuable stuff I want to save.
What'd you do with the moose head?
I did just what you says. I put it in Uncle Dennis's room. But I didn't know what to do with my doorknob collection.
Oh, you used to collect the weirdest things, Magee. Doorknobs, oyster forks, and hubcaps.
Yeah. I knew a guy once, Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. He used to collect hairpins and compacts.
Hairpins and compacts?
Yeah. Every time Fred's wife would find a hairpin or a compact in his car, Fred would yell, "Don't throw that away. That's part of my collection." Fred used to pick them up all over the country.
Yeah, Now, look, dearie, when when the new roomer moves in...
Hey, what is his name, anyway?
Well, I don't remember, though. It's a very attractive name. Here, Dr. Gamble wrote it on a piece of paper, so Oh, here it is. Al Darling.
Al Darling. I bet he carries his lunch in a knitting bag. Al Darling. Oh, Mama.
Now, don't leap to conclusions, Magee. He probably shaves 3 times a day.
Oh, by the way, I'm glad you mentioned that. Look what I fixed up for him. Never let it be said that I don't cooperate.
What is it?
My old electric razor. I honed the blades and oiled it and put the gears in different, and it works like a charm. Wait, I'll show you. Where's the wall plug?
In the wall.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Listen to this. Works like a top, don't it?
What?
I says works like a top, don't it?
I can't hear a single word you're saying. What were you saying?
I says it don't work. It's pop.
Oh. Come on, dearie. If Mr. Darling is coming in at 4 o'clock, we've got to get busy.
Mr. Darling, what a moniker. I'll bet him and I have many the cozy little chit-chat over our crocheting this winter. Swapping recipes for fudge and doing each other's nails.
I warn you, dearie, don't take too much for granted. I'll bet that he... I wonder why Uncle Denis came home at this hour today.
I don't know, but I hope it was insured.
You hope what? What was insured?
Joe's Tavern. Unless Joe's Tavern burned to the ground, Uncle Denis would never be home at this hour.
Now, listen, stop it. Uncle Denis always bends over backwards to be nice to you.
Yeah, if that guy ever bent anything but his elbow, he'd be...
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, no, get away from me. Get away. Leave me alone now. Get away, get away.
Uncle Denis, what's the matter?
Why, you're as white as a bartender's apron.
There's a moose in my room. The moose, I've seen elephants and zebras and snakes, but so help me, this is the end. I'll never touch another drop as long as I live. A moose it was, sticking his head through the wall. Here I come in thinking about nothing at all, and there he is, a moose.
such a scare, Uncle Dennis. Are you all right now?
Maybe a little drink or something would calm your nerves, Unc.
Well, it might have that, Magee. It might have that. I'm dry as a bone. Dry as a bone. What have you got?
Milk or root beer?
No, thanks. Not thirsty. Well, sir, there I was, coming home from downtown.
Yeah?
Been out all day long trying to pick up a buck. You know how it is.
Yeah, we know. And we know you, too, Unc. You couldn't pick up a couple of bucks on a half-broke Mustang.
Now, Magee, you're wrong. Uncle Dennis was worth a great deal of money at one time, weren't you, Uncle Dennis?
Well, right you are, Macushla. I mind the time when I could write me check for any amount you want to name.
Well, how
Not
about...
too much now.
Well, I was
On
just...
second thought, I don't think I'll write a check at all. I'd like to do a cash business. Like I always say, Magee, fella has the chance to pick up a couple of bucks. That's the way.
Say, look, Uncle Dennis, we have a new roomer moving in at 4 o'clock. How would you like to help us move some furniture?
Yeah, I can hardly wait to hear the answer to this one. The only time Uncle Dennis lifts a finger is to point at an empty glass.
You wouldn't say that to my face.
I just did say it to your face.
Excuse me, I didn't hear it. Well, now, Molly, darling, I'd be delighted to help you move the stuff. Delighted. And maybe it'd be a chance to pick up a couple of bucks. The thing is ridiculous. I've seen that room, and it's perfect. I wouldn't change a thing. No, sir. Just right the way it is. You leave it just the way it is.
Oh, my. Isn't he the old flatterer?
He's so full of baloney, they ought to put him on Lend-Lease. Hey, you know what I did for the new roomer? I put one of my favorite books in his room.
What book?
Tom Swift and his electric rifle. I always say that a guy gets half his education out of good books and literature and reading. I remember one time...
Never mind, Magee. We got to get busy. Now, look, take the rug out of the spare room and put it on the back porch. There's a better one rolled up on the shelf in the garage.
Oh, I see.
Hello, folks. Say, what's all this talk about you taking in roomers?
Well, it's true, Mr. Wilcox. We had a spare room, and we knew the town is so crowded with war workers, we didn't have the heart not to let somebody have it. Besides, we can use the extra money to buy war bonds.
Yeah, we're getting a guy from an airplane plant, Junior. He'll be handy in case we want to build a wing on the house.
Would you like to see the room we're fixing up, Mr. Wilcox? It's right back here.
Well, if I'd known you were in the market for roomers, my brother Paul is in town now.
No, you don't. We don't want no announcers' brothers living here, Wilcox. Bong, bong, bong. Now leap out of bed, kiddies, and do your exercises. And Uncle Paul will tell you where there's a nice present hidden behind the piano.
Now, Magee, be quiet a minute. This is the room, Mr. Wilcox. We're not finished fixing it up yet, but I think it'll be all right.
All right. It's wonderful. Nice big closet, comfortable-looking bed, easy chair, smoking stand. What's that thing on the closet door?
Necktie rack. I made that in manual training when I was in the 8th grade. The reason it's so big is on account of what I started out to make was a bookcase. Broke the end off of it and decided to make a piano bench. Legs weren't even, so I cut it down to a taburette. Then it was a magazine stand and a mailbox and a collar button container and a lamp base. I split it trying to stick a wire through it, so I made a necktie rack. Holds 5 or 6 ties unless you hang them on the part that's glued together.
I tell you, he's a great little handyman, Mr. Wilcox. You just give him a pair of pliers and he can straighten a wire coat hanger in less than a week.
Well, I will say, Molly, that whoever gets this room will have a pleasant place to rest in the arms of Morpheus.
There'll be none of that stuff in this house, Junior. If he wants to entertain...
Oh, be quiet, Magee. Any suggestions, Mr. Wilcox?
Nary a suggestion, Molly. In fact, if I was rooming here, I'd never want to go to work. I'd sit on the edge of the bed all day long and admire that beautiful linoleum floor.
Yes. Folks, if any of you want to sneak out for a quick smoke, here's your chance. Mr. Wilcox just got off the Pony Express from Racine, Wisconsin, ready to deliver a brief lecture on Johnson's Glow Coat. Always underfoot, but never in the way. Ladies and gentlemen, our Mr. Wilcox.
Don't let him kid you, Mr. Wilcox. There is glow coat on this linoleum.
No, I knew that, Molly. Whenever I see a piece of linoleum that sparkles and glistens like that, I know it's been glow-coated. I know linoleum, and I know they haven't made that particular pattern for 16 years. But look at it. No scuffed places, no cracks.
That goes for you, too, Magee. No cracks.
And another thing, Molly. When this fellow comes home from the factory with his heavy, dirty shoes, you know the floor is protected against scratches and grit by Johnson's Glow Coat. Ah, to live in a room with the warm, vibrant charm, the handsome, gleaming, spotless luster of a lovely, lovely piece of glow-coated linoleum. Ah, lucky war worker. Having his life enriched and renewed with the soul-satisfying, heart-warming beauty spread before him from wall to wall. To return home in the gloaming, hungry for another glimpse of the glistening floor. Leaving regretfully in the morning with a happy, backward look. Ah, what ecstasy. What rapture. What a talisman against the cares and tribulations.
Fanatic.
Never mind what he says, Magee. He's prejudiced.
Prejudiced? Why, that guy's been turned down 4 times at the blood bank. All they can get out of him is glow coat.
Look now, the new rumor is due at 4 o'clock, and it's 3 now. Go get that rug out of the garage. No, wait a minute.
Now what? Don't tell me you want me to move that dresser again. It's been shoved around so much now its drawers are drooping.
No, I was just wondering.
Huh?
He'll need an alarm clock in here. Did you ever get the alarm clock put back together?
Sure I did. Works like a charm, too.
Well, what I want to know is, does it work like a clock?
Yes, it does. That is, it does if you keep certain things in mind. Such as the fact that I got the hour hand and the minute hand on wrong, so when the clock says 3:30, it's really 6:15. It's not hard to remember if you don't forget.
Fine. Does the alarm work?
Well, it would if you could wind it. I lost the little gadget off the winding stem, but all you need is a small pair of pliers and...
Go see who's at the door,
Yeah.
dearie. I want to change the pillow slip on the bed.
Oh, don't worry about the pill slip. Tuck the part that says Pullman underneath.
Magee, answer the door.
I'm coming. Nobody ever went to this much trouble for me when I was living in room-in houses. They always put me in a hall closet that looked like the engine room on a Greek cattle boat. If I ever hoped... Oh, hold your horses. I'm coming. Dead rat to dead.
Hi, mister.
Oh, it's you.
Mm-hmm.
Sis, you got a gift for barging in here at inconvenient times. You realize that?
Sure.
You do?
Hmm?
I says you do?
Do what?
Realize that?
What?
That you got a gift?
Gee, have I, mister? What is it? What is it? Oh, you're wonderful, mister. I never told anybody this was my birthday. I like you.
Why?
Well, you're always so nice to little children. Always giving them gifts and stuff. What you gonna give me, mister? What you gonna give me? What you?
Well, well, as a matter of fact, I didn't know what you wanted, sis, so I thought I'd let you buy yourself one. Here's $1. Go get a mama doll. If you're smart, you'll get one that doesn't want to take in roomers.
Thanks ever so much, mister.
No, forget it, sis. Now, just go away and be happy. Go away and we'll both be happy. I'm busy today now, I'm Scray.
Oh, what you doing, mister?
I'm fixing up the spare bedroom. We're taking in a roomer.
Oh. My daddy doesn't believe in rumors, mister. He says it's silly to listen to them.
That's another kind of rumor, sis. That's R-U-M-E-R. It means stuff.
Yeah. That's what my daddy meant.
Well, the kind I'm talking about is the kind that you rent a room to.
That's what my daddy meant.
Well, make up your mind. Which kind are you talking about?
Well, both, I betcha.
Huh?
We got a roomer staying at our house, and for 3 weeks he's been telling my daddy he'll pay his rent tomorrow, and that's why my daddy says it's silly to listen to rumors.
Oh, I see. I said I see. Now run along.
Okay, mister. And gee, thanks ever so much for the $1.
You deserve it, sis. You've been a good kid. Any little girl who has a birthday and doesn't tell anybody is for me. You didn't tell anybody this was your birthday?
No, sir, not a soul. It wouldn't have been nice. On account of my birthday's in April. Goodbye, mister.
She let me think this was her birthday. She stuffed me for $1. Where's my hat? I'll show her she can't. Where's my hat? Kid her age, taking advantage of... Where's my hat? Oh, here it is in the closet. Forgot to put all that stuff out of the spare room in that closet.
The King's Men sing The Best of All.
With all those foreign service ribbons on his chest, we had to ask about his travels far and wide. And when we asked about the girls he liked the best, nonchalantly he replied, there was Louise that I squeezed in Tunisia. There was a skirt in dessert he made me fall. There was a miss that I kissed up in Kiska, and a tiger lady in Bengal. I loved a pale little frail in Australia. I loved a classy London lassie on the mall. But wherever I may roam, it's a gal I left back home that I love best of all. In Honolulu, I hula with Beulah. Beneath the palms in my arms she couldn't stall. There was a doll of a mall out in Holland, and I kissed her on the South Sea wall. There was Ria in Pantelleria. I loved a lush little Russian fireball. But wherever I may roam, it's a gal I left back home that I love best of all. And there was Nellie, the belle of New Delhi, another maid who obeyed my beck and call. Then there was Bess I caressed in Odessa, made me think of someone in St. Paul. I went insane over Jane in Tasmania. There was a score, maybe more I did enthrall. But I'll never roam again if I can get back home again. To the girl I love the best of all.
The room is all fixed, dearie, and it looks nice if I do say so myself, as shouldn't, but do because it really does.
Well, I only hope we don't get some mug living here that's thoughtless and inconsiderate. You know, one of those guys that squawks every time somebody borrows a shirt or a razor blade. Hey, what's this guy's name again? Petey Sweetheart or Charlie Cutie Pie?
No, Al Darling.
Oh, yeah, Al Darling.
And a very tough customer, too, McGee.
How do you know? You never saw him.
Well, I didn't have to. Any boy by the name of Darling who got out of grade school alive would have to be tough. Why, you know, I knew a lad.
That must be him now. Stop smiling, Molly, and get a nasty look on your face, if possible. You don't look like a rooming house landlady.
Well, thanks for the if possible. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. Just here for a day. I thought I'd drop in.
Well, I'll be high, Latrivia.
We thought it was our new roomer, Mr. Latrivia.
Rumor? Since when have you been taking in rumors, McGee?
Since in about 10 minutes, if he's on time, Latrivia. War worker. Molly's idea.
Yeah. You see, we had a spare room, and I got to thinking about the war workers with children who didn't have a proper place to live, so I thought if we made room for a single man, maybe a family could move in where he was, you see.
Molly, you're a fine woman.
I'm a fine man, too. I hardly argued about it at all.
By the way, Mr. Latrivia, look, do I call you Mr. or what? What does one call a Coast Guardsman?
Well, if it's a good-looking Coast Guardsman like Latrivia and you're a girl, you don't call him. You just whistle like this.
To answer your very sensible question, Mrs. McGee, which preceded the witty, if somewhat hackneyed comment of our parlor comic, one addresses a Coast Guardsman by his name, unless he's an officer.
Well, I tell you, you ought to be an officer, a man with your education.
I'll say. It's a shame. The guy that graduated with the highest honors from Barber College.
I didn't graduate from Barber College.
Well, how far did you get, Mr. Latrivia?
I tell you, I didn't go to Barber College.
Too expensive?
Yeah. No! I don't know. I tell you, I never had the slightest intention of going to Barber College. I went to Yale.
They teach barbering at Yale?
Of course not.
Well, then why'd you go there if you wanted to be a barber?
I tell you, I didn't want to be a barber. I had nothing to do with barbers. I shaved myself.
Looks at that haircut, you must cut your own hair, too.
I do not. The Coast Guard barber cuts my hair.
Why, of course, McGee. You've heard of Coast Guard cutters?
course. I just didn't...
A Coast Guard cutter is a ship. A fast seagoing vessel.
Well, no wonder your hair is all chopped up. How can anybody give a decent haircut on a speedboat?
Probably running back and forth.
Please, McGee. Mrs. McGee, listen. A Coast Guard cutter has nothing whatever to do with my haircut. It is merely a vessel used in various patrol services by the Coast Guard. Is that clear?
Why, of course it is. We understand that.
Yeah. The part I don't get clear is, if you're a graduate from a barber college, why you didn't get a commission? It seems to me that a college graduate...
I tell you, I didn't graduate. I didn't go to barber. I never mentioned the idea to you. You started the whole thing when you deliberately inveigled me into this. McGee.
What's the matter, chum?
I'm sorry I lost my temper.
Ah, heavenly days. Forget it.
I'll try not to let it happen again.
Don't give it a thought, Patricia.
Thank you. But if it does happen again, you better not be around, because I'll tear the binnacle right out of your bulkhead and blemish your keelson till your bilge is flush with your fiddly. Good night!
What'd he say?
He said, fiddly diddly.
After the war, he ought to open up a barbecue joint. He's always good for a few ribs.
You know, we shouldn't do that, McGee. He's a fine man and a credit to the Coast Guard. Say, our roomer ought to be here any minute now. I wonder if I've forgotten anything in his room.
Well, if you did, and I know rumors, and I ought to because I've been one, he'll remind you.
Let me see now. Extra blankets, flashlight for blackouts, ashtrays, pants hangers. No, I guess not. Oh, this must be him. Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Come in, Doctor.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Doc, old man. Hey, where's our new roomer you were going to send over?
What do you mean, send? This is a personally conducted introduction.
Huh?
Al will be here in just a minute. He's gone back to the car for a handbag. You sure you want to take in a war worker, Mrs. McGee?
Oh, of course we do, Doctor.
We don't. I sure have wasted a day. If I have to do any more shoving furniture around, I'm going to get a shoemaker to put casters on my heels.
Oh, how you suffer, my boy. But just try and remember that it won't hurt you. It'll do you good. Your muscles have less tone than a dime store harmonica.
Well, I hope the room will be satisfactory, Doctor.
Why, of course it will. Anyway, Al's not fussy. Father was an old school chum of mine. I've known the kid all my life. Ah, here we are. Come on in, Al. Mrs. McGee, Mr. McGee, this is Al Darling. Alice, this is Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
How do you do? Well, how do you do, I'm sure.
Hi, sis, and I'm not so sure.
You're not so sure of what, McGee?
After anything. After this. Oh, Al, darling. Alice, a girl, I never had...
Stop staring, McGee. Now, you come right in, Alice, dear, and make yourself perfectly at home. Say, tell me, can you make fudge?
Fudge?
Why, yes, Mrs. McGee, I make very good fudge. Why?
Well, isn't that nice? You know, my husband was saying just a while ago that he hoped to spend many a long winter evening with you swapping recipes for fudge.
I never know such a... Oh, my gosh. I did, too.
You know, when you can make something last twice as long by taking care of it, you usually figure it's well worth the effort, especially in these times. But when it lasts 6 to 10 times longer, that's almost a miracle, isn't it? Well, that's exactly what happens when you protect your linoleum regularly with Johnson's Glow Coat. And what makes the story seem even harder to believe, you actually save yourself work in the bargain. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let it dry 20 minutes. Glow Coat makes all linoleum surfaces shine with beauty, keeps their colors fresh and bright. If you have any floors of asphalt tile or rubber tile, be sure to protect them also with this easy-to-use, ever more popular Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat.
Hey, McGee, look at this article I clipped out of the paper.
Now, you read it. I can't see a thing with these glasses on.
Well, you would fit yourself at the 10-cent store. The article says, we hail with delight the return to the air this fall of our favorite radio team.
Oh, sure.
Their delightful humor is so typically American, so happily their own, and so warmly human that we expect them to make radio history in the future as they have in the past.
Yeah, it's swell, ain't it? Remind me to send the guy an autographed picture.
And it goes on to say, we refer, of course, to Amos and Andy, who returned to NBC Friday night. Good luck, boys.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night, all.
For home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Chicago, WMAQ. Chicago, WMAQ. Chicago, WMAQ. Chicago, WMAQ.
Come closer. I want to talk to you. I'm going to tell you an astounding story. The story of the Maltese falcon. 600 years, the falcon has carried the mystery of a fabulous wealth under its grotesque wings. I could tell you 1,000 tales of the men and women who have hunted this evil bird. But every story has the same ending. Murder. Listen to these incredible people, all consumed by their passionate greed for the Maltese falcon.
What have you ever given me beside money? Have you ever given me any of your confidence, any of the truth? Haven't you tried to buy my loyalty with money and nothing else?
What else is there I can buy you with?
Who? I won't play the sap for you.
I haven't lived a good life. I've been bad. Worse than you could know.
We were talking about a lot more money than this.
There are more of us to be taken care of now.
Well, that may be, but I've got the falcon.
You may have the falcon, but we certainly have you.
I take another riding from you I'm gonna take. Get up and shoot it out.
Stop it. The police will be here any minute. Now talk.
Oh, how can you accuse me of such a terrible...
This isn't the time for that schoolgirl act. We're both of us sitting under the gallows.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. More than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Mr. Franklin P. Adams, star of Information, Please. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. and gentlemen, March may come in like a lion and March may go out like a lamb. But a certain radio comedian comes in like an actor and goes out like a ham. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, thank you for that hammy introduction. You know, don't take bows. Your glasses slip down your nose and you look awful when you bow, and you know. You ought to de-oil your pores, take that from a friend. But thank you for that hammy introduction. It's about time we had a ham on this program to go with those eggs you lay around here. You're the only announcer I know who should live in a nest, really. Give up that apartment and take a nest. But you're right, Jimmy. March certainly did come in like a lion. Snow, sleet, cold, ice.
Oh, this freezing weather's too much for me, Fred. I'm going back to sunny Hollywood.
Sunny Hollywood?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard Bob Hope's program lately?
I know.
Oh, I always tune in on Bob to get the weather reports. Why, it's been raining in Hollywood for weeks, Jimmy. You know, it rains so much out there that Vine Street has grown 4 blocks longer. And Grapes of Wrath sprouted 2 more bunches at a matinee last Saturday. But sunny California, soggy California, you mean?
Well, I'm going someplace where it's hot. Where can I go?
You know where you can go.
Where?
And while Mr. Wallington is working on the answer to this $64 question, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Hollywood, California. Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences makes its annual awards for outstanding achievements in the cinema industry for 1940. Ginger Rogers, receiving award for her role in Kitty Foyle, said,
"This is the happiest moment of my life."
James Stewart, voted outstanding male star for his work in the Philadelphia Story, said,
"This is the happiest moment of my life."
Cecil Salvin, an extra who didn't win an award, but who found $4 on the floor when the banquet was over, said,
"This is the happiest moment of my life."
Anyone caring to write Cecil Salvin may reach him care of Oxygen Tent Number 2 at any hospital. Texaco News, ignoring Academy selections, makes its own awards to little-known mugs who contributed practically nothing to the advancement of the motion picture industry during the past year. A Texaco Award goes to the man who broke the Hollywood record for completing a feature picture in record time during 1940. Professor Fonstock Crest. What company are you with, Fonstock?
Whippet Productions.
Whippet Productions?
Yeah, it's a quickie studio. We make pictures so fast they lap over.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, if a director ain't off at the set the minute his picture is finished, he's in the first reel of the next picture.
Well, tell me, Fonstock, what is the fastest picture you have ever made?
Souls Akimbo, a 9-reeler.
Well, how long did Souls Akimbo take you?
Well, at 8 o'clock this morning, I'm pacing the bear rug in my office. The phone rings.
Yeah?
It's some guy with a crockery store. He's stuck with a lot of dishes, so he needs a picture to get rid of them.
This was at 8 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, we was cast and in production at 9. The picture's finished and down in the tailor shop being cut before noon.
Really?
We preview it during lunch in the commissary.
And?
At 2 o'clock this afternoon, 800 people in that guy's crockery store were hissing another Whippet production.
Well, that's some speed, isn't it? Well, tell me, is the picture finished? Is it through now?
Oh, no, it opens again tomorrow as a revival.
Oh, it does. Well, I'm sure critics will give it 4 shooting stars, and thank you, producer Fonstock Crest. A Texaco Award for all-around incompetence goes to Murdoch Nubb. Now, you weren't cited by the Academy, were you, Murdoch?
The Academy. Ha ha. I'm laughing.
Well, you don't agree with the Academy selections?
Who is this Prentice Sturgeon they're raving about?
Preston Sturgis? Why, he's the famous author, director, producer at Paramount.
All right, so does that compare him with me? I'm Murdoch Nubb, don't forget.
But you...
Murdoch Nubb, was the first combination actor, author, producer, director, yes man, stool pigeon, and errand boy in Hollywood.
You were all of these things?
I alone.
Well, I've never seen...
Who wrote the novel Up Satan's Alley? I alone.
Well, I did.
Who wrote the screen adaptation of the novel? I alone.
Well, I never...
Who produced the picture? I alone.
Well, you did.
Who directed the picture? I alone. Who acted both leading parts?
Well,
I alone. After 7 years in production, when the picture come out, who went to see Up Satan's Alley?
You mean...
I alone.
That's fame, isn't it?
And they're raving about this Prentice Sturgeon. What about Murdoch Nub?
Well, who ever heard of Murdoch Nub?
I alone.
Well, that completes your cycle, and thank you, actor, author, producer, and cast, Murdoch Nub. A Texaco Award for the most embarrassing moment on a picture set goes to Miss Fody LaFontaine. You all know her from her recent pictures, I'm sure. You work in pictures, do you, Fody?
Only in Technicolor.
Well, in Technicolor. Well, what is it you do in Technicolor, Fody?
I used to be an emergency blusher.
An emergency blusher?
Yeah, in Technicolor, when a girl blushes, the blush is supposed to show in the picture.
Oh, I see.
But in Hollywood, most actresses is either world-wise or anemic. They can't blush.
And that's where you come in.
Yeah, if the director wants a blush and the femme lead can't blush, I jump in and blush for her.
Well, how do you manage to blush by appointment and at will, Fody?
By manipulating me veins.
Oh, you manipulate...
Yeah, I wear loose foundation garments and manipulate me veins.
Oh. Well, what caused your award-winning embarrassing moment?
A sarong was my undoing.
A sarong?
Yeah, it's for a big jungle picture, Road to Hepzibah.
Oh, Road to Hepzibah.
The director wants a rush blush, but I gotta wear a sarong.
I see. Well, what happened?
Well, I put on the sarong, I take a gander at myself in the dressing room, I start to blush.
Yeah?
I'm blushing all the way across the lot.
Oh, you poor thing.
I get on the set, I'm still blushing.
Uh-huh.
The camera starts grinding, director yells blush. I manipulate me veins, I'm a dud.
You mean?
I'm all blushed out, me veins won't manipulate.
Your movie career is ended?
Yeah. I took 2 transfusions and tried to get back in, but you know Hollywood.
Oh, do I know Hollywood? Well, what are you doing today?
I'm doing my specialty in a movie theater on 7th Avenue.
Oh, at the Roxy?
Yeah, I'm a Roxy blusher.
Well, congratulations on your marvelous comeback and week finish, Miss Fody LaFontaine. The movie fan who got into the most trouble through being loyal to his screen idol was Barclay Dell. What is your favorite, or who rather, is your favorite movie star, Barclay?
Bela Lugosi.
Really?
I ain't Mr. Bela Lugosi picture for 10 years.
You admire Mr. Lugosi's acting so greatly?
Oh, it ain't his acting.
Well, then, what has you what has made you such an ardent? Coping with a man like you upsets the other party. You know that. What nature has done to you, you could soothe. Well, tell me what. Tell me, Barclay. Barclay, tell me what has made you such an ardent Lugosi fan.
Well, I'll tell you. You see, nature put a big wart on my Adam's apple.
Oh, a wart?
Yeah, it's right here under me collar button.
No kidding.
Yeah. When I put on me collar, the collar button presses against the wart presses against me Adam's apple. It's agony.
What's that got to do with Bela Lugosi?
Well, the only pleasure I had for 10 years I owe to Bela Lugosi.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, when I go into the theater, my collar button is always pressing against the wart. The wart is pressing against me Adam's apple. I'm in agony.
Yeah?
Then Bela Lugosi comes on the screen.
Yes?
My flesh starts to creep.
Yes?
The wart creeps up over me collar. I can't explain the feeling. It's utopia.
When the picture is over?
The wart creeps back down. The collar button starts pressing. I'm in agony again.
Until the next Bela Lugosi picture comes out.
They can't make 'em too fast for me. Boy, I'm sure gonna miss old Bela.
Miss him?
Yeah.
Why, he's still making pictures.
But I ain't gonna see him.
Why not?
Well, yesterday, I hear a new Bela Lugosi picture is opening up on 8th Avenue, see? The name is Mayhem in Paradise.
Really?
Yeah. I figure I'll go over and get my wart out from under for a couple of hours.
Yeah. Give your wart a good time.
Yeah.
And you went over to the theater?
Yeah, sure. There's a big line around the block. I get in line. The water's killing me.
The line kept moving up?
Yeah. Finally, I'm pushed up a flight of stairs. That's all, brother.
The line didn't lead to the theater?
It went into a recruiting office.
And instead of seeing Bela Lugosi...
I'm seeing Fort Dix in the morning.
Congratulations and thank you, Barclay Dell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn from the Academy Awards to our choice for a vocal award. And our candidate is Kenny Baker. And Kenny sings for us now on Wings of Song.
On wings of song I will take thee. In dreams, my love, we will go. To a home I have made thee, where Ganges waters flow. Our garden is brightly shining beneath the moon so clear. The lotus flowers are pining to see their sister dear. The lotus flowers are pining to see their sister beneath a palm we'll rest, free from the world we will sing, rejoicing that fate has blessed us with such a lovely dream, with such a lovely dream.
Thank you very much. That was...
Pardon me, can you take me next?
Take you, friend?
Yeah, I want a flannel house coat, size 18, cerise, with puffed shoulders.
A flannel house coat?
Yeah, ain't this the program where they give you anything you want to make your dream come true?
Oh. No, if you're asleep, you'd better wake up, brother. You're on the wrong program.
Gee, am I a dud?
Well, you'd certainly look like one in a flannel house coat, size 18.
Oh, I don't want it for me. It's for my wife, Gertie.
Oh, your wife?
Yeah, you see, every morning when I start off to work, Gertie comes out on the front porch in a wrapper to wave goodbye.
Uh-huh.
By the time I get the car started these cold mornings, Gertie's just a mess of goose pimples. See, I want a flannel house coat, size 18.
Look, no, wait, just a second. Look, you don't need a flannel house coat for your wife. What you need is fire chief for your car. You see, then you'll get quick starts, and Gertie won't get those goose pimples. Now, for further detail, just lend a good ear here to Jimmy Wallington.
If there's one time when duds, those useless slow-action elements in gasoline, show their true colors, it's when you want a quick start on a cold day. For those deadly duds fail to vaporize in the carburetor. Hold back the power of those few ounces of chilled gasoline and have a big enough job to do without having duds make it harder. The result? You don't start fast. Your battery suffers and you waste fuel. But remember, there are no duds in Fire Chief. In Fire Chief, you're getting only the fast action elements that vaporize instantly, give flashing starts, quick pickups. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. There's not a dud in the tank full.
Has just consummated the barcarolle from the Tales of Hoffman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise.
Mr. Allen!
No, not now, Portland. Look, we have a very important guest tonight. Now, I want you and Kenny and Mr. Goodman to be on your toes.
Oh, I'll tell him. Kenny! Mr. Goodman!
Yes, Porty? Goodman is present.
Now, look, listen, all three of you. Our guest tonight is an intellectual, a grammar perfectionist, and a fanatic on pronunciation. Now, I want you all to be very careful. If I happen to introduce you, no faux pas.
Faux pas? This is English?
Yes. I mean, no grammatical indiscretions. Watch your diction.
Well, who is this guy, Mr. Allen?
He's FPA.
FPA? That's a project, ain't it? FHA is a project. FPA is with John Edgar Hoover, ain't he?
FBI, Mr. Goodman, ain't it?
Now, wait a minute. Stop saying ain't. For heaven's sake, don't say ain't. They tell me that when FPA hears people say ain't, he swoons.
But who is FPA? F.A.?
He's Mr. Franklin P. Adams, Kenny, the celebrated newspaper columnist, wit, the author of many books, and to radio listeners, he is best known as the man who plays right field on Information Please.
This is only one man?
Yes, one man. Now, break it up, and don't forget, when you meet Mr. Adams, put on the dog grammatically. We want to make a good impression.
And no ain't.
No ain't's above all things. Now, beat it, everybody. I'm going to introduce him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present Mr. Franklin P. Adams.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good evening. Good evening, Mr. Franklin P. Adams.
Good evening, Mr. Fred P. Allen.
It is stimulating to hail a fellow so well met as you, Mr. Franklin P. Adams.
It is equally stimulating to say, do we have to be this formal?
Oh, no, not necessarily. We were afraid you might be a stuffed shirt, and we just wanted to make you feel at home.
I ain't a stuffed shirt, Mr. Allen, confidentially.
You're not?
No, I ain't.
Hey, something is wrong here. We've got the wrong Adams or something. With those ain'ts. Are you sure you're the Mr. Adams?
You ain't kidding, brother.
Well, it's certainly nice of you to take a sabbatical from information, please, and embark on this mental slumming tour tonight. Now, Mr. Adams, my little company must impress you as being mentally unkempt and teetering on the subnormal.
Oh, I don't know. That fella Goodman looks like an intelligent type.
Well, we don't keep him on a leash, if that's what you mean. Say, you haven't met our little group, have you?
Don't bother, Fred. I know quite a few people. I don't want to overdo it.
Oh, what's the difference? So you'll sink a little lower socially.
You mean I ain't touched bottom?
Not yet. But something tells me you will before this evening is over. Now, folks, Portland, this is Mr. Adams.
Glad to know you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Portland. That's the first kind word I've heard tonight.
Kenny, this is Mr. Adams.
How smart are you, Mr. Adams?
2 and 2 is 4.
That's good enough for me.
Kenny.
Gee whiz, he's a whiz, F.A.
And, Mr. Well, that's only one man's opinion, after all. Mr. Adams, this is Mr. Goodman.
A pleasure, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you. What is Shakespeare doing these days?
He's still with the same people.
He's got no ambition. I thought Shakespeare was going places.
Maestro.
You are saying talk intelligent.
But you're overdoing it, Maestro. Well, now that you know our gang, Mr. Adams, let's get on with our interview. Now, let me see. What can we talk about?
I don't know. How about just ad-libbing until we hit something good?
Well, that's a little risky, isn't it?
Not for me.
It's easy for you guys on information, please. You can get out of a conversational hole with a quotation from Shelley or an old used bird call, but on a program like this, we have to have scripts.
You mean otherwise people wouldn't think radio comedians could read?
In a certain case on the West Coast, that is the purpose, yes. You can use a script tonight, can't you?
If you don't mind, Fred, I prefer to be unrehearsed and, what is it? Spontaneous.
Oh, you found it. You want to be unrehearsed and spontaneous.
It says here.
Well, all right. Now, about our interview, what is your story, Mr. Adams?
Well, I was born.
Yes.
And I lived.
Yes.
And here I am.
Well, I know, but what happened in between?
Everything went black.
Well, for a man who has been working in the dark so many years, you certainly have accomplished a great many things.
I'd rather not talk about myself, Fred.
You mean you'd rather not mention that you write a column on the Brooklyn Eagle?
The New York Post.
Well, wouldn't you like to say you've been writing a daily column since 1904?
1903.
Don't you want it known that you are a celebrated writer of lyric poetry?
No, it's light verse.
But years ago you did write a musical comedy with Mark Twain.
Practically, it was O. Henry.
Now, look, Mr. Adams, won't you please admit that you're on the air every Friday with that popular radio show, The National Bond Ant?
No, sir, that's information, please.
Well, all right. If I'm getting everything wrong, why don't you tell your story your own way?
I'd rather not talk about myself, Fred.
Well, I know, but there must be something you'll talk about.
Yes, there is, Fred. I've got a pair of pet peeves, and I've written about them for years.
What are they?
Well, I've agitated against double parking in New York streets.
And as a result of your crusade?
Today we got triple parking.
Well, congratulations. Now, and your other peeve?
I've been campaigning for visible numbering on houses and buildings in New York.
And?
Today you can't find the numbers and half of the houses are gone.
Well, so much for your dynamic crusading. Now about information, please. How did you amass the vast knowledge you dispense on your program? In other words, Mr. Adams, how did you become so smart?
I started as a moron and worked my way up.
I see. Well, with your strenuous routine, what do you do for relaxation?
I play tennis.
Oh, you do, really? Do you play an exciting game of tennis?
Well, I've been playing tennis for 40 years, and I've never beaten a healthy man yet.
Confidentially, Mr. Adams, do you, imbibe?
Is that an invitation?
No. No, that
What point is there in answering?
Well, I haven't seen a point on the whole page here. You've got something there.
Well, that isn't an invitation.
Well, now that you've sampled our hospitality, Mr. Adams, I'm going to tell you why I asked you over tonight.
You didn't ask me just for myself?
No, I didn't. I had an ulterior motive. Now, you have a column in the New York Post.
Yes, sir.
And in this column, you frequently run poems sent in by contributors.
Frequently?
Well, I have written a tone poem.
You haven't the poem with you, I hope.
Fortunately, I have. Would you like to have me read it to you?
No, but something tells me you will.
That is correct. Absolutely correct.
All right, if I'm in for it, what is this tone poem called?
Tone.
Read on.
Tone. The sweetest tone of all the tones is not the tone of the slide trombone, nor the saxophone or the bagpipe's drone. The sweetest tone of all the tones is the moan of the hormone when the hormone moans. When the hormone moans in any key, I am transported with ecstasy, for the hormone moans in harmony.
Is that the end?
Yes.
It's hard to tell with a poem like that.
Yes. You can end it any place, really. I mean, it should... Well, what do you say, Mr. Adams? Would you...
I'll run your poem on one condition, Fred.
And that is?
I gotta have a 10-yard head start, and I ain't kidding.
Oh, you ain't? Well, wait till I get on information, please, again.
I can wait. Good night.
Good night, and thank you for this pleasant little visit, Mr. Franklin. Ladies and gentlemen, the Martins tear themselves away from the bosom of their fan club just long enough to sing Young Man with a Horn.
Young man, if you keep playing this way, you'll blow your brave old world to bits of glass, change your horn to a thing of twisted brass. Young man, you could have cracked from the strain. There comes a time when just an empty sack can be the straw that breaks your back. Lord only knows just why he was born. No time to learn how to read or write. He sleeps all day, but he plays all night. He's that young man, Lord is home. He's that young man with a horn. When he's sending, he goes for notes. The horns will never play, but still he keeps on sending out of the world and far away. So if you hear our tune being torn, just like a life that's been ripped apart, somewhere down deep in his soul and heart is that young man, young man, Lord is home.
Say, Jimmy,
Yes, friend?
Say, Jimmy, I have been admiring that handkerchief in your breast pocket there all evening. It's the neatest shade of beige I've ever seen.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Fred.
Yes, it's quite a contrast to the Kleenex you usually carry up. Say, let me see that handkerchief, will you, Jimmy?
Oh, don't touch it, Fred. Don't pull it up.
Why,
shucks, you had to go and do it.
Well, look at this. Why, this isn't beige at all, Jimmy. It's just plain white cotton scorched. Look at that thing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I get for trying to do my own ironing.
Jimmy, you do your own laundry, too?
No, Fred. You see, the way this happened, I was dressing this morning, and I noticed that my outside handkerchief looked like it had been slept in.
Well, they do get that way after 8 or 9 weeks, you know that.
So I thought, why not slap it on the ironing board and smooth it out? And just as I was starting, the phone rang.
You went to answer it and left the iron on.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
And then all at once I saw chambray smoke.
Well, let that be a lesson to you, Jimmy. Hereafter, send your handkerchiefs out.
Yes, there's a lesson for all of us there, Fred. Smoke from the ironing board is like smoke from the exhaust of an automobile. Both mean trouble. For when you see smoke spouting from the exhaust of the other fellow's car, the chances are it's due to excessive engine wear that takes a costly repair job to cure. Heed the warning before your car smokes. See to it that your engine gets the protection of an oil that is insulated to resist both heat and cold. An oil that is also distilled to remove natural impurities. From now on, use insulated Haviland and safeguard your engine from 3 sources of wear of which smoke is a symptom. Heat, cold, and carbon-forming impurities. Beware of smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at a Texaco dealer. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was Don't the Moon Look Pretty, played by Al Goodman and his famous orchestra. And now, say, Portland.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Will you tell Kenny that it's almost time?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, 1,200 Texaco dealers from the Southern Territory are assembled in convention at the George Washington Hotel in Jacksonville, Florida. In exactly 3 minutes, they will interrupt the convention to tune in on the Texaco Star Theater to hear just a word of greeting from the youngest member of our organization, Master Kenneth Baker.
And for this auspicious occasion, I, Goodman, have written also a theme song.
A theme song for Texaco, Mr. Goodman? What is it called?
I'll take you home a canned gasoline.
That's fine. Nice work, Maestro. We'll learn the words of it later. Now, it's almost time for Kenny to greet the convention.
Here comes Kenny, Mr. Allen.
Roman Texaco dealers, lend me your gears.
Kenny, hurry up with your limbering up there, your vocal calisthenics. Jacksonville will be ready in just a minute.
I'm just running over my speech, F.A.
Kenny, there isn't time for a speech. We just want a few words of greeting.
Please, F.A., I gotta concentrate. You have your cue, Mr. Goodman?
What cue?
When Kenny is saying north-south, I, Goodman, am playing Dixie.
What Dixie?
At the end of my speech, I give Mr. Goodman a cue.
Yeah?
When I say, greetings from us in the north to you in the south, Goodman will...
Quiet! Who started that?
I, Goodman. Not yet, Mr. Goodman. But you are saying south. Goodman's cue.
Well, never mind. Forget about Dixie, Maestro. Now, Kenny, you stand by. We're about ready.
Okay, F.A. Stand by, Mr. Beamish.
Who is Mr. Beamish?
He's going to help me with my funny story.
Oh, are you going to tell a funny story?
I got a Lulu. It's about Pat and Mike in the desert.
Well, what has Mr. Beamish got to do with it?
Mr. Beamish is going to remind me.
Remind you? Don't you know the story?
Sure, but no speaker just tells a funny story. Something has to remind him. Then the speaker says, that reminds me of a funny story.
Oh, Mr. Beamish is going to do something.
Yes. So I'll be able to say, that reminds me of a funny story.
Well, can't you say that reminds me of a funny story without Mr. Beamish?
I'm no liar, F.A.
All right. Now, when does Beamish come in?
When I give him a cue.
What cue?
When I say, Texaco dealers, Mr. Beamish...
Water, I must have water.
What was that?
That was Mr. Beamish. He was reminding me. He thought it was his cue.
Now, wait a minute. Look. Yelling water, water, that reminds you of a funny story?
Yes. Water reminds me of Pat and Mike in the desert.
Oh, all right. Something tells me anything can happen, and it probably will. Now you wait here. I'll see if the Texaco convention is ready in Jacksonville.
You'd better rehearse your first line, Kenny.
Oh, that's a good idea, Porty. Friends, Romans, and Texaco dealers.
Water, water, I must have water, water.
Will you keep that Beamish out of here?
I'm sorry, F.A. I accidentally gave Mr. Beamish his cue again.
Well, don't make a mistake and give Goodman his cue.
Oh, I'll be careful. Mr. Goodman's cue is north and south.
Quiet! Mr. Goodman, please.
I am hearing south. Goodman's cue.
They're waving from the control room, Mr. Allen.
That's all they ever do from the control room. Wave back at them.
All right.
Fine, now the control room is throwing kisses.
Go ahead, Mr. Allen. Jacksonville is ready.
Quiet! We're on the air! All right, Kenny, let's have it.
Don't forget my demonstration, Porty.
I'm ready.
Quiet, please. To the Texaco Convention in Jacksonville, Florida, we here in the Texaco Star Theater send a message. Our speaker is the youngest member of our organization, Kenny Baker.
Thank you. Greetings, friends.
Now, wait a minute. That's enough, Portland. After all, Kenny isn't speaking on the lease land bill.
Thank you, folks, for your riotous reception. On behalf of the Texaco Star Theater, I greet the Jacksonville Convention of Texaco Dealers. Texaco Dealers. Where's Beamish?
Never mind Beamish. Go into your funny story.
But that's Mr. Beamish's cue. He's got to remind me.
Kenny, all of our dealers are waiting down there in Florida. They'll be hopping mad.
Yes, Kenny. You're liable to start trouble between the North and South.
Quiet! Put that stick down, Maestro.
But again, I'm hearing south. Goodman's cue.
It was a mistake, the whole thing. Now, go ahead, Kenny.
But I can't tell my funny story until Mr. Beamish reminds me.
Well, Mr. Beamish isn't here. Oh, we'll get something else to remind you. Sound man.
Yeah, Mr. Allen.
Look, on the cue Jacksonville Convention, let's have the siren and bell. You know, like the program opens.
Jacksonville Convention, yeah.
But how will that remind me, F.A.?
It's simple, Kenny. The siren and bell will remind you of Fire Chief, you see? Fire Chief will remind you of fire. Fire will remind you of water.
Oh, I get it. And water will remind me of Pat and Mike in the desert.
Yes.
Oh.
We'll remind you the hard way. And now, at long last, members of the convention, I give you Kenny Baker.
Yippee!
Oh, brother.
Thank you. On behalf of the Texaco Star Theater, I greet the Jacksonville Convention.
Go ahead, Kenny. That reminds you.
Okay. Well, that reminds me of a funny story. You Texaco dealers...
Water. Sorry I was late, Baker. Water.
Again with the Beamish. Go ahead, Kenny.
I can't, F.A.
Kenny, you've been reminded twice.
You overdid it, F.A. Now I forgot my story.
Oh.
It's about Pat and that other man in the desert, Kenny.
Oh, Pat and Mike. That's right.
Never mind the cast of characters. Get on with the story.
Pat and Mike were in the desert.
Yes.
They were dying of thirst.
Yes.
They only had one orange between them.
Uh-huh.
Just one little tambourine.
That's tangerine.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. The Texaco Convention's in Florida.
So?
This is a California orange.
Oh, what's the difference? Kenny, we only have 30 seconds before Jacksonville tunes us out. Now, please finish your story.
But a California orange,
Make it a Florida orange. The Jacksonville Convention. No, sound man, no.
You shouldn't have said convention, F.A. The Texaco dealers is what we're
Water.
Kenny, never mind. Kenny, just say goodbye to the dealers down south. Quiet, everybody, quiet.
And Pat and Mike were in the desert.
Kenny, don't bother with your story. The convention has probably started north in a body looking for all of us by now. There's only one way you can redeem yourself, Kenny. You'd better sing your song right away. What is it?
I Hear a Rhapsody.
I Hear a Rhapsody, Mr. Goodman, and it shouldn't sound like Dixie.
Hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody, and when your sparkling eyes are smiling at me, then soft through the starlit skies, I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay? My darling, hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I hear a rhapsody. I hear you call, I don't hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody. You're smiling at me, then soft through the starlit skies, I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay? My darling, hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I hear a
after all of that Dixie. And here's Larry Elliott to talk about, what are you going to talk about tonight, Larry?
Oh, about 9/16 of a second, Fred.
9/16 of a second? Why, that will be about the shortest commercial ever put on the air. Pardon me, I'm going to call Ripley.
Oh, no, it's not a commercial, Fred. 9/16 of a second is the average reaction time for an automobile driver.
Reaction time? What's that?
Well, that's the time it takes your foot to begin moving when you decide to press the brake or the gas. Scientific tests have proven that the time varies with different drivers, from 1/8 of a second up to 1 full second, with the average 9/16.
9/16 of a second. You know that's faster than the Warner Brothers can say Edward G. Robinson?
Yes. Yes, and it goes to show how many of your actions in driving a car are instinctive, done in a flash, without time to think. And when your car responds to those instant demands with quick, flexible power, then you're enjoying driving at its best. Sky Chief Texaco's different premium gasoline gives you that kind of driving enjoyment, consistently. You can be idling along with the sound of your motor scarcely a whisper, but you know that there under your foot is any sudden burst of speed you may need to pass a car or climb a hill. And with a clear road ahead, let her zoom and fly the highway with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they salute the kiddies of America and present the story of Little Red Riding Hood from the fairy tale of the same name. Music, Professor. Once upon a time, kiddies, there lived in a certain village a little country girl. Everybody called her Little Red Riding Hood.
Ho, ho, ho!
Little Red Riding Hood.
Red Riding Hood, baloney!
Quiet, please. Pipe down.
Pipe down yourself, picklepuss.
Excuse me, folks. A fresh kid in the front row who obviously knows me. Just a minute, you. Come up on the stage here, brat.
Okay, I'll come up, jerk.
Now, high school boy. Now listen, you digest Dracula. What's the big idea of heckling me as I'm starting this fairy tale?
Oh, who wants to hear fairy stories?
Why, Little Red Riding Hood has been charming kiddies for generations.
Yeah, well, she's passé today. Mother Goose is washed up, too.
Yeah?
Kids say they are hep, chum.
What kind... Kids are hep, are they? What kind of programs do you kids want, Sonny?
Action stuff, like gangbusters, Buck Rogers. You gotta give us kids something up to date or we won't listen.
Now listen, Cub. We have rehearsed Little Red Riding Hood for tonight.
Well, that's your hard luck, Alan. I'm going home.
Hey, wait a minute. Just a minute, Buster. I've got an idea. Now, suppose we present Little Red Riding Hood the way it might be done on some of those other programs.
How do you mean?
Well, you sit down, Chubby, and we'll show you how Little Red Riding Hood might sound served up in gangbuster style.
Gangbusters presents Little Red Riding Hood. Or, when Granny woke up in the wolf's stomach, she knew it was an inside job.
The scene, the forest hideout of Granny the Gun Moll. Granny is the lovable old fence and front woman for a notorious kidnapping gang. As our scene opens, Granny is knitting a blindfold for the gang's next kidnap victim. There is a knock at the door. Granny speaks.
Come in.
Great, Granny. Get him up. This is a stick-up.
Willie the Wolf.
Yeah, Willie the Wolf. I need dough, Granny. Come across.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Hey, we ain't getting no place, Granny. Take this.
No.
Now to get that dough out of Granny's gator.
Pick him up, Willie the Wolf.
Little Red Riding Hood.
Yes, take this, Wolf.
No.
Gosh, I killed the wolf and there's no reward. Alas, crime doesn't pay.
Well, there you are, son. How was that?
That's okay, Alan. But only for the kids that like that cops and robber stuff.
You don't like it?
No, not me. It's nothing but that real life. Give me something that's supernatural.
Really? What shows do you go for?
Well, personally, I like Mandrake the Magician and Superman.
Oh, you mean the blood and thunder programs with those kiddie clubs, secret codes, and free badges?
Yeah. Them shows where a kid can get suspense and cornflakes.
Suspense and cornflakes. You want them in that order, do you?
Yeah.
Well, all right. We'll show you how one installment of Little Red Riding Hood would sound done on a juvenile serial show.
It's a sparrow. It's the Goodyear balloon. It's Superman.
Yes, boys and girls, it's time for another exciting adventure with Superman, the super perfect man of the future. Superman is brought to you each evening by the makers of
Granny Pop. The new all-brand lollipop for nearsighted kiddies.
Granny Pops contain composite calcium motivate, the new energy-giving ingredient for kiddies.
Granny Pops contain calcified extract of liver, the instant bodybuilding derivative.
And Granny Pops contain bran. Mothers, if you want your kid to have roughage, sluffage, and stuffage,
buy him a Granny Pop today.
And now for Superman. As you recall, kiddies, last night, Superman with his X-ray eyes looked through the walls of Granny's cottage and saw...
But before we see what Superman saw, kiddies, a word about our Superman Bandit Club. Now, here's how you join, kids. Simply tear off the top of Daddy's safety deposit box. Send us whatever you find inside. Take an oath to Superman you won't talk
And you are now a member of the Bandit Club, absolutely free. And now for our Superman adventure. But first, tonight's number in the Superman secret code. Tonight's message to all Superman Club members is 94 78 46 25 ring 2. And now for our Superman adventure. But first, a word about our new guaranteed imitation tin Superman badges for junior Supermen. We're all out of them. And now for our Superman adventure. You may remember, kiddies, Superman with his X-ray eyes has seen the wolf through the walls of Granny's cottage. We now find Superman opening the door of the cottage. Superman steps inside. Superman closes the door. This concludes tonight's adventure, kiddies. What will Superman do tomorrow? Tune in tomorrow and see if you can find out between commercials. Good night, kiddies. And don't forget Granny Pop. And don't forget your Superman club. And don't forget your Superman coat. And don't forget your Superman bag. And don't forget... Oh, let's knock off, fellas. Yeah. Let's finish that game of tin rummy. Okay, but who's... Hey, how about... Oh, I forgot. Good night, kiddies.
Well, Bob, how did you like that action version of Little Red Riding Hood?
Well, it was okay, but there wasn't no human interest in it.
No human interest? You mean the children go for those human interest programs, too?
Sure, especially we the people. Kids go crazy for that sob stuff.
They do? Kids do. Well, look, we'll show you how Little Red Riding Hood might sound if she was presented on We the People.
We the People speak. Tonight, we the people bring you a most unusual attraction. You are all familiar with the perennial fairy tale, Little Red Riding Hood. Tonight, at our microphone, we have the original Little Red Riding Hood and the original wolf who swallowed her original grandmother. Say hello to the folks, original Little Red Riding Hood.
Hello.
And how old are you now, Little Red Riding Hood?
I'm 108 years old.
And is this the original wolf?
Yes, Mr. Heater.
You've kept the wolf with you ever since he swallowed your granny?
Yes, I like to feel that Granny is near me.
And now will the wolf say a few words?
If you kick him.
All right, I will. Thank you, wolf. Folks, that was the original wolf that swallowed Red Riding Hood's granny. Wasn't it, Red Riding Hood?
Yes, Mr. Heater.
And now, we, the people, has arranged to bring you greetings from the original granny who is still inside the wolf. Our CBS technician is now lowering a mic down into the wolf's stomach. The next voice you hear will be that of Little Red Riding Hood's granny, direct from the stomach of the wolf. Hello, Granny. Do you hear me, Granny?
Yes.
After spending 100 years in a wolf's stomach, Granny, have you a message for our radio audience?
Yes. Let me out of here.
We the people speak.
There you are, son. You see, Red Riding Hood can make good in radio no matter how she's presented.
Well, yeah, she's okay in a lowbrow sort of way.
Well, I don't get it.
But how about some kids that went for high-class music?
High-class music? I'll show you how Little Red Riding Hood might sound in grand opera. We sing you the tale of Red Riding Hood. She went to see her granny in the woods. But the wolf had bolted granny for a snack. And all the things that radio hawks couldn't bring her back. Alas, alas, bring granny back. Alas, alas, bring granny back. Alas, alas, bring granny back. For the wolf could not bring granny back. She was gone for good. Red Riding Hood couldn't bring her back. Son, how was that?
Oh, I'm sorry I started the whole thing.
You're sorry. How about me?
Well, I guess there's only one real way to enjoy Red Riding.
That's the way I started to do it in the first place. Now, you keep quiet, and I'll tell the story. Once upon a time, kiddies. And now, Larry Elliott for the defense.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. The preparedness of the petroleum industry is welcome news to every American today. But this preparedness didn't just happen. Behind this readiness to meet the emergency requirements of a sudden industrial speed-up, the great demands of our mechanized armies, our fleet, and aviation forces, is a story that goes back many, many years. A story of research, planning, and manufacture. Today, as a result of this long-range preparedness program, the petroleum industry is not only ready and willing, but also able to give all-out support to our country. Petroleum is a real defense industry.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to stop in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It all began in this little shop.
Ow! Damn roses.
Where, strange as it seems, something extraordinary happened.
I'm afraid it isn't feeling very well today.
Now isn't that bizarre?
What kind of a weirdo plant is that, Seymour?
Little Shop of Horrors. A story about a boy.
I've given you sunlight. I've given you rain. Looks like you're not happy. Unless I open a vein. Where did you get such a weird plant?
A girl.
You don't need a nice voice when you live on Skid Row, Mr. Mushnick. Seymour, this is my date, my boyfriend.
A florist.
I'm telling you, Audrey, he's not a good, clean kind of boy.
He's a professional.
You'll be a You have a talent for causing things. Hey, song me a People will pay you to be in I've been saving all month for this. I think I need a root canal. I'm sure I need a long, slow root canal. Feed me, Seymour.
And a plant.
Feed me all night long. How am I supposed to keep on feeding you? Whoa! Catch me now. I'm just a mean green mother from outer space, and I'm playing. I'm just a mean green mother from outer space, and it looks like you've been had. Yes!
Rick Moranis.
Man's a total disgrace to the dental profession.
Ellen Green.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, what? That's better.
Vincent Gardenia. With special guest appearances by Steve Martin, John Candy, and Bill Murray.
It's your professionalism that I respect.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Bartender, set out another bottle of that rye whiskey. Now, look, Mr. Thatcher, you just tell us once more about this stud colt you got, huh?
He's a good colt, Mr. Butler.
And a running colt, you tell me.
He can run some.
Some? About the fastest thing in these parts, I hear tell.
You're making fun of me, Mr. Butler. You and your friends.
Oh, I don't know why you should think that. Out here in Dodge, we're all interested in good horse flesh. Especially when it's some sort of a fancy new breed. Quarter horse, you call it, huh?
If you don't mind, I'll be going now.
Oh, no. Not yet, Mr. Thatcher. We'd all like to hear some more about your stock, wouldn't we, boys?
Mr. Butler, my grandson's waiting for me outside.
Hey, Thatcher, tell us again about this little old sawed-off colt of yours. I understand these new type horses you raise have rumps so high they look like they're going downhill.
Hank, it ain't polite to call this colt that way. Besides, it ain't that he's sawed off. It's just that he's got no back. His withers run right into his croup.
He's quarter horse and 3/4 what else?
I guess this is all fun for you, but you got no call.
Oh, now, boys, I do believe Thatcher's upset. Here, let me pour you another drink.
No, thanks. I'll be going.
No, that just ain't sociable. Here, have a drink.
I said no, Mr. Butler.
Drink it.
I'm old enough to be your father, Mr. Butler, and I'll drink when I want and with who I want.
You ornery old goat, I'll pour this whole stinking bottle down your throat.
All right, Butler. That's enough.
Evening, Marshal Dillon.
Mr. Thatcher, your grandson's waiting outside in the buckboard. You better get along home, huh?
Yeah. Thank you, Marshal. Thank you very much.
Old fool. Bragging on the quarter colt he's so proud of. Well, buy a drink, Marshal.
No, thank you.
You just missed the fun. We were having old Thatcher on about his stock.
He's not young anymore, Mr. Butler. But let me warn you about something. Sometime you may push him too far.
Oh, we were just hurrahing him a bit. We didn't do any harm.
Thatcher and his grandson are new out here. You find your fun somewhere else, Butler. Why don't you leave him be?
Matt?
You know, when you torment an old man like that, it makes you cheap. Real cheap.
Matt?
Come on, let's go.
Sit down, Matt. You could buy me a drink if you wanted.
Yeah, sure. Sam, send over a drink for Miss Kitty, will you?
I have to drink alone. Usually my partner drinks with me.
Not tonight, Kitty.
You mad about something, Matt?
No. Tired, maybe.
I saw you talking with Ed Butler over there. He say something to set you off?
Yeah, maybe that's it, Kitty. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Sam. There you are.
That was old man Thatcher over there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Whenever he comes in here, Butler gets him started on this new breed of horse Thatcher's got. Is that what it was tonight?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Happens every time he comes to town, Matt.
He's an old man, Kitty. There's no way he can fight back.
Well, Matt, it's not your worry. You can't keep Butler off his back any more than I can.
They're like vultures circling a buffalo that's hurt, just waiting for the time when he finally goes down so they can settle for a meal.
Matt.
I'm thirsty after all. I think I will have that drink, Kitty. Sam! Chester, if you'd run these papers over to Mr. Hightower.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Another wanted poster on Johnny Ringo.
Mr. Hightower's waiting for him, Chester.
Yes, sir, but Johnny Ringo's out in Arizona. He never comes back this way.
Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. I'll take him right over. Oh, is there anything for me to do while I'm down at the other end of the plaza?
No, nothing I know of.
Well, then I'll just wait around down at the depot then, Mr. Dillon, if it's all right. The morning train's due in from St. Louis in half hour.
All right, Chester.
Marshal Dillon,
Oh, good morning, Mr. Thatcher.
got a minute to spare? I have a favor to ask.
Yeah, certainly. Come on in. Mr. Hightower's waiting, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Well, sit down, Mr. Thatcher.
First of all, Marshal, I want to thank you for what you did last night over at the Texas Trail.
Oh, Butler and his crowd just had too much to drink, that's all.
Well, maybe I did, too. Once I start, it's hard to stop. Then I get to arguing. I'm too old to argue that way.
Well, maybe you shouldn't go to the Texas Trail. Seems every time you do, Butler takes his pleasure riding you.
Well, it's that I wanted to talk to you about.
No? Well, go on.
Well, Ed Butler's always said he's got the best horses around Dodge or anywhere else.
Well, maybe he does, Mr. Thatcher.
Mine are better.
Well, I don't know anything about your stock.
Marshal Dillon, Ed Butler's having breakfast right down the street at the Dodge House. I want you to walk down there with me.
Now, look, Mr. Thatcher, I don't want to mix up in any personal problems between you and Ed.
Well, this ain't completely personal, Marshal. Oh, save maybe in a way. I come to you because I figure you're the one man in Dodge with nothing to gain. And you'll be honest. I got something here. I want you to take it.
No?
It's the deed to my ranch.
Why are you giving it to me?
I want you to hold that deed and come with me to meet Ed Butler. I'm going to challenge him to a grudge race. My quarter colt against the best horse he's got.
You mean you're putting up your ranch on this race?
Yes, sir. And I want you to hold the stakes.
Look, it's no business of mine, but you could lose, you know.
No, sir. I don't figure I can.
Mr. Thatcher, you and your grandson have been over here from Missouri better than a year now. Now, you know how these people are, men such as Butler and the rest. There's nothing more fun than ragging somebody. Somebody who fights back but isn't too strong.
You're trying to lecture me, Marshal.
Well, it's because you're new here that they're making it rough for you. You just don't know the ways yet.
No, it's no good, Marshal.
Look, Mr. Thatcher, you're putting up everything you got on this race. Now, what makes you so sure you can win? What's so special about this stud colt that you've raised?
He's a little special in most everywhere, Marshal. His daddy was Cold Deck, and his mother was the best mare in Missouri. Oh, I know why Butler and the others laugh at him. Compared to some horses, he looks like a bulldog beside a greyhound. His head's short, and he carries it too low. He's built too close to the ground, with bulging muscles and short legs. But I'll tell you one thing. He's just gone 4, and as he stands now, he's the most horse west of St. Louis. And there are some like him in Texas now. And if I have any say, one day quarter horses will be all over the West. So when a man gets to be my age, Marshal Dillon, he's got to stand behind what he believes. And I believe in this little horse. He's sleepy and he's quiet, but he can unwind like lightning.
Yeah, you got a feel for horses, haven't you, Mr. Thatcher?
It ain't much of a man talks one way and thinks another. Will you walk with me down to the Dodge House?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll walk with you.
I'm going to have some more.
Well, Butler, that's it. And Mr. Thatcher here has asked that I hold the purse.
Couldn't ask for anything more fair than that.
Then you race?
Why, sure I'll race. You name the day and the time, I'll be there.
This afternoon, then, across the river.
Good enough for me.
All right, we'll make it at 2 o'clock. I'll have Doc Adams there to look over the horses. They'll both be sound or there'll be no race. Is that agreed?
That's good.
And they'll run the way they are, shod or not shod. And Mr. Thatcher has suggested a distance of 400 yards.
That's right.
400 yards. Hardly worth running, but I'm willing.
All right, since you accept the match, Mr. Butler, you'd best to come to some agreement on the bet with Mr. Thatcher here.
What do you figure your ranch with everything on it's worth, Thatcher?
Oh, maybe $4,000?
That's high for just 500-600 acres, a few outbuildings, and a couple of old milk cows. I'll put 4,000 against your deed. Marshal, I'll give it to Hank here. He'll bring it over to your office.
All right, if you'll have it there by noon.
Hey, how about a side bet for me, Mr. Thatcher?
Well, I don't know.
Hank?
Hey, yeah, Jim, what?
I seen a quarter mare named Belle run down Galveston last July. And I seen Thatcher's colt run little. I'll take your side bet. Name it.
400.
Double that, it's a bet.
Good enough.
Then it's 800, and I'll bet the quarter colt.
Well, now, Mr. Thatcher. Seems Jim Bales here don't have no more sense than you. Well, at least you're not alone.
All right, then. Everything's settled. Just one last thing, gentlemen. This is going to be a fair race.
Well, no need to worry, Marshal. Ain't no reason to press my luck, not against a jug-headed cayuse like Thatcher.
Why, you know...
All right, that's enough. Now, come on, Mr. Thatcher. Let's get out of here, huh? Now, why don't you go on home? I'm going back to the office.
You think I'm just an old fool, don't you?
Yes, Mr. Thatcher, I do. You're headstrong and you're stubborn. But, good luck to you this afternoon.
You know, Matt, there have been horse races in Dodge before, lots of times. But I've never seen one where so many people got concerned. Why, the whole town's in on it. Everybody's betting one way or another.
Yeah, I know. And I don't like it, Doc.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Oh, people like an excuse to celebrate. And this afternoon there'll be whiskey running to help them. Whiskey and horses don't mix when there's money changing hands.
Matt, are you worried about Thatcher putting his ranch up on the race?
He could lose his ranch, Doc.
Oh. Well, doesn't he have a chance?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Oh, hello, Doc.
Well, Chester.
Say, I was down at the bridge a few minutes back watching for Butler to take his horse across. I wanted to know which one he was running.
Well?
And I didn't recognize the horse. I thought probably it'd be his sorrel, but it wasn't. It was a horse I ain't never seen before.
Well, what horse is it, Chester?
Ed Butler ain't putting in no cow pony, Mr. Dillon. He's running a thoroughbred.
Well, yeah, you got a...
Is that it, man?
Mr. Thatcher's betting everything he has on this quarter horse of his to beat a cow pony. Now Butler's running a pure racing horse, a thoroughbred. Well, it's past 1. Let's get over to the other side of the river.
We'll return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, Tuesday nights you have 2 dates for Thrilling Mystery on CBS Radio. One's with Pam and Jerry North. The other's with yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Remember, next Tuesday and every Tuesday on most of these same stations, enjoy John Lund as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and Mr. and Mrs. North, both presented by CBS Radio. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Looks like half a Dodge is over here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe more than that. Chester, see if you can find Ed Butler and old man Thatcher and bring him over here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Matt.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
I haven't seen this many people in one spot since last year when Eddie Floyd played the Opera House. It's kind of a fiesta, isn't it?
Yeah, in a way.
Nobody'd think it to look at you. Where's the finish line going to be, Matt? I want to see good.
Back up there about 50 yards.
Oh, well, I'll go up and find me a place.
Yeah, okay.
Matt! Oh, Matt!
Yeah, Doc.
Oh, here you are. Well, I've looked over both horses. They seem sound enough.
Good.
I don't get much call to check horses anymore. Mostly it's babies these days. Or maybe a gunshot wound.
Doc, who's going to ride for Butler and Thatcher, you know?
Butler's got Hank Thomas, and I think Thatcher's grandson's going to ride for him.
Well, I hope the boy knows what he's doing.
I think he does, Matt. He's got spurs and a switch.
Well, that'll help.
See, Matt, Thatcher's getting all liquored up.
Well, that's his affair, isn't it, Doc?
Yeah, but he's got a skin full. You know how edgy he gets when he's that way?
I sent Chester for him. He should be along anyway.
The whole crowd seems kind of excited and nervy. Maybe I'll pick up some business out there, huh?
That's not funny, Doc.
I'm sorry, man.
Mr. Dillon, I found Mr. Butler, but I couldn't...
Marshal.
Where's Thatcher?
Oh, I wouldn't know. Last time I saw him, he was pouring down some red-eye. Preparing for the loss, maybe.
Well, Mr. Hightower and Doc here are going to act as judges along with me. Chester will fire the starting gun.
It's all terrible fancy for just a whim of that old fool Thatcher's, ain't it?
You may call me an old fool now, Butler, but it'll be different after the race.
You're drunk, Thatcher.
Any law say a man can't win a horse race if he's drunk?
Well, what's the matter? Need courage to bring your horse out here to the flat?
All right, stay out of it, Butler. Mr. Thatcher's your grandson all set?
Yes, sir, Marshal.
How about you, Butler?
We're ready.
All right, then tell your riders to take their horses down to those 2 buckboards down there. That'll be the starting line.
You thought you'd fool me, didn't you, Butler? Bringing out that thoroughbred to run. Well, I don't care. I can still beat you.
You're talking an awful lot for a man who ain't worried.
Don't ride me, Butler. I've had enough.
Oh, listen to me, Thatcher. I put up with your chatter long enough.
Why you...
All right, that's enough.
You just see to it you win, Thatcher. I'll have your ranch and that colt you think so much of.
Oh. What did you say?
You heard me. Just make sure you win, if you can.
Oh. What did you say about my colt? What did you mean?
Well, if my bay mare wins, I get your ranch and everything on it. That includes your colt.
No, that isn't right.
Well, what about it, Marshal? You're holding the purse and drawing up all the rules, it seems. What about it?
Butler's right, Mr. Thatcher. That's the way you made the bet.
You're no good, Butler. No good at all.
I didn't make the bet.
All right, both of you move your horses down to the starting line. It's 2 o'clock.
Hank, move that bay down those markers.
Well, go on down, Mr. Thatcher.
Yes, sir, yes.
Chester, you walk with him. Give him 5 minutes, and then you can start him off.
5 minutes. Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I was right. Wasn't I, Mac? Thatcher's been drinking some.
Yeah. Come on, Doc. We'll look up Mr. Hightower.
All right. You know, Matt, this is like a holiday. It's like a fiesta.
Yeah, that's what Kitty said.
Ooh, she's out here, too, huh? Yeah, well, I guess maybe outside of Mr. Thatcher, the only person not enjoying himself is you.
Do I have to enjoy it, Doc?
I'm sorry, Matt. Watch out.
Come on, Doc, run.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Mr. Dillon, it's Mr. Thatcher. He's been shot.
Shot? Where is he, Chester?
Right over there, laying on the ground. His boy's with him.
All right. Let me through. Let me through. I'm the doctor. Let me through here. Oh, here now, just a minute.
No. It's not much use looking, Doc. I know where it is.
He's bad, Matt.
What happened, Mr. Thatcher?
And now I won't see him run.
Mr. Thatcher, listen to me.
Now I'll never know for sure if my colt could...
What happened, Chester? You were with him?
Mr. Dillon, I don't know. I was walking along, not thinking anything particular. Thatcher and Butler was up ahead, and then Thatcher drew on Butler, tried to shoot him.
I shot him, if that's what you want to know, Marshal.
It was self-defense, Marshal.
That's what it was, Mr. Dillon. But still,
he was drunk. You saw that for yourself. And he tried to kill me.
That's right, Marshal. What Ed says is right.
That's the way it happened, Mr. Dillon.
Suppose now that forfeits the race, don't it, Marshal?
Doc, will you take care of Get him into a wagon and back into town. I'll see you back there.
Oh, sure, Matt. Oh, you men, will you give me a hand here now? Just stand
Well,
back.
what about that forfeit, Marshal?
You just can't wait till a man's cold before you want his property, can you?
Oh, it ain't that, Dillon.
The race ain't forfeit. I'll run it.
That's the Thatcher boy, Mr. Dillon.
Come here, son. What's your name?
I'm Lonnie Thatcher. I'm going to ride Granddaddy's colt.
Oh, now look, maybe...
I'm kin. Granddaddy was queer, kind of, but what he said about this colt is right. And I'm riding him in the race.
Yeah, but with what's happened, Lonnie, maybe we should put the race off. We'll run it, sure, but not today, not now.
I'll agree to put it off.
Granddaddy'd like it best this way. We'll race.
Gracious. There ain't a tear in his eye, Mr. Dillon.
All right, if that's the way you want it.
It's what I want.
All right, then get on down to the starting line, both of you. Go on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I was looking for you, Marshal. Are we going to have the race?
Yeah,
That's a good thing, you know. There'd be a lot of people disappointed if it didn't come off.
and we wouldn't want that, would we, Mr. Hightower?
How's that?
The killing's hardly enough to make the day complete, is it?
No, Marshal, I didn't mean anything wrong. It's just...
Yeah, sure. Just forget it. Move on up to the finish line. I'll get a couple of these riders to clear the lane.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
You there, would you ride down toward the start and make everybody move back and clear a lane, huh? All right, everybody, will you get back, please? Or would you clear the lane, please?
Please move back. All you people there. Move back. That's it. Well, it's time, Marshal.
Yeah.
What's Chester waiting for?
It looks like the colt's acting up.
I've never seen two different breed of horses run against each other.
And that colt's kicking up a storm.
Could make a good column for the paper, maybe.
Come on. Get a hold of him, kid.
Don't you think it'd make a good column, Marshal?
Hey, there they go, Matt. Look at that boy ride, Matt.
Come on, kid.
Come on, kid. You see that, Matt? Oh, that boy, did he ever?
I guess there was no question about it, Matt.
Yeah, it was the colt by half a length.
A quarter horse beat a thoroughbred. Now, that is something to see. And it's a new kind of horse in these parts.
Well, Marshal, you should be happy.
And because the boy won, and for that I am happy, yeah.
Well, I got no complaint, Marshal. It was fair and square.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I want to get back to the office.
Sure, Mr. Hightower.
Marshal.
Yeah?
Look, Marshal, about what happened this afternoon. About Thatcher. I didn't really hold anything against the old man. I'm sorry it happened.
I told you sometime you'd push him too far. Now he's dead.
Well, after all, Marshal, he drew first.
Oh, I'm not saying you're a murderer, Butler. But you're small inside. The only feeling I got for you is contempt. You're responsible for the death of that man today, and yet there's nothing I can do about it.
You're blaming me for everything?
It's not you. I guess it's just people. Good day, Mr. Butler.
Matt, I was looking for you.
Where's Lonnie Thatcher, Kitty?
Standing over there by his horse, crying. Maybe you ought to talk to him, Matt.
I'm going to.
Well, he doesn't want to see anybody. Some of us tried talking to him, and he just walked away.
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Hey, boy, you better walk that horse. Any horseman who knows he shouldn't be standing around after running like that.
Yes, sir.
All right. I got $4,000 for you, Lonnie. Do you want to take it, or shall I give it to Banker Hodgson?
I'll take it.
It might be better to leave it in the bank.
I said I'll take it.
son. Here.
Thank you, Marshal Dillon.
Lonnie, you got any plans?
Yes, sir.
What?
I'm going to do what my granddaddy always wanted to do. I'm going to raise horses like this stud colt. I'm going to breed them.
Where are you going to do this? At your granddaddy's place?
Yes, sir.
That's a big spread for a boy to handle alone.
I'll manage.
How old are you, Lonnie?
I got $4,000 to help me. And I'm old enough to know my mind.
Yeah, I guess you are.
And you know something else, Marshal? I understand these quarter horses, just like my granddaddy did. And when men in these parts get sense enough to be interested in new stock and want good mounts with a fine way of going, they can come and buy them from me, Lonnie Thatcher.
Yeah. And if I'm any judge, that may not take too long, Lonnie.
Thanks, Marshal Dillon.
The boy's eyes were glistening as he turned and walked away, leading his stud colt home. Most of the crowd had left. They'd gone back into Dodge to rerun the race over a drink or two and talk about this new kind of horse, this stocky, heavy-muscled, quick-as-lightning quarter horse that had come to Dodge. And now it was getting...
Oh, that boy, did he ever...
I guess there was no question about it, Matt.
Yeah, it was the boy and his horse had almost vanished from sight.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music is composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin and Joe Carnes, with Johnny McGovern, Harry Bartell, and Luke Krugman. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, that great thespian Jack Benny attempts to show Tyrone Power how it should have been done, playing the Power role in his own version of the movie Mississippi Gambler. Also tomorrow night, don't miss the latest laughs with Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks of Merry Madcap Madison High. George Walsh speaking. And remember, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy open fire on your funny bone Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Love, Grand. Me, oh me. What is this? I'm getting dizzy. Oh, maybe Cupid is after me. Maybe love has found Andy Hardy. I don't understand these modern girls.
In what way?
Well, Polly, for instance. Sometimes she won't let you kiss her at all. But this other one, this Cynthia, she'll let you kiss her whenever you want. She won't go swimming. She won't play tennis. She won't go for a walk. She just wants to kiss you all the time. I'm a nervous wreck.
Andrew Hardy, you tell me who she is.
Oh, Cynthia Potter.
Oh, that awful red-headed creature. Oh, Andy, how could you?
Hey, this is going to be a world's record. I'm going to go put on my tuxedo and my opera hat. Maybe I'll shave.
Meet the beat of my heart. Meet the reason I beam so. Why I am happy and seem so delighted, excited, ignited with the lovely glow. Meet the beat of my heart.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Confidentially. When I was a kid spending the summer in the country, my grandfather used to tell me about the country stores when he was a boy. He said he'd sit on a sack of flour and swing his bare legs while his mother argued with the storekeeper. Seems there wasn't a thing she'd take his word for, from a dill pickle to a barrel of crackers, and good old Grandpop said it was sure something to listen to those arguments. Well, things have certainly changed. Today, there's no ground for an argument. When you go into a grocery store, you find packaged foods with brand names you recognize as your guarantee of quality. For instance, when you see the word Jell-O on a package, you know that here is a fine product, the real thing. Because that very name, Jell-O, is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, that's incorrect, for there is no other Jell-O. And remember, Jell-O brings you that extra rich flavor, as tempting and refreshing as the real ripe fruit. So always ask your grocer for Jell-O. And, by the way, this week, the National Association of Retail Grocers are holding their annual convention. And we want to send them congratulations and best wishes from Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. Confidentially played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being Father's Day, we bring you a man who is daddy to a polar bear, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're right. I do take rather a paternal attitude toward Carmichael. You know, that animal is like a child of mine. He's so affectionate.
You're really very fond of him, aren't you, Jack?
I certainly am. Believe me, we're going to have a lot of fun this summer on our trip to Alaska.
Oh, are you taking Carmichael to Alaska?
Yes, he has relatives in Skagway. 2 uncles and a sister-in-law, I believe. Huh? By the way, Don, what are you going to do on your vacation?
Well, I haven't planned very much, Jack, but let me tell you something. When you see me next season, you're due for a big surprise.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'm going on a diet this summer and take off 10 pounds.
My.
You'll never know me.
Don, you could take 10 pounds off your lower lip and nobody would notice. You know, when you go on a diet, you ought to try and take off about 50 or 60 pounds. Why, you'd even feel better.
Jack, this may surprise you, but I'm not as fat as you think. What appears to be fat is really muscle.
Oh.
My stomach, for instance, is as solid as the Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, it is. Well, Don, I saw you playing golf the other day in nothing but a pair of shorts, and Gibraltar was out of bounds. What a physique.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil?
I wouldn't talk about Don's figure if I were you. I've seen you around your swimming pool, and you're no Adonis in a bathing suit.
Oh, I'm not, eh?
Your chest caves in, your stomach sticks out, and your legs look like they were tired of it all.
Well, Phil, you don't even have to get undressed to lose a beauty contest. You know, your nose looks like a pack mule with those bags hanging down each side. And by the way, have you got your other bags packed for Waukegan? You know, we're leaving tonight right after the broadcast.
I'm all set, Jackson.
Gee, I can hardly wait to see all my old friends and pals. Yeah, I'm excited as a kid all week thinking about it.
I can imagine. Where are we going to live when we get there, Jack?
Well, you fellas are going to stay at the Hotel Waukegan. So you stopped there last summer, didn't you, Phil?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll love it, Don. It's a swell hotel, very modern.
Go on, they got a house detective there with a bow and arrow.
Is that so?
And if you're not downstairs by 7 a.m., they send a maid up to see if you're dead.
Well, that's because Waukegan is a wide-awake town. Everybody gets up early.
Are you going to live at the hotel, Jack?
Well, I'm not sure, Don. I'll probably stay with relatives. I don't know whether to live at Aunt Clara's or Aunt Molly's or Cousin Sudie's. They're all so anxious to entertain me.
Well, which one is the closest to town?
Aunt Molly. She lives right over the elite Turkish baths. As a matter of fact, she's a rubber there. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Oh, say, Jack, I just got a wire from Mom, and she won't be able to meet us in Waukegan.
Well, I'm just sick about that. What does your mother say?
She says that, Dear Mary, we'll be unable to take the train to Waukegan as your grandfather, who is off the beam again, cut paper dolls out of the tickets.
Oh. Well, maybe you can go to Plainfield afterwards and visit your mother and father. By the way, Mary, this is Father's Day. Did you send your dad anything?
I sure did. I sent Papa some cufflinks and studs for his dress shirt.
Dress shirt? Why, your father never wore a full dress suit in his life.
He does now. He got a job with an escort service.
Oh, fine.
Now when he takes Mama to the movies, he charges her 60 cents an hour.
Well, it's worth it to go out with her. Anyway, Mary, I'm glad you remembered your father. That was a sweet thought.
Not only that, I sent him the cutest card with it, and I made up the words myself.
You did? What was it?
Oh, Daddy dear, I send you cufflinks with good cheer. And when you hawk them, which you'll do, if you can't get 5, go ahead, take 2.
Well, that's a lovely sentiment. He'll probably take advantage of it.
Say, Jack, I sent a present to my father down in Tennessee that he'll be crazy about. I sent him a vacation outfit.
A vacation outfit?
Yeah, a hammock, a jug, and a fly swatter.
Well, he's all set for the summer. What does your father do in the winter, Phil?
Same thing, only we give him a blanket.
Well, that's the life, I suppose. Take it easy and don't worry about anything. You know, it's kind of nice that Dad gets a break once a year. I sent my father a pair of leggings.
Oh, is he still with Western Union?
No. He wears them when he goes horseback riding.
Say, Jack, you know what I sent my father for a present?
Yes, Don, I know how many flavors it has, so don't get cute.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hiya, Kenny. Say, Kenny, are you all set to leave for Waukegan? You know, we're going right after the broadcast.
Oh, sure. I got my suitcase downstairs on the sidewalk.
On the sidewalk? Well, for heaven's sake, bring it in. Somebody's liable to steal it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will touch my suitcase.
How do you know?
I printed J. Edgar Hoover on it.
Well, that's very clever, Kenny. How'd you ever happen to think of that?
Oh, Kid Baker has a flash once in a while.
You have it that. Now, Kenny, when we get to Waukegan, I want you to be on your best behavior and make a good impression. You know, I don't want you whistling at the girls like you do here.
Can I wink at them?
No. You can't whistle and you can't wink, so watch yourself. And now, folks...
Can I wiggle my ears?
No. You won't show off at all. I want everybody in Waukegan to say, now there's a nice boy. And now, folks...
I'd rather have them run me out of town.
Kenny. I don't want to hear another word about it. And now, folks, we will have a song by our fresh young tenor who's going to get his canoe paddled if he doesn't watch out. Now, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I just dropped in to wish you a very pleasant trip to Waukegan and to tell you that I'll miss you while you're gone.
Well, thanks very much. Well, what are you standing there for?
Ain't you going to kiss me goodbye?
No, I'm not. Get out of here. He's the most affectionate lunatic I ever met. Sing, Kenny.
Don't worry about me, I'll get along. Forget about me, be happy, my love. Darling, why should you cling to some faded thing that used to be? If you can forget, don't worry about me. This is the one moment that I thought I never could live through. But now somehow that it's here, my dear, that foolish fear has gone away. And saying goodbye seems sweet. It's plain that fate didn't want us on a one-way street. Don't worry about me, I'll get along. Forget about me, be happy, my love. Let's say that our little show is over and so the story ends. Why not call it a day the sensible way and still be friends? Look out for yourself, should be the rule. Give your heart and your love to whomever you love. Don't be a fool. Darling, why should you cling to some faded thing that used to be? If you can forget, don't worry about me.
That was Don't Worry About Me, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, before I forget, I saw your picture, the Mikado, last night, and I thought you were swell in it. You looked great in Technicolor.
Oh, I thought I was too darn pretty.
Well, that oughtn't to worry you. Good looks never hurt anybody. At least it never hurt me.
Can I say something, Jack?
No. Anyway, the Mikado was a swell picture, Kenny, and you were grand in it.
The Mikado. Say, that's a Western, ain't it?
That was our musical director, folks. Phil, for your information, the Mikado is one of the most famous operettas ever written.
No kidding.
You're a fine musician, Phil. For you to pick up a baton and lead an orchestra is perjury.
Why, Jack Benny, you didn't know what the Mikado was yourself until you saw the picture.
I didn't know what the Mikado was? Why, Mary Livingston, before we went into the theater, I told you it was an Oriental story.
You told me Charlie Chan was in it, too.
All right, so I made one little mistake. But Phil has no excuse. He's supposed to have studied music.
That studying don't mean nothing. Why, some of our greatest musical geniuses never studied music.
Name one.
Abe Lyman.
Oh, fine. Lyman is worse than you are. He directs his boys with a rawhide whip. You know, funny thing about you and Lyman, Phil, you both started out as drummers, and now you both have your own orchestras.
Proving what?
Proving hooray for the red, white, and blue. It could only happen here. That's what.
Oh, Jack, why do you criticize other musicians? You took violin lessons for 12 years, and all you can play is Love and Bloom.
All I can play is Love and Bloom. What's the matter with Thanks for the Memory? What's the matter with Deep Purple?
Nothing until you start sawing on them.
Listen, Mary, your opinion doesn't matter very much. If you want to know something, I've been complimented by Heifetz.
Heifetz? Why, Heifetz doesn't even know you're alive.
He does, too, because he tried to shoot me once. It was at the Penn Theater in Wilkes-Barre. So don't be so smart. You know, I don't like to pat myself on the back all the time, but there's one instrument I've really mastered. Well, I can make a violin talk.
You certainly can, Jack.
Thanks, Don.
Why, many's the time I've heard your violin say, I'm proud to snuggle under the chin of a man who works for Jell-O.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Because Jell-O is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
You mean my violin even knows the flavors?
Yes, sir.
Well, isn't that amazing?
This stuff is strictly for the kids.
It was pretty subtle, Baker, so go and sit down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from my talking violin to our last play of the season, tonight, the Benny Run Do Not Walk to the Nearest Exit players will present for your amusement, approval, and edification that stirring melodrama of the gay 90s, Lavender and Old Louse. Now, I will play Lavender, and our maestro will be the rest of the title. Now, in this play, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Rochester.
All right, what do you want?
Well, I just finished pressing your clothes for the trip, and I don't think you ought to take your white flannels with you.
Why not?
Well, you know that trouble I have with the toast every morning.
Yes?
Well, the same thing happened to your flannels, only I can't...
Rochester, did you burn a hole in my new white flannels?
It ain't my fault, boss. It's that cheap material.
Cheap material? What are you talking about? I paid $45 for those pants.
$45?
Yes.
Is this you, boss?
Yes, it's me. And don't act so surprised. By the way, is Carmichael all ready?
I think you're making a mistake taking that polar bear to Waukegan.
Well, I'm not going to leave him in the house by himself for 2 weeks. He'll get lonely.
Why don't you rug him?
Rug him? Rochester, I'm getting tired of these constant threats against Carmichael. Now put him in that big packing box and take him to the station.
I can't put him in that box, boss.
Why not?
I'm talking from there now.
You're in the packing case? Well, for heaven's sake, where's Carmichael?
He's sitting on the lid.
Oh, my goodness.
If I had a long pin, I'd dethrone him.
Oh, stop playing with that animal and finish packing. And by the way, Rochester, I'm taking my violin with me, so don't forget it.
Doggone, I looked high and low for that fiddle, and I can't find it nowhere.
Oh, well, I suppose it never occurred to you to look in my violin case.
I did, boss.
Well?
There ain't nothing there but 4 strings and a fat termite.
Now, don't give me that. The violin is around someplace. Now, get everything together. My trunks, bags, Carmichael, violin, and hurry down to the station.
Okay. Can I take a taxi?
What's the matter? Have the buses stopped running? Now, hang up and get going.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Doggone, if I could get $3 a head, I'd quit this job.
What? What did you say?
Didn't I hang up?
No, you didn't.
Well, here goes. So long, boss.
The guy is always complaining. Never saw such a guy. Now he wants to ride in taxi cabs. Oh, well. Getting back to our play, the opening scene...
Say, Jack, I don't think we're going to be able to do our play tonight. Look what time it is.
Oh, yes, the train leaves in about 40 minutes, and we got to get downtown.
Where do we leave from?
The new Union Station. Phil, have you got your car here?
Yeah, I'll have my guitar player run us down.
Oh, you mean Happy Bolivar? Well, that's swell. Come on, Mary, we'll be late.
Well, wait a minute. I got to kiss the orchestra goodbye.
Put down that piano player and come on. So long, boys. See you at the station.
So long, Jack. So long. Hit it, man.
Now, stick close to me, everybody. I don't want anyone missing the train. I'll call the roll. Don Wilson?
Here.
Mary Livingston?
Oh, Jack, stop acting like a scoutmaster.
Well, I'm trying to be systematic.
Hey, Kenny, get a load of that blonde. Wow, what a doll. Ain't she something? Hiya, babe.
Hello, Kenny.
Why, Kenny, do you know her? Yeah, that's my Aunt Rosie. Well, she ain't my aunt. Wait a minute, Rosie.
Bill, come back here. You'll miss the train. Oh, Don, take a look around, see if you can find Andy in Rochester.
Okay, Jack.
Gee, I don't know where they are.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 3 for Santa Monica, Santa Clara, Santa Anita, Santa Barbara, and Santa present to your dad is Father's Day. Aboard!
Well, he's a topical announcer, I'll say that. Hey, Kenny, where's your suitcase?
Somebody stole it.
Somebody stole it? Well, that's awful. What are you going to wear on the train tonight? You haven't got pajamas or anything.
I'll lend him a pair of my pajamas, Jack.
Just give him the uppers, Don. He can use it for a nightgown.
And tie a bell around his neck. He might get lost.
Yeah.
Oh, this is too complicated. I'll sleep raw.
Sleep any way you want, oh, I don't care. Say, Mary, I'm going over and buy the tickets. I haven't got them yet.
Okay, Jack. I'm going to get some magazines. Meet me here.
All right. Well, let's see. Where's the ticket window? Oh, here it is. Pardon me. I'd like to buy 7 tickets to Waukegan.
Waukegan? That's in Asia Minor, isn't it?
No, it's in Illinois. I want 7 round-trip tickets to Waukegan, Illinois.
Why don't you buy one way? You might like it there.
I know I'll like it there. It's my hometown. But I got to come back here. I'm in pictures.
So was I, and look at me now.
Well, that's your tough luck. Now, hurry up. I got to make a train.
Okay, here you are.
And, oh, yes, I want berths. I want 4 uppers and 3 lowers.
Well, you know, the lowers are higher than the uppers.
I know. I did that in vaudeville 20 years ago. So don't start that routine. Just give me the berths.
Here you are.
Thanks. Gee, what a guy.
Have a nice trip, Deadpan.
Deadpan. He wants me to laugh yet.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 16 for Louisville and Bowling Green. Nashville, Knoxville, Vicksburg 2, and all points south on the choo-choo-choo.
That guy has more fun than the Ritz brothers. Now, let's see. Where's the magazine stand? Oh, there's Mary now. Hey, Mary.
Yeah?
Did you get your magazines?
Uh-huh. I got Look, Pick, Click, and Cluck.
Oh, Cluck. That's that new one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got Kenny Baker's picture on the cover.
Well, that ought to sell 1 million copies. Come on back there with me, Mary. I want to get a book.
Okay.
I want to get something light. A good mystery or something.
Why don't you get Ferdinand the Bull?
Ferdinand the Bull isn't a mystery.
He is to the other bulls.
I'll pick out my own book. Here we are.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? I'd like to get a book, please. A real good mystery story.
Yes, sir. Have you read Phil Harris and his gang or Murder at the Wilshire Bowl?
No, but I get what you mean.
Say, Jack, here's a swell book, and it's a special.
A special? What is it?
The rains came and an umbrella for $2.50.
Oh, that's by Louis Bromfield. He's a little too deep for me. Say, Buddy, what's your best seller here?
Well, our most popular book is Twin Infiltrated by Kansas Jr.
Funny, I never heard of that.
Why, it's very popular. He also wrote Swindon Knudsen and the Life of Amos.
Oh, never mind. Come on, Mary.
Wait a minute. Why don't you take this one, Jack?
What's that?
Ralph Schramm did it by George P. Slumpump.
Now, don't you start that stuff. Hey, Buddy, just give me a Saturday Evening Post.
There you are.
Come on, Mary, let's go.
Buy any kind of post, please. Oh, see.
I meet the most unusual people. I wish Rochester would get here. He's making me very nervous. There's Don Wilson. Oh, Don.
That's the information booth.
I mean next to it.
Pardon me, mister.
Oh, now what?
Can you tell me what time the airplane leaves here for San Francisco?
Airplane? I'm afraid you're going to have a little trouble, buddy. Airplanes don't leave from a railroad station.
Oh, you're one of those wise guys that knows everything.
I'm not a wise guy, but I know you can't take an airplane from a railroad station.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Board, airplane leaving on track 8. Bakersfield, Salinas, Oakland, and San Francisco. Board!
What? You see, you big smarty?
Oh, go pin your hair up. Fresh guy.
Well, Jack, I found Andy. Here he is.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, Andy, I was worried about you. Gee, you got a lot of friends at the station. Are you all excited about going to Waukegan with us?
Yeah, but gee, I'm scared. I've never been on a train before.
Well, you'll get a big kick out of it. Did you bring your pajamas?
Pajamas? Doggone, can you sleep on a train?
Why, of course, certainly.
Well, I'll be darned. Can you eat, too?
Yeah, Jack brought sandwiches.
One more crack and you won't get any. Where am I? Oh. Now, let's get over. Hate to miss my place at a station. Now, let's get over to the gate.
How long does it take to go to Waukegan anyway?
Well, Andy, we'll be on the train for 2 whole days and 2 nights.
We will?
Yep.
Say, Buck, do they have
Yes, don't worry. You'll be all right.
Well, what are we going to Waukegan for anyway?
Well, Andy, we're going to do our last broadcast from there. And besides, they're going to have the premiere of that new Paramount picture, Man About Town.
Starring Jack Benny. Get it all in.
Never mind. Hey, Phil, stick around here, will you? I don't want to have to look for you.
Okay, Papa.
Gee, I wish Rochester would get here. The train will be pulling out in a few minutes.
Well, it's your own fault, making him look all over the house for that violin. Why do you want to take it to Waukegan anyway?
Because my old violin teacher, Charlie Lindsay, will be at the premiere. And I want to show everybody in Waukegan what he's done for me.
Well, that's the dirtiest trick I ever heard of.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to practice every day on the train.
Oh, Greyhound, where is thy depot?
Phil, if you don't like it, you can stay home.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 7 for Grub Hollow, Possum Junction, Squirrel Center, Beaver Creek, Mud City, and Waukegan. Board!
Oh, my goodness, there's our train, and Rochester isn't here yet.
Yeah, I am, boss.
Well, it's about time. Have you got all the stuff with you?
Yep, trunks, bag, violin, and everything.
Good. Where's Carmichael?
He's buying the tickets.
I bought the tickets already. Carmichael, come here. Come on, gang, let's go.
Okay, Jack.
Say, Rochester, I'm afraid to put Carmichael in the baggage car. He'll have to share a compartment with you.
I don't want that animal in with me. He snores.
Oh, what's the difference? You're only going to be on the train 2 nights.
Well, if he snores the first night, the second night you can get a piece of him in the dining car.
You lay a hand on him and I'll...
Hurry up, Jack. The train's leaving.
I'm coming.
It's not true that nobody does anything about the weather. We've done something about it. We have the perfect recipe for those hot, sultry nights when nobody feels like eating. Jellied fruit made with shimmering, fruit-rich lemon jello, and here's what you do. Dissolve 1 package of lemon jello in 1 pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 can of fruit salad cut into small pieces. Mold until firm and serve as dessert or salad, either one. It's swell. Delicious lemon jello with that wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor so tangy and tempting and cool. And molded firmly inside the colorful fruits, peaches and pears, cherries and apricots shining through the golden jello. It's grand to look at and to eat and easy to make. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some lemon jello and try this new summer recipe, jellied fruit.
That was the last number of the 38th program in the new Jello series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from my hometown, Waukegan, Illinois. Well, Andy, are you thrilled being on a train for the first time?
I sure am, but say, Buck, ain't it dangerous going through that Indian country?
Oh, no, Andy. I've been through it 100 times, and I haven't been scalped once.
You'd never know it.
Is that so? Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Don't Worry About Me is from the Cotton Club Parade. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Telling you about not 1, not 2, nor even 3, but 4 of the loveliest little women it has ever been my happy privilege to meet. Margaret O'Brien, June Allison.
I'm Hugo. Ha-ha.
Elizabeth Taylor, and Janet Lee.
Thank you for the flowers, Peter. This is Janet Lee. May I intrude for a moment? I want you to meet Jo, one of the 4 little women. At Jo's age, a girl can be beautiful, and yet so lonely. She had a thirst to know more about life than her books could tell her, and so she went away, very determined to find out for herself. And she returned, wiser, sure, no longer a girl.
The old days can never come back. We can't be playmates any longer. We're man and woman now.
You're going to have a lovely nose someday, Amy.
Yes, I know. Now you see, Meg, I'm a writer. And I write about girls who are in love. So I know. You have none of the symptoms. You eat all right, you sleep like a log, you're not twittery or cross, and you don't mope in corners. Therefore, you're not in love.
Oh, you'll feel differently, Jo, when someone falls in love with you. On a soft summer day with the sun setting through the trees. And your lover's arms stealing around you.
Ha! I'd like to see anyone try it.
Would you?
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lux Radio Theater brings you Errol Flynn and Martha Scott in Virginia City. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Man's endless quest of gold has taken him to the ends of the earth, along a trail marked with the mansions of those who succeeded and with the bleached bones of those who failed. Fabulous cities have risen overnight and died as quickly. Most fabulous of all was the roaring Nevada town, Virginia City, home of the Comstock Lode, and mother of more wealth than man had ever seen before in one place. Tonight, the Virginia City of 80 years ago comes to life in our play starring Errol Flynn and Martha Scott, Errol playing the same part he had in the Warner Brothers picture. It's a thrilling story of a little-known episode in the war between the states, a battle for treasure fought by those who served their flags in secret. But for the man and the girl of our drama, the stakes were greater than gold. They were love and life itself. Pioneering in the Old West was exciting, and American women did more than their share of the job and a good deal less than their share of ordinary conveniences. All the gold in Virginia City couldn't have bought them a cake of Lux toilet soap, because it took plenty of pioneering to develop that, too. Pioneering both in science and the art of beauty. The result is a product dedicated to the great-granddaughters of those hardy feminine pioneers, and incidentally, one that helps to keep them better looking longer than their great-grandmothers. The women of the 20th century may forget the pioneering that it took to develop Lux toilet soap, but they never forget its one luxury that's a bargain. And now we have another bargain in sheer entertainment. The curtain rises on the first act of Virginia City, starring Errol Flynn as Carrie Bradford and Martha Scott as Julia, with Frank McGlynn as Abraham Lincoln. It's 1864, the third year of the war between the states. In Richmond, Virginia, stronghold of the Confederacy, a grim, dark building looms through the mists along the James River. Soldiers guard its iron gates with watchful eyes and ready guns. For this is Libby Prison, where Union captives are held for the duration of the war. But far beneath the ground, in a black tunnel, 3 of these Union soldiers are making their bid for freedom. With worn-out, clumsy tools, they work in desperate haste, digging and clawing at the damp earth. They're grimy, unshaven, their blue uniforms torn to shreds. At intervals, they pause in their labor, gasping for air.
Prison powder magazine should be right above us now, Carrie. How much more we got to dig?
Well, let's see. I figure we've come about 48 feet from the cell. About 7 feet more.
7 more feet and we're free. Ah, my pa must have been a beaver. I've been digging so long.
All right, Marblehead. No mind the talk. Just keep on digging. Come along. I'll let you two.
Oh, sure. 7 more feet. I could do it with my bare hands.
Listen. What is it, Captain? I heard something. Back there in the cell.
All right, you men. I'm out of that tunnel.
It's Herbie.
You hear me? I'm out of there.
Well, Carrie, what do we do?
No use. They've got us.
I'm not going back. Let them come down here and kill me.
Shut up.
I'm not going back, I tell you. Shut up.
Come on. We're going back.
That tunnel wasn't a bad idea, Captain Bradford. But you see, I happened to learn that you were digging it 3 days after you started last spring. 3 months and 12 days ago.
And you didn't stop us, eh? That was mighty nice of you, Herbie. Let the boys amuse themselves. Let them get within a couple of feet of escaping from this hole and then shove a knife in them. Very considerate.
It was merely my idea of how to prevent an enemy intelligence officer from doing further harm to the Confederacy. You 3 men know the penalty for a third escape try?
Yeah, firing squad, isn't it? Or would you rather see us hung?
I'm going to give you just one more chance, Bradford. Meanwhile, if you want to dig further, you're welcome. Only no matter where you come up, Captain, I'm afraid you'll find a few bayonets waiting for you. That's all.
Oh, no. No, Herbie, that's not quite all. Maybe you'd better have me shot or hung right now. Because if I ever run into you again, anywhere, anytime, I'm going to collect for that tunnel, every last foot of it.
I'll be at your service, Captain.
Captain Herbert?
Yes?
There's a lady waiting to see you, sir.
A lady?
She said to tell you Miss Julia Haynes, sir.
Where is she?
In your office, sir.
Julie.
Hello, Vance. Surprised to see me.
Oh, Julia. I wondered if I'd ever see you again. Why didn't you answer my letters?
There was nothing to say, Vance. But what about you? What's been happening? I knew you were here, of course. Certain people at Virginia City told me.
Oh, it's simple enough. Here, sit down. They gave me this job while I was convalescing from Chancellorsville.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm fit again, ready for service as soon as they can find some use for me.
Vance, the war is going badly for us, isn't it?
Very badly, Julie. The South has nothing left to fight with except the will. Wars are won with gold nowadays, not with men.
But if the South had gold to buy supplies, arms, powder...
Who's going to stake us? Jeff Davis is broke. We're lucky if we can last another 6 months.
I'm not thinking about credits. I'm thinking of a gift to the South. Of $5 million in gold bullion.
Julie, you're crazy. Where in the world could we get it?
In Virginia City.
But that's a Yankee stronghold.
Vance, you know Virginia City. It's one of the greatest mining centers in the world.
Yes, but
And the biggest mine owners there are Southerners.
Go on, Julie.
Dr. Cameron, Armistead, Marshall, all Southerners. Southerners whose loyalty adds up to $5 million, which they're willing to give to the Confederacy. But they can't move it from there without a fight. They need a leader, someone strong, someone who knows all the country between. That's why I came to you. You're the only one who can do it, Vance.
Is that the only reason you came to me?
Vance, you're my oldest friend. I knew I could trust you.
Julie, tell me. Why did you leave your home here and go north? Was it because of me?
No,
Tell me the truth.
partly that. Because I wasn't sure. But mostly because I wanted to see life in the world outside. Wanted to be a singer. I had a voice, you know. Then the war and... and the concert stage to singing in the Sazerac Saloon at Virginia City.
Julie.
Why not? Virginia City's full of Yankees. The Union soldiers talk, and I listen. I'm such a good listener. What I hear, I pass on. Well, the Yankees would call me a spy.
And that's why you came.
To get your help, Vance. I want you to see President Davis. Tell him the plan. Will you, Vance?
I'll arrange for both of us to see him tonight.
Herbie certainly dealt us an extra ace when he didn't shut off this tunnel.
How much more, Captain?
Just about finished. There's the floor of the powder magazine. We better talk low.
I still don't see what good it's going to do us, Captain. You heard what Herbie said. They'll be waiting up there for us.
Marblehead, will you please shut up? Olaf, did you bring those rags?
All I could get, Captain. Here.
But look, Captain,
Pile them up under the floor. Now, crawl back and get that can of coal oil. Be careful with it.
Don't worry, Captain.
Coal oil? What are we going to do with that, Captain?
Oh, Marblehead, whoever named you is a genius. Look, there's the powder magazine, right up there. We're going to drench the rags with coal oil, put a match to it, and crawl back just as fast as we can and wait for the big noise.
Oh, you mean we're going to blow our way out?
What else? Or in. We won't know which until tonight.
Vance, what's that over there? Where those soldiers are?
Those are earthworks, Julie. The last line of defense.
Oh, is it as bad as that? Are they that close?
70 miles. That's Spotsylvania Courthouse. But they'll never take Richmond now, Julie. You've brought us new life, new hope.
Have I? Vance, remember the old days? The parties Father used to give in the old house? You were such a funny little boy, Vance, with your tight trousers and red cheeks. We watched the dancing from the stairs. Oh, it was fun growing up together, wasn't it, Vance?
I wish it had lasted forever. We were close then.
When I was 14, you gave me a ring made of twisted violet stems. And you slapped me when I threw it away. I've thrown away so many things since then, Van. Sweet things like that. Perhaps if you'd slapped me a little harder or meant it when you did.
Really don't.
Yes, it's silly to live in the past, isn't it? When do you start west?
President Davis wants me to leave tomorrow. By troop train to the border, then by stage.
We'll meet later then in Virginia City.
Remember, when we meet there, we've never seen each other before.
I'm an expert at that now. Treating friends as strangers and enemies as friends. I'll remember. Van!
What in the name of...
Yes, look. Over there in the stars.
Fire! Julius prison!
Keep a line round the west wall. Don't let anyone through.
Get an attic, Bill. Get into Bradford's cell.
Yes, sir, but it's empty. The 3 prisoners have escaped. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce Captain Kerry Bradford, one of our most reliable sources of enemy intelligence. Captain Bradford has just come from Richmond. He knows more inside affairs of the Confederacy than anybody but Jefferson Davis. Isn't that what they say about you, Captain?
Well, General Hooker, at the moment, I guess I know more about the inside Libby prison.
Gentlemen, at the time of his capture, Captain Bradford was tracing a report of gold shipments to Richmond. I said then the report was ridiculous, and I still say so. Am I right, Captain?
No, sir. The rebels did receive gold, but only in small amounts. Right now, though, they're planning a much bigger transfer to the value of several $1 million.
Where could they get that much gold?
Just one place, sir. 3 of the richest mines in America happen to be owned by Southern sympathizers out in the Nevada territory. A town called Virginia City. All they're waiting for is a chance to ship it out, and they will, unless we get there first.
How soon can you start for Virginia City, Captain?
Any time, sir. We're already packed.
Good. Draw what money you need from the paymaster and get the next coach west. And good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, driver, what's the next stop?
Red Prairie, about 30 miles.
Thanks.
Will you please close that door? You're stepping all over me.
What? Oh, sorry, ma'am. I didn't quite realize.
Quite all right.
Hey, Marblehead, why don't you move over a little? Can't you see you're crowding the lady?
Oh, me? I didn't step on it.
Go on, sit over that way. Is that better, ma'am?
Thank you very much.
Oh, not so. You should know they shouldn't try to crowd 6 people into one coach. But as long as they have, I guess we ought to introduce ourselves. My name's Kerry Bradford. These 2 gentlemen are good friends of mine. There's Mr. Olaf Dawson and...
My name is Upjohn. Benjamin Upjohn.
Oh, Mr. Upjohn. How do you do? And this gentleman over here...
Vincent is my name.
Oh, Mr. Vincent. Well, gentlemen, I'd like you all to meet Miss... I don't believe I caught the name.
I don't believe I mentioned it.
Oh, that's what I meant.
Julia Haynes.
Oh, thank you. Gentlemen, Miss Julia Haynes.
All right, Kerry, you win. Here's your $1.
Oh, put it away, won't you? Put it away.
Well, we bet, didn't we? You said you'd get acquainted with her before we hit Kansas City.
How interesting.
Yes. My friend has a great sense of humor, ma'am. That's why we call him Marblehead. You can understand why.
You'll excuse me. I'd like to get on with my book.
Here, Marblehead. Take back your $1.
Oh,
my goodness.
Oh.
It's all right, just a little bump. Nothing to be alarmed about.
My congressman's going to hear about this road. In fact, I should take it up with President Lincoln. He's kind of busy right now. There's a war on, you know. Don't mention war to me, please. It's bad for business.
What is your line, mister?
Life insurance. Standard Mutual. Perhaps I can interest you in the policy?
No, thanks, Ranger. That would not be a good risk.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. What sort of business are you in, Mr. Vincent?
Well, suppose you say I handle hardware.
Full line?
Oh, full enough. Yes. Take a look at this.
That's a pistol.
One of my samples. Pass it around. Pretty job, isn't it, Mr. Bradford?
Yes, very nice.
Oh, any of you men happen to be carrying guns?
Not me. I never touched them.
Me neither.
Why do you ask?
This country is not quite so soft as you might think. You ever hear of John Morrell?
No, who's he?
Oh, you mean Morrell's Guerrillas? Yeah, sure, I've heard of them. A lot of cutthroats, aren't they?
I take that gun now, Mr. Bradford. Thank you. Well, this is their stomping ground. Morrell, he specializes in stagecoaches and passengers.
Yes, we would be quite a haul of that.
That's what I figured. Now, just sit still, gentlemen, or this pretty gun might go off.
You put that gun away.
There's no point in making any noise. You just hunt over quietly, nobody will get hurt.
I take it that you're the famous Mr. Morrell.
You're a smart fellow. So I take you first. Come on, hand over, if you please.
Oh, but that's the point. I don't please.
Don't be funny, Bradford. This gun has a hair trigger.
Oh, it won't go off. Would you like to bet?
Please, he'll kill you, Mr. Bradford.
Hey, sudden solicitude is astounding. I beg your pardon, Mr. Morrell. You were saying...
I don't particularly want to shoot you, Bradford, but I don't mind. Now, you look back out the window, you see why. About 50 men on horseback been following us for the last 10 miles.
Morrell's gorilla.
Morrell's gorilla. I think maybe I outdraw you, eh, Mr. Bradford?
Yeah, maybe. But I've got something pretty good in my hand, too. The bullets out of your gun.
Are you?
Your little derringer looked too well used to be a sample, Morrell. Anyway, I didn't like your face. In fact, I still don't. So I'll show you one of my samples. Careful, Morrell. My gun's got a hair trigger, too. Hey, Marblehead, tell the driver to stop.
Hey, driver, pull up.
Now, Morrell, you're going to tell your boys playtime's over. You're coming along with us.
Here to come, Kerry.
Now, lean out of that window, Morrell. Start talking. Make it fast and clear. And don't forget I've got my finger on the trigger.
Put up your guns, men. This fellow has a drop on me. If you start shooting, he flogged me. Stay here and don't follow. He's not fooling, he means it. And so do I.
And to think that I tried to sell him life insurance. You think we're safe with him riding up there on the top?
Don't worry, mister. He's tied up so tight he can't move his fingers. But I don't ever want to be in a worse jam than that. How about you, ma'am?
I beg your pardon. I was reading.
I said we were in a bad jam.
Don't you think the heroics were a trifle exaggerated?
Oh, you think he didn't mean it? I want to tell you, ma'am.
Never mind all that.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Why, Miss Hayne, you're pretty cool being able to read right now.
Do you think so?
Well, most women would be sort of upset.
Well, perhaps I'm different.
I should say you were, particularly since you've got your book upside down.
Oh. It was silly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I've been rude.
Oh, not at all, Miss Hayne.
Haven't even said thank you. If you hadn't been here, Mr. Bradford, I don't know what might have happened.
Do you believe in predestination? You know, I just had to be here. So did you. So did Morrell. There's probably some future reason for it.
You're not serious.
Well, of course I am. I believe in those things. You don't think this meeting was an accident, do you? Why, we've been leading up to this for years. Ever since I was, well, about that high, and you were in your cradle. Well, it just had to happen. Very glad it did.
Hey, Gary, you better take that dollar again.
Oh, would you shut up?
All together now. Keep it, boys. Push.
Harry, are we going to be stuck in the middle of a stream all day?
Oh, we're doing our best, Julie. Say, you know what the trouble is, don't you? That 180 pounds of yours. Come on, out you get.
What do you mean?
Well, do you think you can sit up there and play the lady while we struggle in the mud? Come on. I'm going to carry you over to the bank.
You are not.
Oh, lady, I'm not asking you. I'm just telling you. Come on. Get down off of there.
Harry, stop. Put me down. Put me down, do you hear?
Certainly. Just which part of the stream would you like to be dropped in?
What? You wouldn't dare.
Well, how could I help it? Predestination.
Fortunately, I don't believe in it.
Oh, but I do. You see, before we were born, it was decided. Someday I'd be standing in the middle of a stream with a lovely girl in my arms. Helpless.
No, not so very helpless.
I'd look at her, she'd look at me, love shining in her eyes.
Now listen, Carrie Bradford.
Then slowly I'd lift her head and kiss her.
Carrie.
Sorry. Just had to do this, Julie. Who am I to interfere with predestination?
Carrie, you... Oh, Carrie.
Here we go. Get it. All right, what's the matter? Farewell, we got away. We stay here about 20 minutes, folks. Don't get lost in the dark.
Well, I must be a stimulating companion. That expression is definitely far away.
I was half dreaming, Carrie,
Nice dream.
about us. We were climbing a mountain together toward the sunrise. But when we neared the top, you stopped me, almost as if there was something on the other side you didn't want me to see. There isn't, Carrie, is there?
What could there be?
That's what I mean. You seem so, well, evasive's not the word, but elusive. I know so little about you, really.
Well, do I know any more about you, your other life, family, men you must know, what your place is in Virginia City? That's your home, isn't it?
Yes, it is now.
This time tomorrow night, we'll be there.
Sounds dreadfully final.
Uh-huh. But it isn't, is it, Julie? I will see you there, won't I?
It's not a large place.
Oh, you know I don't mean that. Look, Julie, I'm not a fool. I know what's happened during the last few days, and so do you. Can't end now, can it, Julie?
I don't know. I can't tell you. Only promise me this, Carrie, for as long as we're together, or whenever we meet again. Let's not climb mountains or cross bridges till we know what's on the other side. Promise?
Uh-huh. I promise.
Act 2 of Virginia City, starring Errol Flynn as Carrie Bradford and Martha Scott as Julia.
Right this way, boys. The daughter Richard from and Raptor, the one and only Sazerac Saloon. Famous from Philly to Bristol.
This is Virginia City, a sprawling, roaring boom town, where a drink of bad whiskey is costly and a human life is cheap. Once within its borders, Julia Hayne disappeared completely, lost herself in the sea of noise and lusty living. But now Carrie has traced her to the Sazerac Saloon.
What'd you say her name was? Julia Adams. Greatest attraction we've had since Lotta Crabtree.
I can imagine. How long has she been working there?
Nearly 4 years. She just got back from St. Louis, and the boys sure did miss her.
I'll bet they did. Hello, Julie.
Oh, hello, Carrie. I saw you come in. How do you like Virginia City?
Well, I haven't made up my mind, but I can tell Virginia City likes you. This is very funny. Why didn't you tell me about it?
You mean working here? I didn't think it mattered much. At least I hoped it wouldn't.
Well, I don't know that it does. We're all friends, aren't we? You and me and a couple of hundred other people around here.
These people like me and respect me. They discourage those who don't.
That's a nice arrangement. Would it help your percentage any if you had a drink with me?
Thanks. I'm paid to be pleasant to everybody.
Why, that's right. Why not? Hey, bartender?
Yeah,
The same. And whatever the lady prefers.
coming up.
You know, I feel sort of silly. Coming out here, I somehow got the idea that you were hard to meet.
Carrie.
You know, I was thinking how easily I could have won that $1 from Marblehead. All I'd have to do was to buy you a drink. And maybe we could... Oh, excuse me. I think I see an old friend of mine, Captain Irby. Good evening, Captain.
Did somebody call?
Oh, small world, isn't it?
I didn't know you for a second, Bradford.
Maybe it's the fresh air in here.
What are you doing out here in Nevada?
Oh, now, that's funny. I was just going to ask you that. We've often talked about you, my friends and I. You remember those two friends of mine? We used to dig in the same sand pile together.
Yes. Yes, this is quite a reunion. Maybe I ought to buy a drink on it.
Oh, no, thanks. This time the treat's on me. Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Irby. This is Miss, no, don't tell me. That's funny. I've forgotten it.
You forget so easily, don't you, Mr. Bradford?
Maybe.
My name's Julia Adams.
Pleasure, man.
Oh, of course, Adams. A toast, Captain, to Miss Julia Adams, the belle of the Sazerac Saloon.
Did you just arrive, Captain Irby?
Just today, ma'am. I find Virginia City is quite a Union stronghold.
Oh, yes, it's red, white, and blue all over. Oh, there are a few Southerners, of course, but they're harmless.
Is that so? What do you think, Irby?
I agree with the lady. What harm could a few Southerners do way out here?
Hey, Mr. Bradford, a couple of fellows down the line want you to have a drink with them.
Okay, thanks. If you'll excuse me, Miss Adams. Oh, Captain Irby, it's been a pleasure to see you again.
The pleasure is all mine, sir.
I hope we'll meet again soon.
Julie,
Be careful, Ben.
where did you meet that man?
He came west with me from St. Louis. Why?
He was one of my prisoners at Libby for 8 months.
What?
Stay away from him. Don't let him ask questions of you.
He's a Union spy.
A spy?
Julie, listen. With him here, we'll have to work fast. I've already got Dr. Cameron and the others lined up. We'll leave in a wagon train. 10 wagons. We're bringing along the families for a blind. We'll head south into Arizona, then into Texas. You want to reach me? I'll be at the blacksmith shop behind Cameron's house. Julie, do you hear me?
Yes. I hear you.
What's the next move, Jerry?
Yeah, and what's Herbie doing out here anyway?
I'm not sure. I got a hunch it's the same business we're on.
Well, let me go get him, the dad-burned, slap-sided, double-crossed...
Whoa, wait a bit. Not yet. We'll just watch him for a while. Get over there by the door, all right? When he leaves, give me a signal. We'll follow him.
Tom, are those wagons ready yet?
Yes, sir. Just got to fix one more rim.
Let it wait, then. There's a man in town named Bradford, a Union spy who knows me, knows why I'm here. You get someone to Armistead Parish and warn the others. I'll see Dr. Cameron myself.
Yeah, but they're all back here now in the house.
Good. Now, here's what we'll do.
Just stand right where you are, Captain. Hold that. Watch the back door.
Evening, Mr. Bradford. Were you looking for me?
Yes, among other things.
Well, if I can help you in any way.
Oh, you already have, just by being here.
Oh, yes. I remember now. We once made an appointment, didn't we? Well, gentlemen, I'm still at your service. Did you have in mind a four-handed affair tonight, or shall I take you tomorrow in alphabetical order?
No. We don't want you alone, Herbie. We let you leave the saloon because we knew you'd go straight to your friends. And I have an idea that that's just what you did. Now, you can either surrender peacefully, or shall we just begin pulling the place apart?
Blacksmith, do you have any idea what he's talking about?
Search me, mister.
Well, that's what I'm going to do. Hold that. Keep these men covered while I take a look at that back room.
Get away from that door, mister.
Afraid you can't persuade me.
And maybe a couple of bullets will.
Look out, Jerry.
Don't let him out.
Knock that lamp over.
Get over. There he goes. Get him there. I can't see him.
Well, don't let him get away. Grab him.
Grab who? How can I grab? I got him. Let go, Olaf. You got me.
Out that way. Come on. It's no use, Carrie. They got away.
Yeah. Well, listen. Get to Colonel Drury fast.
Yeah?
Tell him to call out the garrison. Block every road and street with mounted troops.
Yeah.
We'll get Herbie if we have to rip this town apart. Now we know he's our man.
That's right. I knew it as soon as he shot at me.
Julie, can I speak to you for a minute?
Well, did you come back to tell me you liked the act?
Oh, not exactly. Matter of fact, though, it's a pretty good act.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't mean the one you put on down there on the stage. I mean the one you're putting on for me now. You see, Julie, I keep on thinking of you as well as the girl I met coming out here. Somehow I couldn't picture her in this place.
You could the other night.
Yeah, for a while. I'm sorry, Julie. I came here to ask you to forgive me.
Carrie, no matter how much a man's in love, he still wonders if a woman's good enough for him. When a woman's in love, well, she's in love, and that's the end of it.
Julie, you once said that we should never climb mountains or cross bridges until we know what's on the other side. Well, I don't want to know. You can tell me anything you want, and I'll believe you. That's about how much I'm in love with you, Julie.
Oh, Carrie.
Look, I may have to leave here soon, I'm not sure, but just in case I shouldn't see you again, I wanted you to know.
Carrie, you're in some danger, aren't you?
Well, Virginia City's a dangerous place. Besides, there's a war on.
Yes, there's a war on.
Could I see you for a moment, Captain Bradford?
Yeah, well,
Captain, someone saw Irby near the rear door of the Sazerac a half hour ago.
good. We'll take a look around. I'll be right with you.
Yes, sir.
Is that the real reason why you came here?
I can't talk about that now. All I can tell you is, Julie, I love you. And that's more important than anything else in the world. Remember that, will you? Goodbye, Julie.
Yes.
Goodbye, Carrie. Who's there?
Thanks. Julie, I must see you. Open the window.
Vance. He's downstairs now. He's looking for you.
Yes, I saw him. They found the hideout. Every street is blocked with soldiers. But we're leaving town tonight, and the gold is going with us.
How? When?
You've heard of Morel?
Yes.
Well, I made a deal with him. The men are camped only a few miles from here. Between 2 and 3 o'clock this morning, they'll attack the Unison garrison. They'll draw every soldier out of Virginia City. We slip out of town with the last 4 wagons. The others are up in Box Canyon waiting for us.
Waiting for us?
You can't stay here now, Julie. Or would you rather stay?
No. I haven't anything to stay for, Vance. I'll go with you, of course.
Julie, there's just one thing left to be done, but it's the most important. And you're the only one who can do it.
What is it?
Go back downstairs as if nothing had happened. Send for Bradford. Tell him you know where I'm hiding. Send him to me.
Send him to you. But why?
Because he's the one man in Virginia City who could stop us.
You want me to lead him into a trap?
Yes, Julie.
I can't do it, Vance. I can't.
You must, Julie.
You couldn't afford to leave him here alive. He knows too much about us. So you're going to kill him, aren't you? Oh, please, Vance, don't ask me to do this.
Julie, this is war. I don't know what this man means to you. But before you answer, do you remember what Jefferson Davis said to us when we saw him?
The hopes of 10 millions of us will be riding with you. Yes, I remember, but can't you see it's murder, Vance? Worse than murder. Carrie, trust me.
That's why I said only you can do it.
What shall I tell him?
Julie, darling, what was it you wanted?
Carrie, half of Virginia City knows who you are and why you're here. Why didn't you tell me?
Well, it's part of my job not to talk too much. I was going to tell you at the right time.
There'll never be any right time. I know these southern people. I've lived amongst them. They're my friends. And they'd kill you before they gave up their gold.
Well, you can't blame them for trying. They'll have to improve their aim a little first.
Oh, Carrie, you mustn't go on with the search. Please. For my sake.
I can't quit now, Julie. Not even for that. I've got to find Irby.
All right. I can tell you where he is.
What? Where? How would you know that?
I told you they're my friends. Irby's in a hideout by himself. The boy who brought you my message will take you there tonight. But you'll have to go by yourself. Irby's ready to make a deal with you, to give himself up, if you come alone.
How do I know I can trust him?
How do you know you can trust me? If there was any danger, do you think I'd let you go?
That's good enough for me, Julie.
Who is it?
Bradford.
Are you all alone, Bradford?
Yes?
Come in.
I got your message. What do you want?
There's not much I can expect, is there?
Oh, about as much as you gave me in Libby Prison.
So now you're going to collect for that tunnel?
No, Irby. No, I'm going to forget about the tunnel.
Oh, are you?
Yes, it's not easy, mind you. After you've been digging in the mud for 3 months, you're bound to harbor a few grudges. But that was before I knew you were a Confederate spy. I presume you're giving yourself up.
It's the logical assumption.
Fine. But before we can make any kind of a deal, I'll have to know just where that gold's hidden, who your friends are. We're going to put them away where they'll be safe until the war's over. Even then, I can't guarantee that you won't be hung.
You Yankees always did drive a hard bargain. But this time, I think we'll trade on my terms.
Oh, you don't say. What would your terms be?
I prefer your company to your life, Captain. Don't move your hands and turn around slowly. Allow me to introduce Dr. Cameron, Mr. Marshall, Mr. Armistead. All of them excellent marksmen.
Oh. Good evening, gentlemen.
We're all ready to leave, Vance. You're going back home with us, Bradford, as an escaped prisoner of the Confederacy. Back to Libby Prison, in the sentence you ran away from. I hated to do it this way, but you were moving too fast for us.
Irby, don't you think you're being a little optimistic? I doubt if you'll ever get out of this town alive. There's a squad of Union cavalry waiting for you at every street corner. I came here to give you a chance.
I'm taking my chance, Captain, and your friends won't have much longer to wait. That's Morel, Vance. He's attacked the garrison. Right on time, isn't he? Well, shall we leave? Oh, excuse me. After you, Captain Bradford.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Captain, Do you know a young lady by the name of Julia Hayne?
Very well, Captain. Miss Hayne is a loyal Southerner.
I see. Well, I always say it's nice to be loyal to something. Shall we go?
Curtain rises on the third act of Virginia City. Out of Virginia City rolls the wagon train of the Southern sympathizers. With their families and all their possessions, they've hit the lonely trail into Arizona, loaded with gold, destined for New Orleans and the Confederate Army. At the head of the caravan ride Vance Irby and Julia Hayne, and beside them, tied to his saddle, is Carrie Bradford.
Bradford, I'll make a bargain with you. From now on, it's going to be a tough trail and hard riding. You'll give me your word not to escape, I'll untie you.
Thanks. But I think we'd better leave things the way they are. Don't want to make any promises I might not be able to keep.
Suit yourself.
Carrie, I'm sorry this had to happen.
Sorry? For what? You did a nice job. Congratulations.
It was the last thing in the world I wanted to do.
Well, I'll say this. You're the only one in the world who could have done it.
Vance, Morrell is here. Oh, how are you, Morrell? That was good work the other day. Did you lose any men?
No, 3 or 4. They chased us 30 miles. Yeah, it's quite a party you have here. 10 wagons, huh? Which way you headed?
Straight south.
Oh, that's the best route. Cut west this side of Las Vegas and miss the Union outpost at Morgan Station. Me and my men be glad to ride with you away.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you ought to
I'll
have
pay you off tonight when we stop.
As you say, Captain. I'll tell my men.
Vance, that was a good tip about circling Mormon Station. Yes, a little too good, Dr. Cameron. I wonder if Morrell knows we're carrying gold.
You mean he might try to ambush us?
There's no telling what Morrell might do. We'll take no chances with him. What's the matter up there?
Captain Irby.
Yeah, what is it?
Captain Irby. Bradford's gone. Bradford? He's gone, sir. He just got loose when we stopped to water the horses.
Send 10 men back along the trail. Tell them to scout both sides. Tell them not to come back without Bradford.
Cut that message, mister.
Hey, what are you going to...
Come on. Now you can send one for me. Sit down. There.
Listen, you can't bust in here like
Come on,
this.
get to work. This is important.
I won't do it. You've got no right.
So you start pounding that key or I'll start pounding you. Now, what's the answer? Yes or no?
Well, yes.
I thought you'd listen to reason. This is to Colonel Drury, Garrison Office, Virginia City. Gold train on Immigrant Trail heading south.
Slower, will you? I can't send it that fast.
Come on, Immigrant Trail heading south. Send force immediately. Equip for long chase. We'll wait for you here. Sign it, Bradford.
This is the way the wind, Colonel. Looks like it. They camped here about 2 nights ago. Then crossed the river and picked up their course. Due south. Couldn't be any plainer if they'd left us a map.
Maybe they did, Colonel Drury. The question is, can we trust it?
What do you mean, Bradford?
Well, they must know they're being followed. It'll be the easiest thing in the world to cover up tracks like these. Why didn't they do it? You want my opinion, sir.
If I did, I'd ask for it, Bradford. There are the tracks where they entered the river, and where they came out on the other side.
Well, if you'll excuse me, sir, there aren't enough tracks here for 10 wagons. I'd say about 4 or 5.
Would you?
Yes, sir. These tracks are decoys. They've loaded their gold onto the other wagons and drawn us off the trail. The gold wagons have gained 4 or 5 days on us, either east or southeast. Colonel, why don't you give me 4 or 5 men and let me follow my hunch? Split the rest into patrols and spread out. We'll meet you at Sloan's Crossing, sir.
All right. But I hope your hunch is good. For your sake.
Yeah, I hope so, too, sir.
Jerry, suppose you ain't right.
Oh, don't be silly, Marblehead. Look at those tracks. You think my hunch is good?
Well, the way I look at it, I don't know.
Ooh. Well, with you along, Marblehead, how can I miss?
Pull up there. Hey, hold that. That a marker over there?
It's a gravestone, Carrie.
What's it say?
Cobby Gill. Age 11.
Copy Gill. I knew that kid. They must be finding it kind of tough along here.
Yeah, one of them especially.
This proves you was right about the gold train, Carey. This is the way they was headed, all right.
It also proves what those people have been going through. Weariness, thirst, starvation, probably. Hey, you two men over there, ride back to Drury's force at Sloan's Ferry. Tell them to follow us just as fast as they can make it.
Captain Evie?
Well, what is it?
Scouting party from up ahead, sir. Water hole is dry up there.
Dry? Can't be.
Not a drop in it, sir.
All right. Take another party out. Keep looking.
Yes, sir.
How far to the next stream, Vance? If this one is dry, they all are.
Then we mustn't let the others know. They're counting too much on us.
I'll tell them that this isn't the place. We haven't reached it yet.
Vance, I've got to talk with you. I know what you're going through. Even worse for you than the rest of us. But we've given up too much already. These people can't go on. We can't make them. It's inhuman.
War is inhuman, Julie. We're going on as long as we have the strength.
How long will that be without food and water? 2, maybe 3 days. Nothing but desert between here and the Texas border.
We'll still get through. Nothing else matters.
Dad, something's happened to you. You're different. You're so alone.
We all are.
Vance!
Get down, Julie. We're being attacked.
What is it? It's Morrell and his gang. They're on both sides of us. Morrell? He must have found out about the gold. Pull the wagons into a circle. Quick there! Get around this way! Hold up! Hold up!
We ought to be almost up to him, Carey. Those tracks look pretty fresh to me.
Uh-huh. They'll have to camp for the night. That means we'll reach them before morning.
And then what'll we do? 3 men against maybe 50. Pull up. We'll have to send back for more.
Pull up! Huh? Fire!
Well, that's just ahead of us, Carey. Sounds like trouble.
Come on. We'll ride to the top of that hill. That firing's just on the other side.
There they are, Carey. 6 wagons.
They're being attacked. Keep down, all right. That's Morrell's men attacking. They've got the wagons surrounded.
What do we do, Carey?
Well, let's see. I imagine they could use 3 men. We'll go in and help Irby.
Help him? I wouldn't cut him down if he was hanging for a week.
You'll do what I tell you, mister.
Sure, Carey.
Now, come on. Everybody on his horse and ride straight for the wagons. Ready? Ready. Now!
Keep down off those wagons. You women, keep on the ground. When you reload, hand the guns up. We'll take them from you.
Here comes 3 of them, Captain, down off the hill.
Let them ride up close, then pick them up.
They must be mad sending 3 men down. I'll take the first one, Vance.
Wait. Hold your fire. Those aren't Morrell's men. They're Yankees. Open up the circle. Hold that wagon out. Let them in.
Let those men in.
Yankees.
Vance, it's Bradford. It's Cherry Bradford.
I know who it is.
Cherry.
All right. Close up again. Close up.
Mighty nice of you, Irby. Thanks.
Hello, Bradford. Get it.
Pull that wagon around. It's wide open there. You want to touch it?
Dad!
Feeling any better, mister?
Sure. I'm not much help. Bradford, I'd like you to take command.
I've already done it.
What's our chance of holding out?
10 to 1. Against. When it's light, the crew will be down on all sides again. Our only hope's Drury.
When?
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe not for days.
The gold. It's cost us so much. If any of us gets through, I'd like it to do some good.
So would I. But that's not up to me. Whatever happens to the gold, it's out of my hands.
Bradford, the South can't win now. But the gold still belongs to our people. They'll need it after the war.
I told you it's not up to me. I can tell you one thing, though. Morrell won't get it.
But if Drury asks...
That's all I can promise. Where is it?
In the second wagon, under the floorboards. You know, Bradford, I think you and I could have been friends.
I think maybe we are friends. Cameron?
Yes? What is it?
Round up 3 or 4 men and hitch some horses to this wagon.
Why this wagon?
Because the gold's in it. Hurry up. I've got no time for explanations.
So you're taking the gold and running out on us. I guess I misjudged you, Bradford. I thought you came to help us.
Did you? Well, look, Doctor, you just take care of the wounded and I'll worry about the rest. Come on, get this wagon hitched up.
Come on, get work.
Who told you where the gold was?
Herbie, you better go to him, Julie.
Vance wouldn't trust you. You must have tricked him. Oh, I'd rather Murrell got it in the north.
I've given my promise that he won't get it, and I'm going to keep it. This time tomorrow, none of us may care very much who has the gold or where it is, because we'll probably all be dead. But if it comforts you any to know, the gold will always be here in this canyon.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to put the wagon and the gold up under that cliff. A few kegs of gunpowder will blow 10 tons of rock on top of it. When the war's over, and if we ever get word back, Southern people can come and take it.
Wagon pitched up.
Well, take it over there, under the cliff.
Drive it over to the cliff.
Carrie, why are you doing this?
I don't think you'd understand, Julie. Olaf, you all set?
All set, Harry.
And light the fuse. There's your Confederate gold, Miss Haynes.
Carrie, forgive me.
Harry, it's Drury.
Drury,
Open the circle. Open the circle and let them in. What do you mean let them in? We're going out to meet them. Come on.
Well, Bradford, looks like we got here just in time.
Round them all up, Colonel.
Good. What about Morrell?
Morrell's dead. That was a personal matter.
How many men did you lose, Bradford?
We're all that's left. Captain Irby was in command here. He passed it over to me just before he died.
I see. Is the gold safe? Bradford, I asked you a question. Where's the gold?
There is no gold, Colonel Drury.
Is this your idea of a joke, Bradford? Have you searched the wagons?
I've just told you, sir. There's no gold.
Lieutenant Norman, have these wagons ready to move in an hour. We're going back to Virginia City and place Captain Bradford under arrest to be held for court-martial.
It is the verdict of this court-martial that you seized and withheld contraband of war for private reasons and are therefore guilty of high treason. Before final sentence is passed, is there anything else you wish to say in your defense?
It's true I took the gold, but not for the reason the court infers.
The court is willing to consider any reasons consistent with your obligations as a soldier.
There are some things that aren't in the military code, sir, and this is one of them. My job was to see that the gold didn't reach the South. I did that job to the best of my ability, because I knew it would only prolong the war. As the court knows, the gold did not reach the South. But those people, the men and the women and the children in that wagon train, I saw what they went through, sir. I saw them die for a cause they believed was right.
And what did that have to do with you?
Well, one of their men hoped that someday the gold would still reach the South where it belonged. He hoped that it would help them rebuild their homes and restore some of their pride. I don't think I can explain it any better than that, sir. Except I still believe I'm doing the right thing. That's why I refuse to deliver the gold. That's why I still refuse.
It is the sentence of this court-martial that you shall be executed on the morning of April 9th, 1865, unless there be a countermanding order from higher authority.
And he said, unless there be a countermanding order from a higher authority. That's why I came to you, sir. I've always heard that President Lincoln was kind and just. I was afraid you wouldn't see me because I'm a Virginian.
Why, I've got a lot of friends down south, Miss Haynes, and more relatives in Virginia than a Blue Ridge rabbit. I've sort of missed them these last 4 years. Let me see the records of this case, please.
You can see from the testimony, Mr. Lincoln, there's no question of Bradford's guilt under the military code.
Maybe so. I'm not a military man.
If we were not at war, sir, we might...
Maybe we won't be after tomorrow.
Mr. Lincoln.
General Lee has sent for Grant to meet him in the morning at a place called Appomattox Courthouse.
Then we've beaten them.
Yes, I guess we have. But our work only begins there. And perhaps Captain Bradford's way will be our start.
Then he won't be killed.
No. Killing is over now. Miss Haynes, you've come over 2,000 miles to save the life of a man who was once your enemy. It may be because you admire what he did, or it may be just because you love him. To me, you two people are symbols of what I hope we can do for our country.
Thank you, sir. I'll tell them in Virginia City. I'll tell them everywhere.
Yes, tell them we are no longer enemies, but friends. That in my heart and in thousands like mine throughout America, there is no spirit of revenge in our victory. There must be no harbor of hatred in their defeat. Tell them that we are now one people, united by blood and fire, and that from this day forward our destiny is indivisible. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us now strive to bind up the nation's wounds, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
And now, before I say goodnight to our audience, I'd like to remind everyone listening that there's a part for all of us to play in national defense. We can all join the gigantic nationwide effort to keep America free by buying United States Defense Savings Bonds. A bond may be purchased for as little as $18.75. And at the end of 10 years, the same bond will be worth $25. Your bank or post office will give you full details about defense savings bonds. But remember that when you sign up for one of these bonds, you are putting your endorsement on the Declaration of Independence. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Raft, Ida Lupino, Brian Dunleavy, and Lucille Ball in They Drive by Night. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Martha Scott will soon be seen on the screen in the Columbia picture, They Dare Not Love. Included in tonight's play were Gail Gordon as Vance, Warren Ash as Murrell, Griff Barnett as Dr. Cameron, Edwin Max as Marblehead, Lou Merrill as Olaf, Theodore Von Eltz as General Hooker, Hans Conried as Upjohn, Horace Taylor as Drury, and Charles Seal, Stanley Farrar, Edward Arnold Jr., and James Eagles. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
What are you doing here?
I'm arranging with George to get a divorce.
George is my lawyer. My personal lawyer and my business lawyer. Now, look here, George. If you help Susan divorce me, you'll lose my business and my business's business.
That would do it.
What?
If you went crazy, Susan couldn't divorce you for 5 years at least.
She couldn't?
Why, even if you showed symptoms of insanity, would require a postponement of at least 30 days before they could find out if you were crazy or not.
Look. I'm a teapot. What's the matter? Is my face tickling your foot?
My friend, I set you free. Henceforward, you are a free man.
You can't free me, sir. I'm free now.
My friend, if I can't set you free, then why am I Abraham Lincoln?
Oh.
your husband is not sane.
Doctor, all I'm saying is that I know Steve hates cold baths. If you put him in a cold bath for 20 minutes, you'll suddenly see how sane he can be.
I'm very sorry, madam, but I assure you that medically speaking, your husband is as nutty as a fruitcake.
Oh, darling, that makes my head feel so much better. Could I have another?
No.
Mrs. Ireland, I wish you would cooperate. We never frustrate our patients here.
But I didn't frustrate him once. Why do I have to not frustrate him again?
Oh, darling.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hello, boys and girls. You know, it seems we're all afflicted with the disease known as curiosity. Have you ever passed by a cardboard carton that was closed or half closed? What did you do, huh? Pass by it? Of course not. You've just got to stop and see what's inside. Well, what did you find? The box was full of emptiness, wasn't it? What are we looking for? The proverbial pot of gold or something else of similar fantasy? Well, I don't know what makes us so curious, but I am anxious to take a peek into our story today. It's called The Locked Bag.
Boy, this saddle sure is getting hard.
I'll say it is, Henry. I've been riding for almost 6 hours now, without a break, except to walk the horses, give them a few minutes rest.
What do you say we stop in and see Miles the Snake Man?
Okay. You like to visit the snake farm, don't you?
Well, sort of yes, sort of no.
That's beautifully said. Where did you say you went to school?
That's homemade. That snake farm does intrigue me, but it makes a nervous wreck out of me at the same time.
Yeah, I know what you mean, pal. I don't feel comfortable either with all those poisonous snakes around me. But Miles saves many lives each year by milking those killers, so their venom can be made into an anti-venom serum.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing, I guess. I think I'd still rather milk cows than snakes.
Anytime, pal. Anytime.
Boy, I'm getting chills up and down my spine already. We're still a mile away from the farm.
Well, we can keep right on into town if you like.
Oh, no, that's all right. I'll unchill as soon as we leave there.
Henry, how nice to see you fellas.
Thanks, Miles. We were just passing close by. Thought we'd stop in and say hello.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Hey, what's the automatically locking steel door? You didn't have that the last time we were here?
That's right, I didn't. Fellas, that's Killer's Row behind that door.
Killer's Row? Aren't they all? Are these some super special jobs?
Yeah, you said it, Henry. I built a new snake house and moved the rattlers, copperheads, and moccasins into it, along with some of the other lesser killers. This one now houses the deadliest snakes in the world.
For instance?
King cobras?
Yes.
You've got them here?
Several, and one more being shipped in right now.
Well, let's get out of here. I thought rangers lived dangerously. But this guy is danger hungry or something.
Don't mind him, Miles. He's the nervous type. You know how it is. What else have you got behind the fire door?
Well, let's take a look. I'll give you an all-expense-paid tour. How's
okay.
Boy, generous soul, isn't he? Do you take this off your income tax?
Go ahead, pal.
Oh, no. I don't want to have to fall over you in case my feet decide to get out of here.
Okay. You take no chances with that door, do you, Miles?
Nope. We can't take the risk of an escape. This building is now fireproof except for the roof. You see those jets sticking out of the door wall near the ceiling?
Yeah.
What are they for?
Cyanide gas.
Oh. You don't fool around, do you?
Do you think one of these snakes would if he got loose?
Sprinkler system, too, huh?
Yes. I've never heard of a completely fireproof building yet. These snakes are expensive, you know. Well, I wouldn't hesitate to kill them if they were escaping. I don't want to lose them unnecessarily. Now, fellas, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. King Cobra. He's 12 feet long.
Look at that. Look at the size of him. Can he see us?
No, one-way glass. Now, over here, Mr. Bushmaster.
I'd rather not meet him, if you don't mind. This rascal and the cobra chase their victim, don't they, Miles?
Oh, you know it. These are real bad fellas.
Boy, say, that's a fer de lance, isn't it?
Right. He's another tough hombre. Then I've got a dozen more in here that have been brought in from all over the world, and their poison is extremely potent.
There isn't any anti-venom for all of these high-powered killers, is there?
That's right, but active research is being done along that line.
Can we leave now? My feet keep looking at the door.
Yeah, I think we can leave. I think Peg's got some coffee on for us. Let's go have some.
Good.
Miles, how can you be so calm around these snakes?
Well, a fella gets used to it. I enjoy the work, but I can tell you one thing for sure.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
A fella makes only one mistake in this business, and only one mistake.
Feel better now, pal?
Oh, yeah, much better, thank you. Good coffee.
You keeping pretty busy, Miles?
Yeah, I'll say we are. I've got 3 expert herpetologists working with me.
3, huh? You know, I remember when you started out all by your lonesome.
Yeah, so do I. I had one snake with 2 fangs.
Well, we got to mosey along, Miles. I want to get back to town before dark.
Yeah, the horses have had a good rest now. We ought to be able to step right along.
Okay, fellas. Thanks for stopping by. Sure appreciate seeing you again.
Likewise the same, Miles.
Right.
I never held it against you that you're a snake charmer.
I wish I could charm those killers when I milked them. You know, one full injection of that venom from a king cobra is so deadly it can kill 500 men.
Grey Wolf.
Yes, Bill.
We've got to have the new boundary surveys ready within 10 days. Submit them to Colonel Anders. Will you see to it that it gets done?
Uh-huh. I'll have it ready in time.
Thanks. Well, old-timer, what are you doing? I'm working. Doing what? Reading this here mail order catalog. Gonna buy something? If I had some money, I would. Everything nowadays costs money. Pretty soon they'll put a meter on my nose to charge me for the air I breathe.
Boy, that was a close one.
What are you talking about, Henry?
It's Miles. Why, he's heading here like a jet. He almost hit a car making the corner.
You mean Miles, the snake farmer?
Yeah, sure do. Here he is.
Miles, what's wrong? You're white as a sheet.
Cobra.
Here, sit down. Take it easy now, before you have a stroke. I'll get some calming down medicine, Bill. He's almost struck dumb with fever.
It sounded like he said cobra.
Miles, you try to quiet down so you can tell a story. We'll not be able to help you very much.
Here, young feller. Here, take this pill and water pronto. Looks like you're burning up. Here, I'll relax you. Take some of the fear out of you so you can make some sense. Bill, something terrible's happened, or he wouldn't be so all fired riled up. Can you talk now, Miles?
Yes. I've relaxed some. Thanks for the pill, Stumpy.
Don't mention it. No, tell us what happened.
Remember yesterday, Bill, I mentioned that I was coming into town this morning to pick up a shipment of snakes.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly a cobra. A king cobra.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, so do I. What about the shipment?
Well, it arrived okay, and I put the bags, 2 of them, in the cab of the truck with me.
Uh-huh.
But now there's only 1 bag of snakes.
Miles, you mean the bag with the cobra in it is gone?
Yeah, that's right.
Great horn toad, Sonny. Maybe you didn't put it in the truck like you thought.
I did put it in the cab. I know I did. But it's not there now.
Maybe bag slide under seat.
Say, I never thought of that. Let's take a look. Oh, it's not under the seat. Now that I think of it, I doubt that it could have slid under the recess. But where is it?
Look, Miles. Just calm down, will you?
Yeah, but...
We've got to piece your movements together, and blowing your top isn't going to help at all. Now, did the other bag look like this one?
Yes.
A zipper and lock on it?
Yes. These bags are my own invention. I shipped them to the supplier, and he puts the snakes in the bags. And then the bag in a slatted crate.
Mm-hmm.
This cloth is tough and strong and porous so the reptiles can breathe. But they can't bite anyone or get out.
You took the bags out of the crate when they were removed from the train, right?
Yes. So I can check the locks in the bags. Then I put them inside the cab and drive with the windows open so the creatures can get some fresh air.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that kind of dangerous for you?
No. I want those babies right where I can see them until I get them home.
Who has the keys to the locks on the bag?
Only the supplier and I have them.
Well, that's some help.
The lock looks strong. I'm sure anybody at a pickup sack could feel a snake move inside.
Maybe, Grey Wolf. They're tightly confined in there. They're given a sedative and coiled tightly with the head in the center. Slid into the bag. It's a pretty snug fit.
Mm-hmm. Stumpy, Grey Wolf, you fellas take this sack into the office and guard it. Henry and I'll take Miles back over the route from the station and see what we can find.
We do. Now, what kind of snake you have in this bag, Miles?
Well, there's 2 in that one. An African cobra and a broomslang.
Ain't that boomslang the varmint that bit and killed their professor a while back?
Yes.
Come on, fellas. Let's get with this thing on the double.
Hey, Midge, wonder what's in that sack there by the curb.
I don't know, Pinky. Let's have a look.
Sure.
Well, what kind of a sack do you suppose that is?
I don't know. Money sack, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Huh. It's got a zipper across one end and a lock on it.
Let's lift it.
Sure.
It ain't money. It don't rattle when you shake it.
Could be paper money, huh?
Yeah.
Boys, Pinky, Midge.
Hey, Dad's calling us. We better get going.
Hey, wait, let's take the sack. Maybe we can bust the lock and find out what's inside.
Let's get this sack of snakes inside before it disappears, too. Pick it up, Grey Wolf.
Well, why you not pick it up, old-timer? You afraid?
Who, me? Afraid to pick it up?
Why not talk about your brother?
I ain't got no brother.
That's what I mean. You pick it up and carry it to office.
Nope. I'm the senior man here now, and I'm ordering you to carry that snake sack inside.
Senior man should set good example for younger men. Show courage and bravery, and not know how to carry sack. You show me, you man with long experience. I learned much from you.
Are you going to let an old run-down bag of bones like me carry that big heavy sack? Say, where's your kindness and courtesy to your elders?
Sack not heavy and not big. Last time I say you old, you ready to scalp me plenty quick.
Maybe so, but I suddenly can feel old age just rushing over me.
I still think you're afraid to pick up sack.
You can say that again, Sonny. I am afraid, and so are you.
Man, oh man, what could have happened to that cobra?
That's a good question. We've been over your route twice, and everything's negative.
Yeah, especially my head.
Miles, try to relax, will you? Think this thing out. Something happened that caused the sack to leave the truck.
Yes, but what?
Well, why don't we try it once more? At least it's better than sitting here doing nothing.
Good idea, pal. Miles, you think, and Henry and I'll drive the route again. Perhaps something will jar your memory loose of its precious secret.
Did you call us, Dad?
Now, who else do you think I'd be calling, young fella?
Where you going?
To Junction City. Do you guys want to come along?
Sure. Will you buy us something?
Well, we'll consider it. Well, jump in if you're going.
Okay.
Hey, what's in the sack?
I don't know. We found it in the street.
Well, leave it here. What do you want to take that along for?
We want to get it open and find out what's inside, Dad.
Leave it here, I said.
Aw, Dad. It'll keep us busy in the car, and then we won't fight or something.
Yeah. Can we take it, please?
Oh, all right, but get in. I've got things to do in Junction City. Now, you fellas, sit in the back seat and behave yourselves.
Okay. We want to get the sack open and find out what's in it.
You don't suppose someone stole the sack, do you, Miles?
Impossible. I've never let a sack full of snakes out of my sight. Not even for a minute.
Well, I'll turn around. We'll try it once again.
Boy, I hope it works this time. Yeah!
Grab him, Miles. Grab him. I'll stop the truck.
Got him.
Thanks. Say, what's the matter with the lock on this door? Does it hold all the time? I almost fell in the street.
That's it. That's when it happened. It's got to be.
What are you talking about?
This very thing happened to me as I came around the curve at Johnson and Lane Street.
Yeah?
The door flew open and I reached over to grab it, but at the same time there was a car coming into the intersection.
Uh-huh.
I must have knocked the bag out then.
Well, if you did, where is it? We've searched the gutters and the street and the lawns. There's no snake bag.
Someone's picked up that bag.
Henry, you take the other side of the street and inquire at every house if anyone saw that bag being picked up.
Right.
Let me help, too.
No offense meant, Miles, but you're just too jumpy to help right now. You might give it away, you know, if you ran into someone who saw the bag being picked up.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Bill. If it got out about the cobra, this town would be in an awful uproar.
You can say that again. Well, let's get to work, pal. Now, don't give any secrets away. If you make a contact, come back quietly to the truck and honk the horn 2 times. And I'll do the same. You got it?
Got it.
Good boy. Now, let's get with it.
think you can twist the lock loose, Pinky?
Yeah. This part of the zipper looks like they twisted and busted open.
Hey, what's that funny goopy smell?
Oh, who cares? Open the window if it bothers you.
I am.
Don't open the window too wide, son.
I won't, Dad.
You boys are sure behaving yourselves. I'll remember that when we get to Junction City.
It's coming off. I just gotta keep twisting. Lots and lots.
You found out something, Bill?
Yes, I found out where the bag is.
Where?
In a car on the way to Junction City. 2 boys and their dad are driving there.
Oh, no. God help them if they get that bag open.
There, that'll get Henry here. Now, Miles, take it easy. Maybe they won't get the bag open.
I hope they don't.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Where is it?
Jump in. I'll tell you on the way.
Way where?
Canyon City. Come on. We've got to get back to the office and get a radio card and then cover some ground.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Well, slide the zipper open.
Sure.
What is in there sure smells funny.
Hey, look!
What is it?
It looks like some kind of a snake skin.
It's a real one.
Sure, it's real. Can't you smell that? It's gotta be a skin. No snake can smell like that and be alive.
What if it is alive?
Oh, no.
Maybe we ought to ask Dad.
Oh, if it's only a dead snake or a skin, let's dump it out on the floor.
Yeah.
It's a whole snake. Looks dead, too.
You said it was dead.
No, it ain't. It's moving.
Yeah. Dad!
What's wrong? Can't you break the lock?
We did. It's a snake.
Snake? Now, what in the name of common sense have you got yourselves into?
It's a bad snake, Dad.
Well, just a minute. Now, look. We can't stop here on this curve. Now, don't you boys move a muscle, and the snake won't bother you. What? Why, it's a king cobra. Don't you move an eyelash. It looks like it's heading for the shelf over the back seat. Now, don't move. Don't move for any reason, and I'll keep driving. There's no help out here in the mountains. Now, Dad'll think of something, but don't move whatever you do.
We sure drew soft duty on this patrol, didn't we, Tom?
Soft is right. You know something, Ned? I think we're getting soft. You're in this squad car watching for runaway trucks. Give me the fire tower any time to this.
You said it. At least we get exercise climbing the tower.
Yeah. Well, wake me up if anything exciting happens, will you?
Sure, okay.
What's the matter? Is he a rock move or something?
That car. Look at it.
Well, what car?
There, down the road there. See it? That one.
Hey, that guy's either drunk or crazy.
I'll say, so that's no way to drive down a mountain road.
Let's nail him.
All right.
Hey, that guy's really got his trolleys crossed. Now he's slowed down to a crawl.
I must have heard us all right. He's not weaving.
Hey, look out! Good night. Did you see how close he came to scraping those rocks?
There's something radically wrong with that driver. Tom! Look at that back window!
There's a live snake on the shelf. It looks like a... It's a cobra!
There are two boys in that back seat. I can just see the tops of their heads. Call Bill and make it quick!
Sam, if you can hear me, flash your tail light by pushing gently on the brake pedal. Don't stop the car.
Yeah, there's the signal.
Pull alongside, pal.
Okay.
You ready, Miles?
All set.
Listen carefully now. I've got an expert snake handler in my car, and he's going to board your car and capture the cobra. Don't you or the boys move a muscle or bat an eyelash. The highway from here to Junction City has been cleared by my men and the sheriff and the state police, so we have a clear road to maneuver. In half a mile, we'll come into the straightaway to Junction City. My car will pull alongside your car. The snake expert will board your car while it's in motion by moving from my left rear door into your right front door. You will have to move to the other side of the highway after I finish and we pull clear. Now, there aren't any running boards to help the transfer from one car to the other, so you must maintain an exact speed of 20 miles an hour. The snake expert expects no trouble from the cobra because it's sunning itself in your rear window and is comparatively docile at the moment. Now, don't make any sudden moves. Don't move at all, even during the transfer from car to car. The snake expert has rigged a snake stick with which he will capture the cobra. Move across the highway as soon as we come into the straightaway. That is all. Ready, Miles?
Ready.
I'll climb into the back seat. Time your transfer. Stay in this car until I say go.
Right.
Okay. Move into position, pal.
Yes, sir.
Now, Miles.
Okay. She doesn't.
Don't move, fellas. I'll have him captured pronto. I'm ready now. Whatever you do, boys, don't move until I say so. When I give the word, Sam, stop the car gently and everybody out. Here goes. I've got him. Stop the car.
Come on, Mitch. You said it.
Good work, Miles. Now, what are you going to do with it?
Get me a gunny sack. I'll put him in it and take him home.
But you won't be able to lock the gunny sack.
No, but I think I can tie a knot that won't open as easily as the locked bag did.
I don't know about you, but I still get duck bumps all over me when I think about that narrow escape. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
but my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. Yes, everybody wants my baby, but my baby don't want nobody but me. That's plain to see. I am his sweet patootie, and he is my loving man. Knows how to do his duty, loves me like no other can. Everybody loves my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Love me or leave me, let me be lonely. You won't believe me, and I love you only. I'd rather be lonely than happy with somebody else.
From 10 cents a dance to a place in the spotlight, the fabulous story of Ruth Etting. A determined girl reaching for fame and fortune, singing her way into the hearts of a nation. From the mob-ruled days of Chicago's lurid past to the glitter of the Ziegfeld Folly.
Proving that there's a way to chase your cares away. If you would lose your weary blues, shake 'em away.
But behind the glamour and adulation, Ruth Etting lived another life in a shadowy world, dominated by a fierce little man who was crazy with love for her. Marty the Gimp Snyder, a mysterious and dangerous man that no one really knew.
Whoever I am, kiddo, I'm what makes you tick. And don't you ever forget that.
Then let me help you. I'll get you to the right people. I'll work with you, and they'll want you. Don't worry. They won't have to be strong-armed or blackmailed or shoved around. They'll want you because you're good. Oh, try it, Ruth. Try it that way.
You got what you wanted. I brought you this far. I did, nobody else. But that don't count, not with you. A high-class dame like you.
Love Me or Leave Me is the picture you will talk about. A new entertainment sensation that critics and preview audiences have acclaimed, the musical that is more than a musical because it is a drama about real people. James Cagney, with his aggressive characterization of Marty the Gimp, renews the hard-hitting, smashing sort of portrayal that first brought him fame. This is his best. The dramatic perfection of Doris Day's performance is an unforgettable treat. Her singing, sensational, as she thrills you with the songs that will forever belong to Ruth Etting.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, their guest, Charles Lawton, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, this is a time of important meetings. In Casablanca, Roosevelt and Churchill. In Washington, the 78th Congress. And in the library of the Burns home, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. And here comes George, blissfully unaware of what's going on, and Gracie waiting to make sure he doesn't find out.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Oh, good morning, dear. My, you're up bright and early this morning.
Yeah, I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep, so I figured I might as well get up.
Oh, so that's it. I was wondering what you were doing up at this hour. It's only 11:30.
Well, some mornings I just can't sleep. I'm going into the library and look at the paper.
Oh, wait, George, wait.
Yes?
Look, it's such a beautiful day. Why don't you take a walk?
A walk? What for?
Well, it would be fun. Why don't you walk down to the corner cigar store and whistle at the girls for a while?
Gracie, I haven't... Have you gone out of your mind? I haven't done that in all my life.
Well, you're not getting any younger, dear.
Look, I'm going into the library.
No, wait. I've got it. Why don't you go fishing?
Go fishing?
Well, sure. Go out to the lake and catch a fish and broil it right there. It'll be delicious. I'll go and get your fishing pole and a slice of lemon.
Gracie, I'm not leaving the house. I'm going into the library right now. Gracie.
Now, George, don't get excited.
I told you, if I ever caught those buzzards here again, I'd squeeze the hen a rinse out.
No, but, George, this is the most important meeting of the year. Today is our club election, and Francis Fowler, Vicky Gruskin, and I are all running for president.
Oh, so you've got some competition, huh?
Well, I don't mind competition. I always say, may the best girl win. But what if I lose?
I hope so.
Oh, Francis and Vicky have been putting on marvelous campaigns.
I'll bet.
Whenever the meeting was held at one of their homes, they had some big celebrity and a special guest.
I see, a big celebrity.
Yes, and I must admit the girls were awfully impressed. But who wouldn't be impressed meeting Myron Fudnick?
Myron Fudnick?
Yes.
That's a big celebrity?
Well, of course. Myron Fudnick is the first man who ever thought of putting garters on girdles.
Well, I must get Myron's autograph.
And then Vicky had even a bigger celebrity at her house.
Bigger than Fudnick?
Lily Mae Browning.
Who?
Lily Mae Browning.
Who's she?
The famous poetess, of course. She's written 4 lovely things. Love at First Sight, Whirlwind Courtship, Honeymoon for Two, and Oh, Beautiful Reno.
She's probably working on one now called Alimony, I Love You.
Oh, dear. Oh, but just wait till they see the celebrity I have. He's more important than anyone they ever thought of.
Whoever he is, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Goodbye, dear. I think I'll go and whistle at the girl.
Oh, goodbye, dear. Oh, and now come to order, girls. Come to order, please. Now, before we start our regular meeting, I'd like to read a letter from Maggie Ettinger, our former member who joined the WAC.
Oh, how is she, Gracie?
She says, Dear girls, I am writing to tell you what a wonderful organization this is, and also to remind you that the WACs need many more recruits who can fill important non-combat jobs and release more officers and men of the Army for combat duty.
Oh, yes, I
wonderful. Our work includes every type of non-combat service, from accounting and cooking to stenography and radio operating. And we receive the same pay as enlisted men and officers in the Army. All women between 21 and 44 who do not have children under 14 are eligible for the WAC. If you know any women who are interested, tell them to go to the nearest Army recruiting and induction station and sign up now. Love to all, Maggie.
Oh, that's a lovely letter.
Well, you know, girls, I might sign up myself.
Oh, you couldn't, Gracie. You're married.
Well, that doesn't make any difference, Blanche.
It does if you have someone financially dependent on you.
Financially dependent. Oh, yes. I forgot the May Company.
Hi, Gracie. I was looking for George. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know a meeting was going on.
Oh, it's all right, Bill. Girls, you remember Bill Goodwin, don't you? Bill, we've been talking about the WAC. We'd all like to join, but most of us aren't eligible.
I'm eligible, Bill. Do you think I'd make a good WAC?
Well, I don't know, Tootsie. Isn't each WAC supposed to release a soldier for combat duty?
Yes.
Well, I just can't imagine you releasing a soldier.
Oh, Bill.
See, girls, it's really too bad you can't qualify for the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps, but I'll tell you what. I may be able to get you in the Smart Women's Anti-Nuisance Society.
The Smart Women's Anti-Nuisance Society?
Yes, that's right, Gracie. The SWANS, the Swans.
Bill! Why, that's the same name as that soap you talk about. You know, Swan.
Well, I'll be doggone. It is, isn't it? You know, It fits, too, because all the members use Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles, the regular Suds and Whiz, too.
Oh, Bill, aren't you happy that I called it to your attention?
Well, Tootsie, I'm so happy I could just grab you and give you a great big bar of Swan. Swan, you know, is great for washing the dishes because it not only gives you suds faster than other white floating soaps, but since Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's kind to your hands, too. That's why you should use it for every soap and water job.
Bill, I've got Swan in my hope chest. I hope you're the one who shares it with me.
Well, I'd love to, Tootsie. After you're married, you and your husband send me my half. You see, Swan breaks in two with a simple twist of the wrist, you know. You can use half in the kitchen for dishes and housework, and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face. Well, girls, tell George I'll be back. And congratulations on becoming members of the Swans.
Oh, you're sort of crazy about Bill, aren't you, Tootsie?
Yes, we're sweethearts.
Has he ever proposed?
Oh, dozens of times. I wish he'd propose to me sometime.
Oh, dear, someone's at the door and George isn't here. Will you excuse me, girls?
Oh, right, certainly. Go ahead, Gracie.
Oh, my, I hope this is my important celebrity. Oh, the girls will be so thrilled.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, it's the postman. How are you, Mr. Postman?
Never better, Mrs. Burns. I've been drinking in the fresh air through every pore. Gee, it's great to be alive.
You always enjoy life, don't you, Mr. Postman?
I should say I do, and perfect health is the answer. I've got the constitution of an ox.
Oh, how nice. Is there any mail for me?
Yes, a special delivery letter.
Oh, let me see it. Oh, it's from my celebrity. Dear Mrs. Burns. But he regrets that he cannot appear at the meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society as he has been very busy at the White House since his return from Casablanca. Therefore, he cannot address your club on the subject you chose for him, Africa, the land of enchantment. Oh, dear, and I was counting on him.
I'm sorry about the bad news, Mrs. Burns, but I've got to be running along now. I've got lots of fan mail to deliver down the street to Charles Lawton.
Charles Lawton? Charles Lawton? He's a celebrity, and I know him, too. Oh, Mr. Postman, you've given me a wonderful idea. Now I'll be elected after all.
That's me, always scattering sunshine.
Goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
This is Paul White with the boys and the Six Hits and a Miss introduce you to a gal you're going to be seeing more and more of. She's Rosie the Riveter.
All the day long where the rain or shine, she's a part of the assembly line. She's making history, working for victory. Rosie, the Riveter, keeps a sharp lookout for sabotage. Sitting up there on the fuselage, that little frail can do more than the male can do. Rosie, the Riveter, Rosie's got a boyfriend, Charlie. Charlie, he's a Marine. Rosie is protecting Charlie, working overtime on the riveting machine. When they gave her a production E, she was as proud as a girl could be. There's something true about red, white, and blue about Rosie. She's got the fellas going.
So Gracie asked the girls to wait and hurried over to Charles Lawton's house to get him as the guest for her club meeting. The door is opened by a person wearing a frilly white apron.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Lawton. Is Charles here?
Mrs. Lawton, I am Mr. Lawton.
Oh, my goodness, Charles. What a silly mistake. I'd forgotten that your wife is small and thin.
Yes, and furthermore, her pants never show beneath the bottom of her apron.
Would you mind telling me what you're doing with that apron on?
Not at all. I'm dusting, sweeping, cooking dinner, and in my spare moments cursing the day I was born.
Oh. Helping your wife, huh?
My wife isn't here. In fact, she hasn't been home for 5 minutes since she joined some infernal, idiotic woman's club.
You don't like women's clubs?
No. You know what I'd like to do to all wives who belong to clubs?
No.
I'd like to make them run between two long lines of husbands. And as they ran, the husbands would beat them over the head with the minutes of the last meeting.
Oh.
Well, what did you want to see me about, Gracie?
Oh, who? Me?
Yeah, come along, out with it.
Oh, well, I want you to come over to my house.
Why?
Well, it's George. Yeah, that's it. Something's wrong with George.
But everyone knows that. Can't you be more definite?
Well, yes. George is stage struck.
Stage struck? At his age?
Yes, he goes around all day reciting Shakespeare.
How revolting. What sort of Shakespeare does he recite?
Well, his favorite speech is one that goes, but light, who softly breaks the window yonder? I'm from the east, and Juliet is my son.
Yes. That's a little bit off, Gracie. The correct line is, but soft what light through yonder window breaks. It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Oh. Would you mind just taking my word for it, mine and Shakespeare's? But why have you come to me with your problem, Gracie? What could I possibly do?
Well, I thought it might cure George if I got some actor over to the house who could recite Shakespeare better than he can.
Well, that shouldn't be difficult. Have you tried Harpo Marx?
Well, no. But I want someone who's even better than Harpo Marx. I want you.
I'm sorry, but I'm much too busy with my housework.
Well, all right. Poor George. He'll just have to go through life thinking he's a better actor than you are.
He thinks what?
He thinks he's a better actor than you are.
The man is obviously mad.
Oh, sure.
Any man who claims to be a better actor than another is nothing but a ham. I'm 10 times the actor he is.
Well, of course you are. Will you come over and show him up?
Will I? I'll make him sound like the end man in an Elks Club minstrel show.
Oh, and I'll have some of the women from the neighborhood in to watch you do it.
Mm.
Oh, I know a great actor works better in front of an audience, and especially an actor as great as you are.
Yes, of course. I'll be over as soon as I've made the bed. So.
Gracie, Charles Lawton is coming over here? You mean Charles Lawton, the movie star?
Oh, George, there's only one Charles Lawton. Although when you look at him, it does seem like there's more.
Well, my estimation of that guy is going down 100%. Accepting an invitation to talk to that silly woman's club.
Well, George Burns, you apologize for that remark.
Okay, I take it back about them being women.
Well, that's better.
Well, I'm getting out of here. I can't watch that.
Oh, no, you have to stay. Well, he's really coming over to see you.
To see me?
Yes. He thinks that you could be the greatest actor in Hollywood.
What?
Well, that's right. He says that you never should have given up acting for what you're doing now.
I wonder how he meant that.
Oh, well, he thinks you have the makings of a great actor. Well, he's dying to hear you recite a little Shakespeare.
Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, well, he thinks you're wonderful.
Oh, gee. Old Charlie ought to know. Mighty shrewd judge of talent, that boy. That's what he said, huh?
Yeah. He'd like to see you playing Romeo or King Lear or Portia or one of those parts.
Portia? Portia is a woman.
Oh, he thinks you can do anything.
He does, huh?
Yes. Oh, that must be Mr. Lawton. Now, George, be sure to act for him. Do that Shakespearean line about the light breaking through the window. I'll go into the meeting.
All right.
I can't see about this. What's that?
Come in.
Hello, George.
Hello, Charlie. What's soft? What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
What, may I ask, was that?
That was something out of Shakespeare.
His appendix, no doubt.
You didn't think I did it well?
George, I think you have all the fire, all the feeling, all the emotional intensity of a plate of tapioca pudding.
Oh, gee. Don't you think I'm a great actor?
Yes, you're the new Porky Pig.
Oh.
So you consider yourself in my class as an actor. Why, of all the conceit, of all the unmitigated graft.
Wait a minute.
Burns, you're an idiot. If there's one thing I can't stomach, it's an idiot.
Well, brother, if you can't stomach it with what you've got, nobody can.
My stomach happens to be my business.
Well, you happen to have a mighty big business.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so in spades.
You don't say.
I do say.
Yes, you.
Yes, that's all.
And now Jimmy Cash singing There Are Such Things.
A heart that's true. There are such things. A dream for two. There are such things. Someone to whisper, darling, you're my guiding star. Not caring what you own, but just what you are. A peaceful sky. There are such things. A rainbow high, where heaven sings. So have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star because there are such
Charlie, will you listen to me? I'm telling you, for the 50th time, I never said I was a better actor than you are.
I'm a modest man, George. I'm a very modest man, but I'm honest, and I'm forced to admit there just isn't a better actor than I am.
Well, okay, you're marvelous, you're wonderful, you're magnificent.
I knew you'd begin to see it my way, George. Now, let's talk about you.
Yeah, okay. I'm awful, I'm horrible, I'm terrible, I'm the worst actor who ever lived.
Well, go on. You're on the right track.
Look, Charlie.
Hi, George. I dropped by before, but you... Gee, Charles Lawton in the flesh.
What else would you expect me to be? Who are you?
Well, I'm Bill Goodwin, Mr. Lawton. I'm in pictures, an actor, just like you.
Another one. What is this? A house or a branch of Swift and Company? Your friend Burns here has been bruising the bard with but soft what light through yonder window breaks.
Well, you see, George doesn't know how to do it, Mr. Lawton. Now, just get a load of this. But soft. What sud through yonder bathtub breaks? 'Tis Swan, the new white floating soap. that's purer than the finest Castiles. Money can't not buy a purer soap. Youch. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Art thou bathing the baby with Swan? Swan, you know, art great for bathing the baby. It's so pure that it's kind to even a baby's tender skin. So naturally it must be swell for your hands and face. Your tub or shower, Romeo.
This will set the theater back 500 years.
So, friends, mothers, and housewives, lend me your ears. Women have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity, but Swan is even purer than the finest Castiles. And now, farewell.
Farewell.
Farewell. Parting is such sweet sorrow, and I would say, bye, Swan, ere it be morrow. Well, that's that, fellas. Just washed up Shakespeare. Goodbye.
What a ham.
You're a fine one to talk about hams, coming over here to talk to that silly woman's club.
Woman's club? Are you mad? I wouldn't address a woman's club for the entire output of the Florsheim factory. I detest women's clubs.
Then why did you come over?
Because your wife told me you were stage struck.
Stage struck? Charlie, Gracie brought you over here to make a speech for her club so that she could be elected president.
She did that after all I've been through at home. George, I'll make that speech, and when I get through, there'll be one less woman's club.
Well, do you think you can?
Can I? I'll make a speech so hot it'll melt the rubber out of their girdles.
Well, I'll tell them you're ready. Oh, boy, no more Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Gracie, your guest, Charles Lawton, is ready.
Charles Lawton? Yes, girls, I knew you'd be thrilled. George, tell him we'll be ready in a minute. Now, you're going to see some marvelous acting, girls, because Mr. Lawton is one of the finest actors ever to board the trod, or whatever they do. He'll probably recite one of Shakespeare's beautiful poems like The Shooting of Dan Macbeth.
Mr. Lawton is English, isn't he, Gracie?
Oh, yes. And let's try to make him feel at home, girls. We'll serve him his tea with a trumpet. You know, like they do in England. Unless, of course, he'd prefer it with a tram.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. You're so
fine. All right, we're ready now. I'll call him. Oh, Mr. Lawton, right this way, please.
Coming.
Now, girls, I want you to meet a man who is much more important than Myron Fudnick. My celebrity. Mr. Charles Lawton, who will perform for us.
My dear Bats. Never before has it been my misfortune to address so gruesome a collection of promos. The combined stupidity of your faces could only be found in a club such as this or in a colony of tired old pelicans.
Isn't he wonderful? Oh, what a natcher. He almost makes you believe that he means those things.
But I do mean them. It is my heartfelt opinion that this ghastly little band of frumps is more dangerous to the progress of mankind than the boll weevil or the zoot suit. Really, my good witches, I am not trying to amuse you. I loathe you. You revolt me. Oh, nuts. I quit.
I don't know how to thank you, Charles. Now, girls, while the thrill of my celebrity's visit is still fresh in our minds, shall we vote on our club president?
Oh, yes.
Well, just write your choice on a slip of paper, and I want to say in advance that this is going to be the happiest moment of my life. I thank you.
Here are the ballots, Gracie.
Oh, good. Oh, now, the first ballot is for... Oh. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh, my. Oh, well, I guess it's unanimous.
Naturally.
Yeah, Charles,
Yes, Grace.
I'm a good loser, and I want to wish you every success as the new president of our club.
What?
Oh, well, it's the voice of the people, and we'll meet at your house next week.
Now listen, you misguided scarecrows. I'd rather be born in I'd rather be born at the stake. I'd rather...
George and Gracie will be right back, so I've just time to remind you that you save money with Swan because when you use Swan, you don't have to buy any other soap at all. In the kitchen, for dishes, and for general cleaning, Swan does the work of easily wasted package soaps. And in the bathroom, for your face and hands, Swan gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested. And at the same time, gives you a soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. So get help, get Swan. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
Well, Gracie, who's going to be the president of your club now that Charles Lawton walked out on you?
Oh, well, I will, dear. I'm bringing a celebrity to the next meeting who's sure to win the election for me. George, I've got Winston.
Winston Churchill?
No, Winston Spudnik.
Myron's brother. Oh, the tall Spudnik.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when their guest will be Veronica Lake. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For myself, did he? Only I had to buy him in the bargain. Well, I'd buy his whole Russian swamp if I was sure he didn't go with it. That's what I'd do. You can tell him that. And you can tell his uncles and his aunts and his sisters and his cousins and... Who are you?
I think I enjoy playing cops and robbers all over Europe with a...
Just exactly who do you think you're talking to?
I'm talking to a fairly attractive dame who's got too much dough for her own good. Just between you and me, I'm beginning to think that Prince is a pretty lucky boy.
You've said just about enough, Mr. Anthony. Too much. I don't need your help and advice or anyone else's. As far as I'm concerned, you can take a running front dive right off this wagon.
With a cow field for a couch and clouds for a coverlet. Breasting the world with a song in our lips and a blade in our hands. One for all and all for one.
Sally, do you mind if I speak with Romeo a minute?
Will I?
Men talk, you know. Now go pick yourself a daisy.
Oh. Kiss me, please.
Did you hear anything?
Not a thing.
Nice work.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Ladder of Fate. The Green Hornet strikes again. Somewhere in a Navy hospital, a man lies hovering between life and death. In the laboratory of that hospital, a laboratory technician, moving quickly and surely, performs the analyses that make it possible for a Navy doctor to save that man's life. Today, there's a good chance that that laboratory technician is a Wave, one of the Navy's heroic enlisted women, who are doing more and more of the vitally important jobs in the Navy. Yes, the Waves are no longer an experiment. The Navy's women are proving themselves indispensable. See if you qualify to be a Wave. Join the Waves now. Call your nearest Navy recruiting station. And now, the Green Hornet. Britt Reed's secretary, Lenore Case, sat next to the desk of the young publisher of the Daily Sentinel. For some time, her pencil had been flying over the lines of her notebook, making pothooks of Britt's rapid dictation.
When you've transcribed that, Miss Case, send a copy to the new district attorney.
After all the complimentary editorials you carried in the Sentinel when he was running for office, this'll hit him between the eyes.
Well, I intended to. His appointment of Herman Vinton as first assistant DA is a bad blunder.
But Vinton has been Courtney's law partner for 10 years.
Yes, I know that.
Isn't it a natural appointment? Well, everyone expected Courtney to make Vinton his first assistant.
Courtney knows the charter in the community. He knows that the first assistant succeeds in the event of the death of the prosecutor. And
Yes,
Vinton is
but-
too weak. That's a bad appointment.
Have you changed your attitude about Courtney himself?
Not at all. Courtney's honest and aggressive. He has 3 sons in the service, and he hates anyone who hampers the war effort. If anyone can smash the Parmalee organization, Courtney is the man to do it.
Which of the black markets is Parmalee's specialty?
He's got meat and poultry in one pocket and gasoline in another.
And he gets away with it.
Yeah, so far he's gotten away with it. The police have never made a case against him because of the things that happened to witnesses.
You were pretty confident that Courtney could smash the Parmalee outfit.
I think he can. If he can just get an entering wedge, the whole organization will fall apart.
Hey, Reed.
Oh, look what happens when I'm not on guard in the outer office.
Reed, I've got something that might interest you.
Make it fast, Axford. I'm busy.
It's about the new DA that just took office. You know, Reed, maybe he's not as hot as you thought he was.
Because of his appointment of Herman Vinton?
No, it's not that, Reed. There's another reason. Didn't Jim Courtney pledge himself to smash the black markets?
Well, yes, Axford. Why?
And with the black market smashed, there'd be meat and geese enough so as everyone could have a fair share, and there'd be sugar enough to give everyone a little.
Well, what about it?
Well, if Courtney keeps his word now that he's in office, he'll be smashing the Parmalee organization, won't he?
Obviously.
All right, then. Now, tell me this. That being the case, why was Parmalee backing Courtney in the election?
Who said he was?
That stops you, don't it?
It stops me cold. Are you sure of your facts?
Well, you can check the facts. Parmalee controls a half a dozen wards, and every one of those wards went strong for Jim Courtney.
How do you like that?
Well, maybe Courtney ain't so lily white. It's like birds of a feather.
Now, wait, Lowry.
Why, aye.
Let me tell the boss.
It's my story, you luck.
Holy mackerel, this office is like Grand Central Station.
Hey, Reed.
Listen, boss, we just got a flash.
It's from police headquarters.
The cops. Then it's for me to handle.
Pipe down, expert.
please.
Hold everything, one at a time. Lowry, let's have it.
We just got a flash from headquarters. Jim Courtney is dead.
What? Holy crow, how did it happen? Was he bumped off? Where's the cadaver?
Quiet, you magpie.
He fell off a ladder in a private gymnasium and hit the floor with his head.
Fell off a ladder.
One of those gymnasium things that's fastened to the wall.
Oh, but Courtney's gone to a gymnasium every day for 10 years. How did he fall?
Well, maybe the ladder busted. Maybe it was sabotage.
The flash said that he lost his grip on the ladder and fell. Maybe he had apoplexy or something.
Or maybe drinking.
Will you be quiet?
I handle Courtney's campaign stuff, Mr. Reed. Let me have the assignment, will
Got
you?
him gonna assign me to cover.
Did it happen in that small gymnasium on 10th Street?
Yeah, the one Courtney always used.
Well, both of you cover and keep me posted.
Right.
Come on, Lowry.
Hey, Reed, I ought to go with him.
Oh, you sit still, Axford. I want to talk to you. You may be able to contribute some valuable data.
Oh, all right, Reed. Anything you say.
I guess you can forget that editorial, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else?
Well, not now, thanks.
Casey, if anyone calls for me, tell him I'm in conference.
Conference.
Golly, I'm sorry I said what I did about Courtney.
Axford, do you know anything about Herman Vinton?
Vinton, you mean Courtney's first assistant?
Yes.
Well, all I know is that there's a ruling in this city that the first assistant gets to be DA until another election.
Do you think Vinton can go after the Parmalee gang?
Well, I guess Vinton is honest enough. But I don't think he's got the stuff to get the goods on Parmalee like Courtney would have done.
Well, that's how I feel. The man Courtney defeated would have been a stronger DA than Vinton.
That's right.
Now, Courtney would have smashed the black market, and the man he defeated might have smashed it. But Herman Vinton...
Hey, Reed, do you think that maybe Parmalee was behind Jim Courtney's death? Do you think he killed him so as Vinton would be in the office of DA?
Well, Axford, that's not a bad theory. Why don't you go to police headquarters and see if there's any reason to suspect that Courtney was murdered?
I'll do it, Reed. By golly, I'll do it.
I'll be here. Call me if you got something.
I sure will. You can count on me.
Jim Courtney dead. If that was murder, someone's going to pay. Yes?
There's a man on the line who wants to talk to you, Mr. Reed. He won't give his name.
What does he want to talk about?
He says he knows something about the Courtney affair.
Oh, I'll put him on. Hello?
Is this Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Listen, Mr. Reed. This is Gus Dornberger calling, see? I'm a part-time trainer over at the gym where Courtney worked out.
I see.
Now listen, Mr. Reed. You gotta get this straight. I didn't have no part in nothing, see?
All right, then. You didn't have no part in nothing. Why are you calling me?
On account of the things you wrote about Courtney. I know you're on the level. I figured maybe I could give you some facts and you'd help me keep out of trouble, see? I don't want to go to the cops on account of questions, see?
Oh, just a minute, Dornberger. Where are you now? Where are you calling from?
I got a little camp of my own on Route 2 near Transit Road. It's called Gus's place.
This had better be straight stuff, Dornberger.
It's straight.
What do you want to tell me?
Suppose I told you that Courtney was murdered.
Oh, just a minute.
If I give you some facts, can I count on you to protect me?
Dornberger, don't say any more over the phone. Can you come to my office right away?
Yeah, if you'll see me personally.
Come here as soon as you can. I'll see you.
Okay. I guess you're right. We shouldn't be talking on the phone. Now, you wait right there, and I'll be in about a half an hour.
Hello, Gus.
Huh?
You going somewhere?
Deke, what are you doing here?
I just dropped in. Who's on the phone, Gus?
Now, listen. It's none of your business, see?
I suppose you heard about Courtney's accident.
Yes, I did. And you got me in a hot spot. If I'd have known you were going to murder Courtney...
Gus, don't talk so careless. You don't know what you're saying.
I do, too. I know Courtney. I've seen him work out in the gym every day. And I know he didn't fall off no ladder, see? If I'd have had my brains about me, I'd have known you had something like this in mind when you gave me the sawbuck to stay away from the gym today.
Oh, we did that because we were playing a little joke on Courtney, that's all. We didn't have nothing to do with his death.
I don't believe you, see?
Well, you better get smart, Gus. I came here to smarten you up.
I bet.
And I'll give it to you straight, Gus.
What do you mean?
And we don't want to rub you out. I don't think it'll be necessary, not when we get all the facts.
I can guess the facts. You paid me to stay away from the gym so one of the gang could club Courtney on the head.
Gus, you're exactly right.
Hey, you admit it?
Yeah. Only let me tell you some more. You're in it just as deep as anyone else. You took the cash so the killer could take your place. And that makes you what the cops call an accessory before the fact.
But I didn't mean no
harm. If the
harm.
cops get the truth, you'll burn with the rest. I mean the chair.
But they can't do that to me.
Oh, no? Why not?
I didn't know Courtney was to be bumped. You guys told me it was only a gag.
Save your breath. You're out on bail right now. Do you think you get by with the story you tell?
But the cops will question me. They'll wonder why I wasn't on the job.
As long as the cops think it was an accident, they won't ask too many questions. And if you're smart, you won't say anything to make them suspicious.
Why did you have to get me into this jam?
I've said all I came to say, Gus. Now, about that phone call you were making when I came in. Are you going somewhere?
No. No, I ain't. I won't talk. I won't say a word.
Now drive straight ahead on this road, Reed.
I'm glad you got back from headquarters in time to come with me, Axford. You're a big help.
I know right where Gus's place is at. You'll see it in just a minute.
Good.
How long ago did Gus phone you?
About 3 hours.
Golly, are you sure he didn't come to the office?
I was there all the time. I'd have seen him.
I don't know about that, Reed. Casey's sometimes mighty tough about letting people in to see you, especially when they're ugly-looking mugs like Gus Dornberger. There's his place right there. See it?
Yeah.
I can't understand why he'd phone and make the date, then not keep it.
Well, we may find out in a few minutes.
Turn into the driveway, Reed.
Oh, there's a car. I wonder if it's Dornberger.
I wouldn't know.
Come on in with me, Axford.
Sure, Reed. I was going to. This might be dangerous business.
Dangerous? Why do you say that? I thought the police considered Courtney's death an accident.
Well, that's how it looks so far. But there won't be an official decision until the coroner gets done. It could be a murder. Should we walk in?
I'll rap on the door.
If he don't come right away, we'll barge right in. Maybe there's been some foul play.
I hear someone coming.
Yeah?
Are you Gus Dornberger?
Yeah, sure. That's me. Why?
Well, my name is Reed. I'm from the Daily Sentinel.
Newspaper guy?
Yes.
He owns the paper. My name is Mike Axford.
Didn't you call me a few hours ago?
Who, me? No, I didn't call you or anyone else, see? I got nothing to call a newspaper for.
You didn't call me and say something about Courtney's death?
No. I don't know nothing about nothing, see?
Listen, Lug, if you're telling a fib,
Why should I?
Were you at the gymnasium when Courtney was killed?
No. I've been home all day. I've been sick, see? I don't know nothing about how he got killed, and that's all I got to say. Goodbye now.
Why, that termite slammed the door in our face. Where does he get that stuff?
Take it easy, Axford.
For 2 cents, I'd bust in there and give him a piece of me mind. What's his idea in saying he didn't phone you?
Maybe he didn't. Anyone could have given his name.
Well, did it sound like him? Was the voice the same?
Well, the phone distorts voices, Axford. Furthermore, if anyone used his name, they'd probably imitate his voice. Don't you think so?
I don't know about that.
Come on, let's get back to the car.
Wasting all that gas to come out here. Reed, I'm not satisfied. I'd like to do some investigating on Gus Dornberger.
Fine idea, Axford.
There's something about that name that gets me.
Well, maybe it's the resemblance to a hamburger.
No, it ain't that. I've heard something about that guy. I wish I could think of what it is.
Just one person in all the world knew that Britt Reed was the much-sought-for Green Hornet. This was Britt's valet, Cato. Cato had just finished clearing the dinner table when Britt came from his bedroom. Has Axford gone out, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt. He left while you listened to radio broadcast of news.
Oh. Did he say where he was going?
He went to police headquarters.
I suppose he told you about our trip to Dornberger's place this afternoon.
Oh, yes. He's trying to remember connection between Dornberger and the police.
And all he had to do was look in the files at the office. Dornberger was arrested a short time ago for assault and battery. It wasn't a serious charge.
Oh.
And he's out on bail pending the trial. It has no connection with the Courtney affair.
I see.
But his actions this afternoon are definitely connected with Courtney's death. When he phoned me, he intended to tell me something about a murder.
You are sure he is the one who phoned?
Yes, I couldn't mistake his voice.
But when you saw him, he denied making call?
Well, he changed his mind, Cato, because someone got to him. When I saw him, he was a badly frightened man. He knows something.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Cato Parmalee has built a big organization, but it's like a house of cards. If the police can find just one weak spot, the whole thing will collapse. I wonder how we can make Gus Dornberger talk. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Men of 17, the nation's oldest seagoing service, the United States Coast Guard, needs you today. need you to man convoy ships, cutters, and landing craft. If you are 17, an American citizen, and have completed at least 2 years of high school, learn how you can become a Coast Guard invader. Visit your nearest Coast Guard recruiting station. Get all the details on how you can assist in this vital program. Be a Coast Guard invader and help beat the Japs. And now, back to the Green Hornet. It was the morning after the newly elected district attorney met death in a gymnasium. Britt Reed was in his office, and Miss Case was at her desk in the outer office. She looked up as big Michael Axford walked in.
Good morning, Casey. Is Reed in?
He's in, and he's busy.
Is anyone with him? I gotta tell him something.
You stay out of there now. He's phoning the new DA and several judges. Now, here are Lowry's reports. Amuse yourself with the latest on Courtney's death.
I got all the dope direct from the cops.
Oh.
Gus Dornberger, who's the regular trainer at the gym, was homesick yesterday, and there was a substitute by the name of Biffle Bates. He's a broken-down wrestler.
I've read Lowry's report, actually.
I mean to say the cops haven't anything but Biffle's word as to what happened. Now, who knows it's the truth? Maybe Courtney wasn't on the ladder at all. Maybe Biffle let him have one from behind with a hunk of board like the floor.
Who can prove your theory?
I don't know, Casey, but I can tell you this much. The medical examiner is holding up the death certificate pending more investigation. I think it's on account of the helpful suggestions I gave the cops.
Miss Case.
Reed.
Hello, Axford. Anything new?
Yeah, I got...
Just a minute. Send this down to rewrite, will you, Miss Case?
Yes, sir.
Now, what were you going to say?
Reed, you know that guy Dornberger? Well, you remember yesterday when I was trying to remember something about him?
Yes?
Well, I've got it. A few weeks ago, he had a row with some guy in the gymnasium and slapped him around a little. He was nailed for assault and battery, and he's out on bail right now pending the hearing.
Well, you'll be interested in the notes I just handed Miss Case.
Yeah?
Vinton is going to make a bid for public confidence and approval by disposing of a lot of pending cases in record time.
Like Dornberger?
Dornberger and a number of others. The hearings that'll be moved up.
Fiddlesticks.
Don't you approve, Axford?
Why does Vinton stooge around with small stuff like Dornberger's assault and battery hearing? Why don't he go after the big stuff, like Rex Parmley?
Rex Parmley, surrounded by the luxury of his office, looked across the wide desk at a shrewd-faced man.
According to the Sentinel, Mr. Parmley, the new DA is moving Dornberger's trial up to next week.
Well, what about it, Fisher?
Do you think there's anything back of that move?
Vinton is doing just what I thought he'd do. He'll keep busy trying to look good on the small stuff.
You don't think he's trying any deep stuff?
No.
He might have moved the Dornberger hearing up in the hope of bringing out something new in connection with Courtney's death.
I doubt it. Wouldn't matter anyway. Dornberger has his orders. He won't dare add to what he's already said. He was sick at home when Courtney was killed. He knows nothing about the affair.
We could dispose of him.
Well, that's a foolish suggestion. If anything happened to him, the police would be suspicious.
Maybe so.
Dornberger will plead guilty to that assault charge. Pay his fine, let it go at that. Now, what about the Courtney inquest?
The medical examiner is still investigating, but he can't prove anything. Sooner or later, he'll have to issue the certificate for accidental death.
Good. When that's been done, we'll have nothing to worry about. With Vinton in office, everything will be smooth sailing.
It was the night before Gus Dornberger was to appear in answer to the charges of assault and battery. It was the night toward which Britt Reed had pointed his plans for the Green Hornet.
I guess we're ready to move, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt. All ready.
Are you sure Axford went to police headquarters?
Yes, sir.
I think Lowry's there, too. I hope so. We'll have to depend on Axford and Lowry to ask the right questions.
Do you think you can depend on them?
They're newspapermen, Cato.
Oh, that's sufficient answer. But, Mr. Britt, could you not take suspicions to police?
The police will have their inning. We've got to prepare Gus Dornberger before the police move in. Open the panel. Let's get going. I hope Dornberger's in his house alone.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
You stay with the car, Cato. We may have to leave in a hurry.
Yeah?
Get inside, Dornberger.
What the-
In. I want to talk to you.
Now, see here. What's the idea?
Shut up. Go to the living room.
That mask.
Save your questions. Time's short. Now sit down there next to the phone and listen fast. You're getting out of town tonight.
No, I can't. I got to stay here. see?
Orders from the top. You don't want to burn, do you?
No, but I tell
Why do you
you-
think your trial was moved up?
I don't
Well,
know.
I'll tell you. Because they want to give you the works on the Courtney murder.
I got nothing to do with that. My hearing is for assault and battery, see?
With a 60-day stretch.
Oh, no, they'll only find
60
me.
days, Gus, and then they'll have you. They'll have you where they can get at you every day. They'll hammer questions at you until you're dizzy.
I told all I knew.
I know better than that, you fool. You've got to clear out before the police put you away. They'll get the truth out of you. They'll strap you to a chair. They'll turn lights in your eyes, light your breath. They'll blind you. They'll make you so groggy you know what you're saying. And the first thing you know, you'll squeal.
No,
You'll squeal, and then you'll be hauled up for your part in the murder. And then you'll burn.
I didn't have no part in
We're
it.
taking
I tell
no
you.
chances. Here, take this pad and write down a phone number.
But I-
Jackson, 9000. Write it down. It's the Federal Airlines office. I've reserved a seat for you, and I'll call and make sure of it.
All right.
Write the name down, too. The name is H.B. Smith.
I can remember.
Write it down. Don't take chances.
I shouldn't run out. I didn't have no part in the murder.
Your seat's on the 1020 to the west.
Hello. Say, miss, I'm calling to see if you're holding a seat for me on the 1020 to the west. The name is Smith.
H.B. Smith.
It's H.B. Smith. All right. I just wanted to make sure.
I wanted to make sure they didn't bump you for a priority. Now, here, let me tear the top sheet off that pad. It'll be just as well not to leave it around. Come on. I'll take you near the airport.
But I got to pack some
You
stuff.
won't need anything. We can't take the time.
There's plenty of
I have
time.
other things to do, and I want to be sure you're on your way. Well, come on. Get out, Gus. It's just 10 minutes to the airport. You can walk the rest of the way.
I wish you'd give me a chance to
If you're not on that plane, you'll never talk again.
All right. I'm going.
Now, Cato, we'll head for the nearest phone.
Police headquarters, Burke speaking. Axford?
For me?
He's right here. Here you are, Axford.
Hello? Oh, hello, Reed.
Is that the boss?
Shut up, Lowry. Yeah, Reed. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, golly, I hadn't thought of that. All right. Yeah, right away.
What is it? What's he want?
Now, Reed's got a bee in his bonnet. Maybe he's got something.
What do you mean?
He says that with Dornberger coming up for hearing tomorrow, he wants us to go and interview the lug.
Dornberger?
Yeah. You know, Lowry, I think he's got a hunch that maybe Parmalee's afraid to let Dornberger appear in court.
I doubt it.
Well, anyhow, he wants us to go and see what Dornberger has to say, so come on.
He's outside of town.
That's only half an hour. Let's go.
Rap again, Axford. Dornberger must be home. The house is all lighted up.
Say, Lowry, by golly, don't suppose something's happened to Dornberger?
Probably sleeping.
Look, the door wasn't closed tight.
All right, Axford, we'll have a look. Anyone here?
That's funny. It's mysterious.
Let's look in the living room.
Don't see me go out and leave the door open and the lights lighted.
No one in here.
Maybe I'd better call Reed.
Did he say where he was?
No, he didn't. I could try the apartment and office.
The last places he's likely to be.
Hey, Lowry.
Huh?
Look here in this telephone pad.
What?
There was a phone number written and torn off. You can see the dents in the paper. Hold it to the light.
Jackson, 9000. Hey, that's the airline.
The airline? Good gravy. Do you think that... you calling them?
You bet I am. There's a name here. Smith.
If Dornberger is taking a run out...
If he is, he's... Hello? Say, have you got a booking for a Mr. Smith? Hey, don't take my ear off. Well, I'm sorry, but what plane's he on? 1020? Thanks, Tut.
What's that about taking your ear off?
She says she'll go nuts if there's any more calls about that guy's trip. He's booked for the 1020.
Well, if it's Dornberger, he's taking a run out. I gotta call Burke.
There's time to get to the airport. Tell Burke to meet us there. Axford, maybe we've got something.
Suffering snakes, Burke. There's the lug.
Come on, Axford. We've got something, and I mean something.
Hello, Gus.
Huh? Are you figuring to go somewhere, Gus?
Now, wait. Listen, officer.
You come with us. Maybe you can get a refund on your ticket.
No, I gotta go. Don't hold me up. I posted bail.
Skipping, eh?
The law can keep the bail. Don't take me in. They'll kill me. They'll
Say
kill
that
me.
again.
Don't take me in. Please don't take me in. I don't know nothing about nothing.
That's what you say.
We got a few questions for you, Gus.
And, baby, you better have the right answer.
All I wanted was to keep out of trouble. That's all, see?
You was skipping town, jumping bail.
I didn't want to get jailed and then given the third degree. I didn't want to get questioned every day. That's what you'll do. That's what he told me you'd do.
Who told you?
The guy with a mask.
Holy mackerel. What guy with what mask?
The guy with a big car and the funny horn.
What kind of horn? Did it sound like a hornet buzzing?
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa, the Green Hornet. So he was telling you things.
He's the one that got the ticket on the plane. He made me go.
Hey, Bert, Axford, here's something.
What have you got, Lowry?
I checked with that dame at the airport.
Yeah?
Get this. The guy that kept calling to check on the reservation kept her waiting a few times while he said something to someone he called Parmalee.
That does it.
Why was Parmalee interested in getting Gus out of town?
Parmalee and the Green Hornet.
Gus, you've been holding out on us. You've got something to tell, and by golly, you're going to tell it.
Start talking.
I didn't have nothing to do with the killing. Honest, I didn't. They gave me $10 and told me to stay home like I was sick that day, that's all. So help me.
Who gave you $10?
I can't tell you nothing. They said if I squealed it, then I get the chair.
The chair, is it? Then there was murder.
Who gave you that $10?
It was Dick Martin.
This is it. This is the break.
Hey, boys. Pick up Dick Martin right away.
Now listen, guys.
Well, what about that $10? Did you nail Courtney?
No, you can't blame that on me.
Who did?
Fibber Bates.
Pick up Fibber Bates! They said they'd frame you for it whether you did it or not, eh, Bates? Who said that? Did Fisher say that?
Fisher. Parmalee's mouthpiece.
Get Fisher in here. Boy, this is our night to howl.
By golly, Reed, it was a night. It all started when Dornberger tried to skip town. One squealer led to another, each one trying to pass the blame.
How far did it go, actually?
All the way up the ladder, from Dornberger right on up to Parmalee himself. The whole outfit is in the jug without bail on the Courtney murder.
Well, Jim died, but he kept his pledge. He got the Parmalee gang.
There's only one thing wrong. We got to Parmalee and stopped there.
Wasn't that the place to stop?
I think there was one guy above Parmalee. Hang it all, we didn't get the Green Hornet.
That's the Lux Street paper! Parmalee arrested, Courtney murder solved, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it, Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lux Street paper!
The shortage of skilled workers at the West Coast Navy yards has forced the Navy to move battle-damaged ships to the East Coast Navy yards for repair. Skilled workers are desperately needed at the West Coast yards to remove this crucial bottleneck in the war against the Japs. Immediately needed are electricians, machinists, instrument repairmen, sheet metal workers, coppersmiths, pipe fitters, boilermakers, ordnance men, riggers, and helpers. Appointees are guaranteed free transportation to the West Coast and adequate housing at reasonable cost upon arriving for duty. For complete details, see the Civil Service representative at the local post office or U.S. Employment Service office. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
I see romance and comedy
and great music
in CinemaScope.
about black cats, broken mirrors, or walking under ladders, because this is your lucky day. Dreamy, delightful Doris Day, taking you on a musical adventure from moonlighted Miami to star-lighted Broadway. Robert Cummings, who knows he has the world in his hands when he holds her in his arms. Phil Silvers, top man in the nation's who's who of comedy, as the crackpot who hits the jackpot for laughter.
Say, how about a little square dance? Yeah, hey!
All right, so. Must be these boots. I'm used to dancing my bare feet. How's everybody?
This is strictly business, Mr. Carson.
Yes, Miss Williams, strictly business.
Oh, Mr. Carson.
Love you dearly, more than just sincerely. And the bluebells of Broadway are ringing. The bluebells are ringing where the bagpipe beat on Broadway. I speak to the stars, and I wait for an answer. That's why I want to sing like an angel and dance, dance like the devil. So, Mr. Leader Man, strike up the band. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Lucky me, with a lucky star to guide me, and the one I love beside me, light to me. So fancy free, don't you wish that you could be
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. And Hi-Yo Silver became the battle cry of justice on the frontier. The honest settlers realized that without law and order, their new homes would never be safe. And they gave the Lone Ranger all the help they could. They were powerless to act, but they made sure that the news of any injustice reached the masked rider, and he never disappointed their confidence. Return with us now, those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Washoe County. Someone's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The Padre at the Spanish Mission was a great friend of the Lone Rangers, and at one time he stopped every traveler who passed the little chapel and gave them a message.
I would like to speak to the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger, Padre?
Yes. If you should see him, ask him to come to me. I have heard of more injustice in the Gold Hills. The people there need the Lone Ranger again.
I will let the word be spread. Oh there. The Padre wants the Lone Ranger. You see him, tell him. Get up. Get up there.
By word of mouth, the message was spread among the pioneers, the ranchers, the half-breeds, and even the Indian tribes, until finally a great white horse raced from the north carrying the masked rider.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Good friend, you have come.
Word reached me, Padre.
I hear many stories of unfairness, amigo. It is a friend of yours who is in trouble.
A friend? Who is it, Padre?
A gold miner named Bixby.
Caleb Bixby and Sarah?
Yes. They may lose their mind.
But, Padre, that claim jumper who tried to take it away from them is in prison.
There is another. The man who runs the bank.
Oh.
He holds a mortgage, just as he does on many other claims.
I understand.
It has been a hard year for many people. They are unable to repay their loans, and they lose their land to this greedy man.
But, Padre, that isn't the code of the West. This state can't be made great by such methods. The banks have got to help people over the lean years.
It is true, amigo. That is why I sent for you. I do not know what you can do, but perhaps if you call on this banker, you can persuade him to be lenient.
What's his name?
His name is Taylor.
Padre, I left signs along the trail for Tonto. He'll see them and come here. Tell him when he comes that I'll be waiting for him.
Thank you, amigo.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for Washoe County.
I tell you, Sherry, they couldn't do nothing to me for that. Shucks, there ain't no law against killing a snake. And besides that, self-preserving is the first law of human nature.
Save your wind, Caleb, and chop that wood.
It's self-preserving to keep your roof over your head, ain't it?
Reckon so.
All right, then. Taylor's a snake in the grass, ain't he?
Chop that wood.
Now, why can't I go and sort of shoot up Banker Taylor so's he can't foreclose the mortgage on us?
Because you can't.
Fine business for a fella that owns a good mine like me, chopping wood. If things was only different so's I could operate that mine and give 'em help and one thing and another, we'd be rich.
Well, it's been a hard year, Caleb, and you won't get no place complaining about it.
Taylor's plumb in earnest about foreclosing and driving us out. I never seen a man as ornery and disagreeable as he is.
Caleb.
Well?
If you don't button your lip and stop your tongue from wagging and tend to chopping that wood, there ain't going to be enough fire to boil a pan of water for coffee.
Well, I ain't lost a claim yet, and I don't aim to.
What you figure on doing?
I ain't licked yet.
What you going to do, Caleb?
I got an idea. You just wait. I tell you, Sari, the sight of that critter just makes my blood boil.
Well, your blood's due for heating up then, because there he comes.
Huh? Doggone. Just when I was working up an appetite.
Oh, your appetite ain't never suffered none as I could see.
Well.
Don't drag back on them reins so hard. Can't you see you're hurting that horse?
That's none of your business, Sheriff.
And look at the bit you're using. Dad rat you, Taylor. You treat a good horse same as you do folks that owe you money.
Well, what do you want here?
I got a mortgage on this place, as I suppose you know.
Ain't anyone in town that don't know it. Well, what about it?
$5,000. That's the sum.
Might as well be $1 million.
Comes due tomorrow, Caleb. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the evening. Going to have the money?
No.
You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? If you ain't got the cash now, you won't have it then, will you?
You want to know mighty bad if I'll pay up or not, don't you?
Don't matter to me if you do or not. You'll pay or I'll take over your gold mine. And I'd a whole lot sooner have the mine than the cash.
I know that. I'm going to get that cash for you by the time that mortgage comes due. And you can count on that.
You ain't getting it. You're just talking big, that's all.
Now listen to me, you sawed-off, bald-headed, hop-nosed, stove-in coyote. I don't have to talk big.
If Caleb says he'll have the cash for you tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, he'll have it.
Hey, don't believe it.
I don't care if you believe it or not. Now get off my land.
Just thought I'd remind you, that's all, Caleb.
I says get.
I'll get. But I'll be back tomorrow evening and I'll have the sheriff with me.
And you'll get your cash.
Sit up there.
man I ever heard of.
He's an ornery polecat, lending cash, making us think he'd be fair about it, same as other bankers out in this part of the country are. He's double-crossed the whole of Washoe County, Sari.
I know, Caleb, but I don't think you can do much about it now.
I get the cash, all right.
Where you going to get it?
I'll tell you when we get inside the house. You go along in now, Sari. I'll be right with you.
Well, move fast, Caleb. We got company heading this way.
Company? Leaping cactus, it's our masked friend.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh.
Land sakes alive, stranger. You're as welcome as a man can be. Caleb, take care of his horse before you come in.
I will. I sure will. It's an outright honor.
I've been hearing a lot of things about conditions here, Caleb.
There's plenty to hear. You come on inside now. Sakes alive, it's been a long time since we set eyes on you.
The Padre sent me here. He told me about a banker by the name of Taylor.
I don't know what the Padre said, but he sure don't know the right words to tell you what sort of critter Taylor's turned out to be.
Is it true that he's going to foreclose on your gold mine?
Reckon so. Unless we get $5,000 before 6 o'clock tomorrow evening.
He does hold a mortgage, then.
He sure does.
Hi, Ginger. It's good to see you.
Be careful of that kindling wood. Caleb, you...
It slipped, Sari, honest. But anyhow, mister, shake hands.
How have you been, Caleb?
Oh, just thinking about the way Taylor's been taking the gold claims away from folks does things to my innards. I declare I ain't had a good appetite since I first heard about him.
Is the mortgage he holds legal?
Gosh, I don't know. I expect it is. He made a lot of promises to me when he let me borrow the cash, but he didn't put 'em in writing, so I can't hold 'em to him. I'll have to pay him $5,000.
Can you pay it?
Nope, but I know where I can borrow it. I just had a letter through the mail last week from an old pard of mine, a critter I grub-staked once, and he struck it rich. He wants to let me borrow the cash to pay off Taylor.
Caleb, you can't borrow from somebody else.
Who says so?
Well, you won't be no better off that way.
Oh, we won't lose the claim, will we?
No, but...
He's got a heap of money, and he knows this claim. He's willing to let me borrow now and pay back when we get the ore out.
I'm glad you won't lose your mind. But, Caleb, isn't there a chance that he did put some of the promises in writing?
I don't think so.
Haven't you a copy of that mortgage?
No, we only signed one. He got the mortgage and me the cash. When I give the cash back, he gives the mortgage back, that's all.
I see.
We're right glad you come here, mister. Maybe you can do something to show Taylor he ain't doing the right thing to folks around the Gold Hills.
I'm going to look around, Sarah. He may have been so greedy that he stepped outside the law in drawing up his mortgages.
Well, anyhow, whatever you do, I got to get ready for a ride.
A ride? A ride to where, Caleb?
I got to see Jim Barton over to Red Pine.
Red Pine? That's a powerful long way from here, Caleb.
I know it is, but I got to see him. I got to start tonight so as I can get back here by tomorrow evening with the cash.
Is he going to lend you the cash?
Yeah, he written said for me to come and get it. I figured it'd be better for me to go myself than to try to send someone.
There ain't no one you can trust. Excepting maybe the masked man.
Well, I better go myself and leave the Lone Ranger free to sort of look around town and see what he can find. I'll get ready now if you'll excuse me, mister.
You go right ahead, Caleb. I'm going to look around town for Tonto. He's to meet me. In the cafe that evening, Taylor met Squint, a man who did a great number of odd jobs for him. Squint had a way of learning things and told the banker that...
Caleb's getting the cash from Jim Barton at Red Pine. I know that because I seen a letter he got from Barton last week.
Hang it. I figured on getting the claim. I hate to lose a chance to foreclose.
Well, what are you going to lose it for?
What do you mean, Squint?
Shucks, you needn't let him get that cash.
No.
Caleb's riding for Red Pine tonight. Be coming back tomorrow afternoon, late.
Mm-hmm. Hey, go on, Squint.
If he was held up and robbed on the way back, it'd be $5,000 that Jim Barton would lose, and Bixby would still lose a ranch.
Meaning?
Meaning that if you got the ranch, you'd be satisfied, and I'd be willing to run a risk for that much cash.
Half the cash, you mean?
Half.
Otherwise, I'll manage without you.
You hate to see a dollar get away from you, don't you, Taylor?
Yeah. Could you waylay Caleb?
Yeah, don't know why not.
Then you'll wait till he's on the back trail and carrying the cash to get him.
Yeah. Let him collect from Barton, then he can answer any questions Barton wants to ask.
It's broken country between here and Red Pine. You won't need the dark to protect you.
Shucks, no. There's plenty of hiding places.
Suppose you do it then.
Taylor.
Yeah?
That redskin's been watching us close. You think he knows what we've been talking about?
Of course not. How could he hear what we said?
He's leaving anyhow. I sure didn't like the way he looked at us.
Tonto here plenty. Tell him, mask friend, when we meet him. Maybe meet him plenty soon now. Get him up, Scout.
Tonto met the Lone Ranger as he came into town from Caleb Bixby's home. He quickly told the masked man of the conversation between Squint and Taylor.
We could prevent that holdup, Tonto, but it would be impossible to prove that Taylor had anything to do with it.
That right?
I want to have a look at the mortgages Taylor holds. If he's done some crooked dealing there, we can see him jailed for that. If not, we'll have to find some way to link him with the robbery of Caleb Bixby.
How you see paper?
I'm going to Taylor's office.
You get in office tonight?
We can get in, all right. Come on, we'll go there right now while Taylor's still at the cafe.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
It took but a few moments for the masked man and Tonto to reach the bank and gain entrance through a window. They found the mortgages filed in a drawer of Taylor's desk.
Here they are, Tonto. We'll have what I want in just a moment.
That's good.
There's half a dozen of them here. I suppose every one of these people will lose their land when these fall due. Bixby, this is the one.
You got him?
Yes, we'll take it with us. Look it over where there's more light.
Maybe it's no good.
We'll soon find that out.
Stand right where you are.
What?
It's the law speaking, mister. You stand still till I get a light going.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now on with our story. When the Lone Ranger and Tonto entered Taylor's bank to examine the mortgage he held on the Bixby claim, they were surprised by the sheriff. The lawman struck a match and lit the lamp on the banker's desk.
Just stand where you are. You're covered. There. Now then, I aim to have a look at you fellas.
We're not crooks, Sheriff.
Not crooks, eh? Just broke in here for the fun of it, I suppose. That mask you're wearing, that's a part of the joke, eh? What have you got there in your hand?
A mortgage.
Put it on that table.
Me get him.
No, Tonto, back.
But him.
This can be settled peaceably, Tonto.
Make another sudden move, Redskin, and I'll drill you.
One moment.
Well?
I said we weren't crooks. We've been here before. You may have heard of us.
Likely I have. I know most of the crooks around these parts by name. What are you doing in here?
Looking these mortgages over, especially the one Taylor holds against Caleb Bixby.
For what for?
You should know, Sheriff, if you have the interests of your county at heart. Taylor's been foreclosing the minute the mortgages he holds are due.
He's a varmint, all right.
When he granted these mortgages, he made promises he never intended to keep. And in fact, those were verbal contracts that he's illegally broken. He was careful, however, never to make those promises in front of witnesses.
I've heard talk.
So he can't be held to them. But he may have overstepped himself. He may have drawn up these mortgages illegally. That's what I'm here to find out.
I wish he had. I wish there was a way to jail that fella.
We'll see. Let's have a look at these.
Yeah.
This is the one for the Bixby mine. You should know something about legal forms.
Enough, I reckon. This mortgage made the 10th day of March, 1872.
All that seems to be in order. It's been signed by 2 witnesses as well as Taylor, and acknowledged by Caleb. Oh, it's legal enough.
Dad read it.
These others appear to be the same.
All in first-rate order. Doggone, why couldn't Taylor have slipped up somewhere?
We can't use these against him, Sheriff.
Blast it.
There's only one way out.
Yeah?
And the less you know about it, the better. Tonto.
Hey!
Me got him.
You grabbed me.
Hold him. Take your gun.
But I
I'll
can...
leave it just inside the window. You can get it when you leave.
Hold on there.
You're sworn to uphold the law. It's your duty to jail us for entering the bank. We don't intend to be jailed, however.
You're the first fellas I ever got the drop on that got away from me.
Out the window, Tonto. Go. Don't lose faith in us, Sheriff. Our methods are different, but our purposes are the same. Justice.
You double-crossers! You tricked me. I'll fix you. Come back here.
They're gone. I'll bet $1 million the Injun thinks I didn't notice him all set to grab me. Doggone with them fellas here, things in Washoe County are going to hum. My gun. Oh, there it is. I reckon I'd better make out like I put up a fight. A couple of shots on it. Yeah, done my duty. Can't nobody say I didn't fire after them fellas. Now, I reckon I better just sort of slow-like over to the cafe and announce that I chased a couple of intruders out in the bank. I wonder what the Lone Ranger's aiming to do.
The sheriff returned to the cafe with the announcement that he had driven 2 outlaws from Taylor's bank. Taylor, relieved to think he had suffered no loss, praised the sheriff for his vigilance.
Too bad them polecats got away from you, Sheriff. But being as it was 2 to 1 agin you, ain't to blame for it, I reckon. Leastways, I'm thanking you for running them off.
Yeah, I done that all right.
I'll walk over to the bank and see about the window you say they busted.
Uh-huh.
Come along, Squint.
Yeah.
Wonder who them fellas was, Taylor.
Yes, sneak thieves, most likely. But if they'd had blasting powder with them, they might have blown the safe and got clean away. That dirty crooks. What are you laughing at, Squint?
Nothing much. Just the idea of you calling them crooks.
What's funny about that?
I reckon you wouldn't see the point.
That's your bay?
Uh-huh. No need to ride just to go to the bank, though, is there?
You ain't going to the bank. That was just to get you away from the sheriff.
Yeah?
You're going to ride on that job we was a-talking about.
Caleb Bixby?
Guess so.
Yeah, there ain't no big hurry, is there?
Hurry enough. I don't want you waylaying him close to town. You can get out a ways. Catch him when he's coming through the hills. You'll have plenty of cover there, and there ain't much chance of things going wrong.
I reckon.
And before you get started, Squint, there's one thing I want understood.
Yeah, what's that?
You ain't touching that cash you take off of him. You're bringing it straight to me.
Ain't half of it mine?
It is, and you'll get it. But you'll get it when I give it to you and not before. You savvy?
Oh, I don't see what's
Squint,
different.
you're a good man for the things that I need you for. But the only time I'm a-trusting you is when I can see you. And even then I got my suspicions.
Shucks, I wouldn't do nothing, Taylor.
Then see that you don't. Get that envelope that the cash will be in and bring it right straight back to me. Now you get...
But I got your word you're dividing.
You have.
And you can take my word I'm relieving Bixby of that cash. Get up. Get on there.
Caleb Bixby rode to Red Pine, received $5,000 in cash from Jim Barton, and set out on the return trail. He had been riding for less than an hour when he heard a distant shout.
Whoa there, whoa. Oh, I'd have swore I heard somebody calling. Must have been from around the bend.
Caleb!
Leap on, Cat, there's the masked man. And Tonto. And that's Jim Barton. Hi there!
Hold on, Caleb.
What's wrong?
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
What are you fellas doing here?
We've been trying to catch up with you ever since you left Red Pine, Caleb.
What for?
Jim Barton here thought he might have made a mistake.
Huh?
You got that envelope with the cash in it?
Sure, right here.
Let me have it, will you, Caleb?
Oh, now, Jim, you ain't going back on that loan, are you? Golly, you promised.
Don't be alarmed.
Nothing like that, Caleb. You see, I had 2 envelopes that were almost alike on hand when you called. After you left, I got to wondering if I'd given you the right one.
Oh, is that all?
Let Jim have the envelope, will you?
Sure. Here it is. Golly, for a second you had me scared. I was afraid maybe Jim might have changed his mind. Found he couldn't spare the cash or something. And I sure wasn't looking forward to telling Sally about it.
Well, I reckon we had our ride for nothing.
Is that the right one?
It is. Here.
Hey, thank you.
Well, Caleb, you'd better be getting on. You still got quite a ride ahead of you.
Jiminy, it is getting late. I'd better hurry along. Goodbye, fellers. Get up. Get up.
Come on.
Get up. Let's go.
But further on, Caleb was hollered a second time. A man with a drawn gun in his hand and his features concealed by a bandana spurred his mount from the cover of a rock and blocked Caleb's way.
Reach! What? Right up there. Reach for the sky. This is a stick-up. Keep your hands away from the shooting iron, mister.
Hey, Raddick, you can't
Save
do
your
this.
breath. I won't do you any good to talk.
By darn, you couldn't have picked a worse time to rob me.
It all depends on how you look at it. Now, don't make a move if you want to get back to your claim alive.
Caleb returned home and broke the news of his loss to Sarah. As evening approached, they sat on the porch of their little cottage, waiting with all hope gone.
And on top of everything else, I owe Jim $5,000. Oh, Sally, I don't know why it is. When I get hard luck, it all comes at once.
Nothing you can do about it, Caleb. You'll just have to get a job of some sort working for somebody.
I'm so old, I don't know who'd hire me.
You've got to pay Jim Barton back that money.
Look yonder, Sally.
Yeah. This is the end. There they come.
Banker Taylor and the sheriff with him. He ain't taking no chances on not getting us out.
No, Banker Taylor don't take no chances.
Losing the ranch is bad enough, but owing Jim Barton $5,000 is... Oh, drat it, Sally.
Nothing we can do, Caleb.
Hi there, Caleb. Over there. Good evening, Sheriff. Reckon we know what you're here for.
I'm sorry, Caleb. Doggone sorry.
Are you ready to pay up?
I can't pay you, Taylor.
Oh, can't pay, eh? No, ain't that too bad. Well, reckon there's just one thing for you to do then. You'll have to clear out.
Well, we're ready, Mr. Taylor.
Sorry, I'd like to give you more time on your loan, but cash is scarce right now, and I can't take no chances.
He ain't taking no chance. This claim is worth a heap of money.
If it wasn't, I wouldn't have lent you the cash on it in the first place. Come on, Sheriff, enforce the law. Get rid of these people. No one possession here.
Take your time, Taylor.
Oh, we'll clear out.
Not so fast, Caleb.
Why, it's embarrassment.
Come along, Tonto. We've been around in back of the house waiting for you.
Why, there's Jim Barton, too.
Who are these men?
Reckon we'd best wait and see what'll happen now.
What do you mean, see what happens?
Suppose, Taylor, you produce the mortgage before you and the sheriff turn Caleb out.
Mortgage? Why, sure.
If you have a mortgage...
I got it. Right here.
Yep, he bring it along all right.
There.
Sheriff, take that mortgage and examine it.
Yeah.
He can look at it all he wants to. It's legal. And there ain't nobody can say it ain't.
Sheriff, is that mortgage initialed?
Huh? Let me see.
Jim, what initials are on the mortgage?
You'll find my initials there, Sheriff. J.B.
That's so. But what do you...
Sheriff, I think you heard that Caleb was held up while returning from Red Pine.
Yeah, I got the report.
It was reported that cash was stolen from him. It wasn't, however. That mortgage was taken.
Oh, you're mistaken. It was the cash that was stole. Why, don't you recollect? You was with Jim when he stopped me on the trail to make sure he'd give me the right envelope.
When we stopped you, Caleb, we changed envelopes. You handed Jim the one with the cash. He'd put the mortgage in another envelope just like it. That was the envelope you got back.
Well...
Don't pay no attention to that masked fellow, Sheriff.
Wait a second. There's something funny here. Stranger, you say the mortgage was stolen from Bixby?
It was.
Then how'd Taylor get it?
That's just it. The fact that he's got it proves he hired Squint for the holdup. He thought Caleb would be carrying cash that would enable him to pay the mortgage.
It's all a pack of lies.
We'll see if it is. Stranger, can you prove it was the mortgage that was stolen?
If it's necessary, Jim will go to court and testify he initialed that mortgage and gave it to Caleb. I think any jury would take his word for it.
Then why didn't Taylor do something when he found out it wasn't the cash that Caleb had on him?
What could he do? He had to show the mortgage in order to take over the ranch. Even if he did suspect it was a trap, he could do nothing.
The mortgage hasn't been out of my bank since it was signed.
Sheriff, if you remember what happened in the bank last night, I believe you'll know just when the mortgage was taken.
Well, I'll be switched. I said things was going to hum, and they did.
Now, look here, Sheriff.
Taylor, the Lone Ranger fixed up a trap, and you fell into it. You can argue all you want, but Jim Barton's word will go a long ways in any court in this part of the country. And I reckon when I get through working on Squint, we'll have confessions aplenty.
Here, Silver.
Oh, land sakes. I don't know what to think. I never figured on nothing like this.
Now you don't have to pay back no money to Jim Barton.
But the mortgage still isn't paid off.
If Taylor wants to force the terms of his mortgage, he can do so. But I think a lot of people in court would be glad of the chance to get even with him. He may need a few friends.
Look, let me talk. You stay on here, Caleb. Stay on as long as you like. Pay back the cash when you're able. There's been a big mistake here. Give me a chance to sort of make a few friends.
You'd better work fast, Taylor.
Then we don't have to get out.
No. Stay here.
Friend, you saved our house and mine for us.
You sure did.
And turned up a couple of first-class crooks that's been in our midst for too blame a long a time.
Ready, Tonto?
Now, wait.
Tonto, ready.
Wait a second. I want to tell you.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on,
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Lullaby of Broadway, the hidey-hi and boop-a-doo, the lullaby of Broadway.
Warner Brothers' star-sprayed Song of the City, coming to you in a colorful adventure that takes you through Manhattan's grandest canyon, from Greenwich Village night spots to Gotham's starlit roofs, from fabulous Times Square through the golden gates of show business, where Gershwin, Cole Porter, De Silva, Warren and Jubin set the heartbeat of the big town to great music. And with you on this jubilant jamboree, delightful Doris Day, bringing romance and rhythm to every exciting moment. Gene Nelson tiptoe tapping his gay light way along the Great White Way. S.C. Sackle, Billy DeWolf, Gladys George.
What will your wife think? You taking a blonde and giving her a room in your home.
You mean you think she would think that I... Oh, thank you. That's the nicest thing anyone has said to me in 15 years.
What did you say your name was?
I love the way you say good night.
The way you always whisper, honey, nighty-night.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy flings.
All nature seemed to be in perfect harmony. Zing, zing, went the strings of my heart.
Somebody loves me.
I wonder who.
Come on, listen to the lullaby of Broadway. Hit Ray and Ballyhoo until the dawn. The lullaby of Broadway.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is clock. C-L-O-C-K.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, George Fenneman. No, that's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am with 1,000 doubloons for one of our couples tonight. Well, take off, Mr. Fenneman. Who's first?
Well, Groucho, we have some people with interesting stories for you tonight. They're Mr. Harry Myers and Mrs. Alice Braben. They're waiting outside to meet you. So, folks, would you come in now, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Alice Braben and Mr. Harry Myers. Mr. Myers, you're a fine-looking gent.
Well, thank you, Groucho.
And you certainly don't look your age. By the way, how old are you? About 86?
You're missed it about 20 years, Groucho.
You mean you're 106?
No.
So you don't look it. You don't look a day over 66. Are you married, Harry?
Groucho, I've been married for 21 years to a very lovely blonde.
Is that so?
Yes.
She's still a blonde?
Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm. Well, most of the people we get up here have some claim to fame. What is yours? And don't say a scotch and soda because that's an old joke. Has anything unusual happened to you?
Well, back in 1904, I was the first person arrested for speeding in an automobile.
Well, shake hands. I was the last man arrested for speeding. I got finished this afternoon. How fast were you hitting it up, Harry?
I was driving a 1904 Winton, going at 12 miles an hour in a 10-mile-an-hour zone, and was chased by a policeman on a bicycle in a speed trap.
And he caught you?
He caught me, and I went to court and paid $7.
What sort of work do you do, Harry?
On the 4th of July, I produced the fireworks show in the Coliseum for the American Legion.
And that's your job? You just blow your top one day a year? What do you do the other 364 days?
Well,
sell sunglasses for eclipses or something?
Groucho, that isn't a one-day job. It takes about 6 months to build this show.
It does?
To get it ready for preparation because it's the world's largest fireworks show.
Uh-huh. Well, you must get a big bang out of a job like that, don't you?
Indeed, yes, and I've been doing it for 22 years.
And you blow everything up?
Blow everything up in about an hour's time.
Mrs. Braben, is that you?
Yes.
That's a good old Irish name, Braben. Where are you from?
Lapland.
Where?
Lapland.
Lapland. Oh, Lapland. Is there really such a place as Lapland?
Yes, it's the northern part of Finland.
It's in the northern part of Finland?
Yes, sir.
Is that so? Well, you see, I learned something here tonight. I always thought Lapland was where good secretaries go when they die. Well, what is it like in Lapland? It must be pretty cold there, huh?
No, it's beautiful.
Yeah, well, it can be cold and beautiful. I once had a girl like that.
Rolling tundra and snow-capped mountains and...
Rolling tundras?
Tundra.
Dundraps.
No, tundra. Tundra.
She has some notion that I can spell. Huh? Well, you have some refreshing points of view, Alice. Do you have any advice to people in general that you could impart at this time?
Oh, one of them is to them should mind their own business.
No. I didn't mean me. I meant the other people. You didn't mean me. Well, I was going to ask your age, but since it's none of my business, I won't. That doesn't concern anybody, Alice, and anybody that wants to know is just an old busybody. Isn't that true?
Sure.
Now then, who was president when you were born? Do you remember?
Tsar Nicholas II.
Who?
Tsar Nicholas II.
Nicholas II. Who's he?
The last emperor of Russia. Finland belonged to Russia in those days.
Oh, and Lapland was in Finland?
Mm-hmm.
And where's Lapland now? Is it still in Finland?
Yes, sir.
And now the whole thing belongs to Russia.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
It doesn't. I knew I'd get a rise out of her. Well, let's hope it doesn't, mate, and let's hope it remains that way, Alice.
Thank you.
I would like to go on talking to you two, but it's time to win some money. We start you off with a bankroll of $100. Each time you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll. Anytime you feel you've won more than our other couples, you can quit. You don't have to take all 4 questions. Clear?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? And remember, one answer between you, your partners.
About $70.
Okay.
$70.
Okay. What kind of birds are widgeons, teals, and mallards?
Ducks.
Ducks is right. You better talk it over here.
You
He
now...
might have another answer. You keep out of this.
I will, yes. I'm just going to say that you now have $170 in your bankroll.
Yes. Now, what do you want to do? You want to proceed?
Yes, sir.
For 60?
80.
80? Okay.
Okay,
$80.
$80. What is another name for a hedgehog? Now, just talk it over. Hedgehog.
Isn't it a gopher?
No, I'm sorry. It's a porcupine.
Well, you now have $85. You lost
Okay.
half your bankroll.
Now, don't get discouraged. Now, what do you want to try?
So for 60 now?
All right.
For $60.
$60. What do you call a young hen?
A pullet.
I'll agree with that.
Okay, pullet is right.
You now have $145.
Now you're climbing again. What do you want to try? It's your last chance to beat the other couple.
For 80?
All right, 80.
$80.
$80. What is an... No, we had an $80
Yeah,
one here.
Let's go for 90 then.
All right.
90. What kind of animals are Poland Chinas, Duroc Jerseys, and Chester Whites?
Pigs.
What is it?
Pigs.
Pigs is right.
And you wind up with $235.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a car with real power, real get up and go, try a DeSoto automatic with the mighty DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. This DeSoto Fire Dome engine is designed to give you power with maximum efficiency and economy. And the secret is in the design of the hemispherical combustion chambers. These dome-shaped chambers are the reason why the Fire Dome engine can squeeze every bit of power from your fuel. They enable you to drive your DeSoto automatic on regular gasoline and still get premium performance. Think of that. A 170 horsepower engine operating perfectly that lets you use regular gasoline. I'm sure that once you get behind the wheel of a DeSoto automatic and feel the smooth, powerful response of the mighty DeSoto 170 horsepower V8 engine, you'll say there's no other automobile engine can match it. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow. You'll see that the great DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome engine is just one reason why DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
For the thrill of a ride that will fill you with pride, try DeSoto Automatic.
Remember, the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth.
Okay, George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have a man with an interesting job and a housewife. And here they are, Mrs. Luann Metis, Mr. Charles Carpenter. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Luann Metis, eh? Well, I'm glad to meet us, eh? And Mr. Charles Carpenter.
Correct.
Mrs. Metis, is that the way you pronounce it?
That's right, Groucho.
Since you're more my type, I'll start with you. Are you a local girl?
Well, I'm as local as almost anyone in Los Angeles. I'm living here now, but I'm originally from Chicago.
Uh-huh.
I've been out here 3 years.
You like it out here?
I love it out here.
How long have you been married?
A little over 2 years, and I have a lovely 15-month-old son.
Uh-huh. What sort of work does your husband do?
My husband's an attorney at law, Groucho.
A lawyer?
A lawyer.
Well, I'll bet he's a prince of a fellow, is he?
He certainly is.
I'd say you were about 21, is that right?
Oh, how flattering.
Of course I'm flattering. You think I want to get socked with a briefcase? However, I'm not too far away, am I?
Not too.
As a lawyer's wife, how much do you know about his work? For example, how does he go about preparing a case?
Well, he gets the facts from his clients and goes about getting evidence to substantiate their pleas, and then he goes about preparing briefs, and then prepares his cases in court, or presents them in court.
Mm-hmm. Does he win all his suits?
Well, he misses one occasionally. Nobody's perfect.
Well, he occasionally loses his suits.
Yeah.
Well, that explains why he's so careful about his briefs, I guess. He just wants to look good in front of the jury. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Carpenter?
I'm a real estate broker.
Really? Well, who have you broken lately?
Broken anyone?
Yes.
Myself, primarily.
Oh, well, is this a full-time occupation, or do you have other interests, like something legal?
Well, I do some blind buying at auctions.
You mean you're loaded when you buy things then?
Not necessarily. Maybe it would help, though.
You mean you buy things without knowing exactly what they are?
That is correct.
That's like getting married.
Almost.
Well, specifically, what have you bought at auction?
Oh, about a year ago, I bought a lot here at a tax sale on Sunset Boulevard for $250.
Property there sells for around $5,000 a foot, doesn't it?
That's right.
On Sunset Boulevard. How big was this lot?
18 inches by 150 feet.
You're sort of the local boy wonder of Wall Street, aren't you? What did you do with this lot? Did you store flagpoles on it?
No, there was a signboard on it. I figured I'd get some rent out of it, and so I contacted the sign company, and they moved the sign.
Well, what are you doing with this lot now?
I'm waiting for someone else. I'm not paying the taxes, so it'll be up for tax sale again.
And you plan on buying it again?
Oh, no. I'm waiting for someone else to step into my shoes.
Oh. Well, what are some of the other shrewd bargains that you've made?
Well, I bought 80 acres of land on top of a mountain up in Ventura County.
That sounds like a pretty good deal.
Well, there's no road to it.
Isn't there a helicopter goes up there?
Well, it's flat on top, they tell me. And
you've never been up there?
I can't get to it.
You bought this sight unseen?
Oh, yes.
What are some of the other smart bargains you've purchased?
Well, I bought a small lot out in the west side of Los Angeles. It was 3 feet by 6 feet by 9 feet. It was in a cornfield. Just a good site for a telephone booth, maybe.
Well, where do these little lots come from? And don't tell me the stork delivers them.
No, they are surveyor's mistakes. And some of them are mine.
Well, you certainly know your onions, Chuck. You don't know anything about real estate, but you certainly know your onions. Well, I'd like to continue talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple won $235, and the secret word is clock.
Now, you selected movie quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what question do you want to start with? And remember, one answer between you.
That's right.
$100.
$100. One of Hollywood's top directors turned out A Place in the Sun and Shane, among others. What is his name? Place in the Sun and Shane.
George Stevens. George Stevens.
George Stevens is correct.
You now have $200 in your bankroll.
Now, what do you want to try? 90? William Claude Duncanfield was the real name of what great comedian?
Fields.
W.C.
W.C. Fields.
That's right. W.C. Fields is right.
You now have $290.
Now, what do you want to try?
80.
80. Okay, for $80, who was the original Phantom of the Opera in the movies?
Lon Chaney Sr.?
Lon Chaney is
Lon
good
Chaney
enough.
Sr.
You now have $370.
Now, what do you want to try? Last chance to beat the other couple.
What's left, 70?
You can quit? Yeah, 70.
70.
Here's the cast. William Holden, June Allison, Barbara Stanwyck, Frederick March, Walter Pigeon, Shelley Winters, Paul Douglas, Louis
Executive
Calhoun.
Suite.
What's the picture?
Executive Suite.
Executive Suite is correct.
And you wind up with $440 in your bankroll.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fenneman, on with the show. Who's next?
Well, Groucho, I saw a piece in the paper not so long ago about some people with a very unusual story. So I got in touch with them, and I asked them to come down to our show any night they got a chance, and they're here tonight. So right now, I'd like you to meet Mrs. Yvette Bro and her daughter, Flash. Ladies, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Flash and Yvette Briault, huh? Is that right? Well, you're very charming young ladies. Which one is Flash?
I'm Flash.
You're Flash, huh? How old are you, Flash?
17.
And where's your hometown?
I was born here in L.A.
Yvette, if your daughter is 17, how old are you? You must be around 27, huh?
No, I'm 41.
41? Where are you from, Yvette?
Montreal, Canada. I'm a Canadian.
Oh. Do you speak French?
Oh, yes, I do. I wish you could talk, too.
I can barely talk English. Well, in addition to Flash, Yvette, do you have any other children?
Yes, I have 17 children.
Yvette, I didn't. My eyes are not what they used to be. What did you say?
17 children.
You have 17 children?
Yes, I
Yours?
do. Yes, all mine.
Well, I'd like to shake hands with you.
Thank you.
Flash, how does your father feel about this rather startling turn of events? Is he happy or just dazed?
Oh, my daddy loves children.
He must be quite a fellow, Yvette. What sort of job does he have?
He's working for Columbia Steel Company. He's a machinist.
Machinist?
Yes.
Well, let's find out about your brothers and sisters, Flash. Could you give us their ages?
Well, the oldest one is 23, 22, 21, 29.
Just a moment. The oldest is 23?
23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, and 2, and the baby's 3 months.
What happened to 4?
That's all there is.
Well, it sounds like a wonderful family, Mama, and you're certainly to be congratulated.
Thank you.
It must be quite a job handling 17 children. Do you find it difficult?
Well, the first 10 are the most difficult.
Now, there's a statement I'd like to think about. Mama, what do you mean by that, the first 10, the most difficult?
Well, now the oldest one that could help the smaller one now.
Oh, I see. Well,
They
for
were-
someone who's had 17 children, you look pretty healthy. How do you explain that?
Well, before I got married, I was sick and run down, and after I got married, and I have my health back, and now I'm getting stronger all the time.
Ladies, do you feel sick? Run down. Well, how about cooking for a gang like that? How do you manage it, Ma?
Well, I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I serve breakfast.
Wait a minute. You said clock. That's the secret word. So there's $50 for you
Thank
and $50
you.
for your daughter.
Thank you.
And see that she gets it later.
Yeah.
You're a remarkable woman, Yvette. 30 million
you.
housewives out there complain bitterly when they can't find a can opener. And you're up at 6 making oatmeal.
Mm-hmm.
How about food, Flash? Could you give us a rundown on
Well,
a week's supply?
We got about 42 loaves of bread, 100 pounds of potato, 50 pounds of meat, 25 pounds of sugar, 25 heads of cabbage.
Well, do you have a truck to deliver this? Or?
No.
Oh.
Well, the grocery store is not far away from the house. There's always a line on the street to go to the store.
There's always someone running to the grocery
That's
store
right.
and someone on his way back. Huh?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to open up your own grocery store?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No business.
Well, how do you manage such a large family on one salary? It's a kind of a personal question, but you get any help?
Oh, yes. The older one helps to clothe the smaller one.
They're working?
Oh, yes. We have 5 that work.
5 of them are working?
Yes, and they all give the money to help the kids.
Groucho, I don't want to interrupt anything here, except we have sort of another surprise for you, I think. We not only invited Flash and her mother, but we invited the whole family to our show tonight.
Well, where are they?
Well, they're out in the audience.
Will the Briol family please stand up? Come out, wherever you are. Now I know how Custer felt when the Indians surrounded him. Say, if you ever move out of Los Angeles, Philadelphia's going to be third again. Well, congratulations, Mr. Briol. You certainly have a wonderful family. And if you want to dispose of a few of them, I just send them over to my house. Well, now, what about the quiz? Which of you wants to take part? Now, wait a minute. Any family that has to buy 56 quarts of milk and 50 pounds of potatoes deserves a break. Should we let the whole family answer the quiz? And I suppose the audience too, huh? Now get together and make up your minds now. Real fast, remember? We start you off with $100. If you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll. And you can quit any time you want.
In the race for the $1,000, the lawyer's wife and Mr. Carpenter are leading with $440.
Okay, now let's see how much money you can make. You selected culinary quiz.
I'll start with 70.
What are you going to start with?
70.
What do you say, Pop?
70? Yes, 70.
$70? What is the name for a thick Italian vegetable soup?
Italian. Goo-goo. Goo-goo. Ravioli.
One answer now. Come on. Talk it over.
Italian.
Take a guess if you don't know. No, it's minestrone.
No.
Well, this will never do. This baby needs milk.
Well, you still have $50 of your original 100.
All right. Now what are you going to try?
No, we're going to try 30 on that.
30?
Yeah.
The word Bermuda is associated with what kind of vegetable? Bermuda what?
Kitten.
Hey, you can answer too, you know.
No, I don't know.
Bermuda onions.
Oh, okay.
You must have cooked a lot of onions for this gang,
Yeah,
haven't you? Huh?
Not Bermuda. Well, you now have $25.
I'll take 60.
60? What meat do you associate with Yorkshire pudding?
Yorkshire.
Beef?
Beef is right. Roast beef.
Wow. You now have $85.
And this is your last chance to beat the other couples. Now what do you want to try?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. $100? All right. What do you call the liquid portion of separated sour milk?
Skim milk.
Sour cream. Sour cream.
No, it's whey. W-H-E-Y.
Gee, I'm sorry. You wind up with $42.50 in your bankroll.
Well,
$42. See, you didn't earn as much in the quiz as I hoped you would. I'm sure the DeSoto Plymouth dealers would like to show you our appreciation for coming here tonight. How about an automatic washing machine? Could you use anything like that?
yeah, I would like that very much.
Would you like that?
Yeah.
Well, and you won the secret word? Well, we can't help you in the quiz, but we're going to give you $10 to each kid for winning the secret word. So that gives you $170 and a washing machine and whatever you won just now in the quiz.
$42.50.
So you'll get
Thank
over
you
it.
very much.
Thanks and good luck to DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Good night, young man.
And that means that the lawyer's wife and Mr. Carpenter, with $440 in just 1 minute, get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. And here comes our winning couple, Groucho, the lawyer's wife and Mr. Carpenter, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Maybe here?
All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Let's see how well you know your states. For $1,000, tell me the name of the capital of Kentucky.
It's the only one I can think of. I can't think of anything.
What is the answer you two have decided upon?
The only name I can think of is Louisville.
Well, you're a racetrack fan, I guess, but it's Frankfurt. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you did pretty good in the quiz. How much, George?
$440 in the quiz.
Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you, Roger.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Groucho Marx and the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America salute Atlantic City, which this year is celebrating its 100th birthday. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.